The day I left the slums of the lower sector, I underwent a baptism of steel. Imperial scientists severed my limbs, replacing them with cybernetic prosthetics, a luxury of artificial arms and legs that most lower-class citizens would never even lay eyes on. On the final day of our first year of training, the commander gathered the cadets in an underground coliseum. On the other side of the coliseum stood a group of condemned prisoners. We would be fighting against these armed death row convicts. "You may choose any weapon you like," said the commander, gesturing to a wall where various weapons were displayed. I drew a sword. The blade was smooth, coated with a monomolecular layer capable of slicing through steel. I watched every duel in the arena, waiting for my turn. No cadet had died, but even when they succeeded in executing their opponents, some ended up with severe injuries. A lack of skill was often to blame. Before long, my turn approached. What I needed in that moment was superhuman focus. Through special drug administration and multiple surgical procedures, our nervous systems had been chemically enhanced. There were minor side effects, but it allowed us to achieve an artificial state of heightened concentration, maintaining an accelerated thought process akin to the moments before death. The convicts watched me, firearms in hand. For a moment, we were locked in a standoff, neither side moving. In a split second, my decision was made. I kicked the ground, and as if on cue, gunfire erupted. With my high-performance prosthetic legs, I could sprint faster than a vehicle over short distances. I closed in on the convict furthest to the right. From here on, he was within sword's reach, my domain. The convict didn't even have time to scream. His head slipped off in a clean cut, his mouth opening and closing like a gasping fish. I scanned my surroundings, using the body of the convict I'd just killed as a shield would make it easy to take out the remaining enemies. But this is a place to display my skill. Surviving wasn't the goal. I needed to catch the Emperor's eye. I angled my sword forward and tilted it just slightly. Ting! A bullet struck the blade and deflected to the side. A scream echoed as the deflected bullet pierced another convict's eye. The screaming convict collapsed to the ground shortly after. I did it. But there was no time to celebrate. A barrage of gunfire followed immediately. I tilted my blade repeatedly, deflecting bullets one after another. Each deflected bullet twisted in trajectory, embedding itself into the bodies of the convicts. Only the sound of my rough breathing filled the silent arena. I was the only one left standing. The convicts lay scattered around me, each with bullet holes in their heads. I was on the verge of collapse, but I forced myself to suppress the fatigue. Applause was heard from above, and I bowed in formal acknowledgement toward the unseen emperor. The door opened, and I returned to where the guard captain and my fellow cadets were waiting. Ballistic trajectory control techniques aren't in the cadet curriculum yet, are they? The commander remarked, looking at me. Until now, I hadn't known this technique even had a name. I just copied what the previous cadet did, I replied honestly. There was no reason to hide it, and besides, I was eager to finish speaking and rest. I felt as though I could collapse at any moment. That wasn't an exaggeration. Ilay Karthika is from a renowned household. He was already taught the curriculum in advance. It's different from an orphanage kid like you using ballistic control. I wasn't sure how to respond. Excessive modesty wouldn't look good, but neither would arrogance. This was one of those times when diplomacy was required. Diplomacy, one of my weakest skills. Before I could finish, the commander patted me on the shoulder. "I'm not interrogating you, it's praise. Now go and get some rest. And don't forget to get your prosthetics repaired." The commander extended one of his hands toward my face. I frowned in confusion. The commander was smiling coldly. His rough hands were approaching my right eye. The commander had extracted my right eyeball. My eye was no synthetic implant. It was my real eye, connected to the optic nerve. He pressed my eyeball between his thumb and forefinger until it burst. Fear, bewilderment, and confusion. The colors of my emotions shifted rapidly within me. The pain was trivial. There was only an empty sense of physical loss. It was a pain I could tolerate, nothing compared to pain tolerance training. Instead, a cold clarity seeped into my mind. Even having lost an eye, I didn't lose my composure. It was just an eye they'd remove someday anyway. My body would eventually be replaced with a full prosthetic. While you're at it, I would like to request an eye that has the feature to predict trajectories. The commander's eyes widened, and he laughed. Apparently, he was pleased with my response. I'd heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. Knock, knock. Even the knock sounded neat. "I am Ilay Karthika. Luca, I wish to speak with you." Ilay Karthika. I knew him well. The gun-wielding cadet who had fought the death row inmates before me, that was Ilay. "Come in." I greeted Ilay, sitting in a formal posture. The door opened, and Ilay entered my room. Ilay Karthika, a boy from a renowned household. His brilliant blonde hair and bright blue eyes gave him an aristocratic appearance. Even without mentioning his name or background, people would view him as a noble young man. Even the plain gray cadet uniform suited him elegantly. I watched you today as you fought the death row inmate. Quite impressive. If you came here wanting to exchange flattering words and foster some kind of friendship, you've come to the wrong person, young master. Logically, there was no need to speak so aggressively. But, perhaps because my nervous system was worn out, it was hard to hold back my irritation. It was as if I hadn't slept in days. I was in a rather sensitive state. Well, that was just an excuse. I knew there was a deeper reason behind my sharp attitude. The root cause was my jealousy. Coming from the orphanage, a place for those of us without even a two-digit status, I couldn't exactly welcome a noble boy of my own age with open arms. Ile simply shrugged and pulled a pill from his pocket. If you take this, it'll temporarily reduce your nervous system's sensitivity. It'll help you rest more efficiently. I don't need it. With that level of fatigue, it'll affect your training tomorrow. You know as well as I do that this isn't something you can just push through with sheer willpower. You're exceptional, after all. I closed my eyes and sighed. Ile was right. I was well aware of my current condition. I was being swayed by inefficient emotions. I reached out and took the pill. It was a type of sensory suppressor. The effect kicked in almost immediately. It was nothing like knockoffs made in the streets. Even as my senses dulled, it didn't feel unpleasant. It was a soothing sensation, akin to the warm ease just before drifting off to sleep. Your skills weren't half bad either, Ile. I just did what I saw you do. Ile was a marksman who could hit a bullet with another bullet. Had I not witnessed it up close, I wouldn't have even considered deflecting bullets with my blade. It's more impressive to pull off something you've never learned on the spot. As you can see, I have a mechanical eye for combat, so it's not hard to calculate trajectory. But you pulled off with just your instinct. Ile tapped his eye with his finger. His words didn't seem insincere. It felt like he was genuinely complimenting me. So, what brings you here? I heard you're an irregular from an orphanage. I wanted to hear about that. I've never been to the lower sector. It was a comment that could have come off as offensive. The well-off young master is curious about life at the bottom, apparently. But his tone was careful and polite. Above all, I sensed genuine curiosity. There's nothing much to tell. The streets are filthy, and the people are rough, more than rough, really, they're brutal. Junkies with busted limbs drag themselves through the back alleys, collapse from whatever drugs they're on. Even knowing it's dangerous, starving kids sneak out of the orphanage at night to scour the garbage heaps. Only cadets who pass the initial selection process are brought into the guards training program. Almost no one drops out halfway. The ones who couldn't endure probably paid extra to have their results altered. Is it really possible to manipulate the selection process results? I asked again. Ile's grin deepened. There's no proof, but my gut tells me so. The empire has been divided by rank and class for far too long. The illusion of meritocracy is slowly fading. With enough status and wealth, even the incompetent can make themselves appear competent. Luca, those like you without any support system have never failed the advanced soldier cultivation process. They can't meddle with you using money or tricks. Only those who are truly exceptional make it. It's strange that they even have a special title like irregular for people like you. Of course, with his powerful background, he could afford to speak this freely. If I held similar thoughts, I'd never dare to voice them. In fact, I'd never even considered them. Could nobles really be incompetent? I had never thought of such a thing. Nobles were superior, while commoners, especially those from the lower classes, were incompetent. The empire provided fair opportunities to all citizens through the selection process. Failure to seize that opportunity was seen as proof of incompetence, condemning one to an unsuccessful life. Luca, I know what you're thinking right now, but you only got this chance because your talent was undeniable. Letting someone as gifted as you stay outside the system would be more dangerous. Rather than letting a spark turn into an uncontrollable blaze, they'd rather bring it into the oven. The sound of gunfire partly masked Ile's voice. He fired in rapid succession, each bullet piercing the same spot, leaving only a single hole in the target. And when an irregular like you, who rose from the bottom, succeeds, people can convince themselves that if they fail, it's because of their own lack of ability and accept the system as it is. The more I listened, the more dangerous Ile's words sounded. Instinctively, I felt repulsed. In my view of the world, nothing he was saying made any sense. If I were to report exactly what you said to the headquarters, you won't be able to get away with it, even if you're a Karthika. Ile looked at me with an unwavering smile, his finger still pulling the trigger. Even while looking away, his aim remained impeccable. I know you won't do it. If you truly intended to report me, you wouldn't have even mentioned it in the first place. Thanks for worrying about me, Luca. Ile spoke as if he were reading my mind. It annoyed me because he was right. The Akresha Empire had two long-standing adversaries, the Bellotto Federation and the Holy Korite Alliance. Both were nations that had settled on planet Novus before the Empire. Opportunists who mistake cowardice for wisdom. That was what we thought of the Bellotto Federation. Hypocritical zealots who preach sweet peace and justice while preparing for war. The Holy Korite Alliance wasn't viewed any better. If anything, they were considered slightly more tolerable than Bellotto, but only barely. The Empire scorned Bellotto and regarded Korite as an enemy. But there were those we viewed with even greater contempt. Bellotto and Korite, both branches from humanity's original roots on Earth, at least had some basis for mutual cooperation. There were times in the past when they'd reluctantly allied together. After all, they were still human, but entirely different alien species, who shared no such roots, weren't even worth associating with. Seeing aliens within the Empire was rare. If a foreign species happened to become a victim of a crime within the Empire, they received no protection or even the right to defend themselves. To us, discrimination against alien species felt entirely natural. Aliens had always tried to deceive and exploit the Empire. If we extended a hand of goodwill, they would only cut it off and steal it. That's the knowledge I'd heard and learned countless times. Yet I'd never personally encountered aliens, or even Bellotto or Korite people, for that matter. Today would be the first time I'd see a Koritan. But it wouldn't be a pleasant meeting. There would be bloodshed, though not ours, only theirs. Luca and Ile will act as platoon leaders in this training. If any trainee has an issue with that, stand up and leave. The cadets remained silent. No one objected to making Ile and me the platoon leaders. Beyond that canyon lies a Koritan outpost illegally occupying our territory. The commander pointed with his index finger toward a place beyond our sight. Drawing out his words, he finally issued the order. No prisoners. Kill them all. This was also part of our training. Without needing further instruction, the cadets gathered around Ile and me. Our only weapons were melee weapons of personal preference and a single handgun each. The handguns we were issued were so low-powered they couldn't even pierce lightweight combat armor. They were practically meant for last resort suicide or close quarters execution. Luca, see that. Our distinguished senior is watching us from afar. Ile spoke, drinking from his water. Unmistakably the Legion. The full-body mechanical armor of the Imperial Guard. It looked like a steel giant standing among the trees. Officially, he was there to protect us. But his presence also served another purpose: surveillance. Surveillance. What exactly was he watching for? My right mechanical eye was worth every penny, enhancing its detection across the visible light spectrum and allowing me to perceive the surrounding objects. The enhanced and corrected view was as clear as daylight. I saw two Koritans standing on the cliff edge. They wore clothes that billowed in the wind, the loose sleeves and hems fluttering. Their once white clothing now appeared worn, faded, and nearly gray. With my attack as the signal, a silent massacre began. The cadets and I stormed the outpost, slashing and stabbing everyone in sight. The alarm belatedly echoed throughout the outpost. The front of the base grew chaotic as guards stationed at the perimeter rushed toward us. Upon seeing our precise movements and attire, they instantly recognized who we were. Fear gripped them immediately. They were already as good as defeated before even putting up a fight. Too easy. It seemed that Ile and I alone could wipe out this outpost. As expected, it was only natural. After all, we were destined to become elite soldiers of the Empire. I walked through the chaotic interior of the outpost as if I were taking a casual stroll. I turned my head at the sound. A Koritan boy was crawling along the ground. At first, I thought he might be injured. He's just too scared to even move properly. He wasn't using his perfectly healthy legs. Pathetic. The boy, still frantically calling for his mother, sensed my presence and raised his head. I hesitated for a moment, meeting his gaze. For the welfare of the Empire's citizens and the glory of His Majesty, I mouthed the words silently, attempting to steady my mind. But an uneasy feeling crept over me, and I halted my hand. If only the boy had a knife or a gun in his hands, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd cleanly sever his neck, a non-combatant who offers no resistance. But my orders were to kill every Koritan here. I drove my sword downward. It grazed the back of the boy's neck. Lie down like you're dead. Then you might survive, I whispered while pulling the sword free. My heart was stirring with doubt and unease. If another cadet noticed my actions, my life could be in danger. A wave of guilt suddenly swept over me. This isn't right, Luca. The Empire's command is absolute. It must not be disobeyed. Even now, I should slit the boy's throat. I bit my lower lip, glaring down at him fiercely. The Empire's orders were pushing against my back and my hands. My body wanted to act not of my own will but by the Empire's will. And I didn't like that. I hesitated. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced through the boy's head. He was likely dead before he even registered it. Ile. I looked toward the origin of the gunshot. Ile stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, smoke lazily drifting from his pistol. He looked at me, shaking his head slightly from side to side. It meant he'd seen everything. But it was Ile, and because of that, I felt relieved. If it had been any cadet other than Ile who saw me hesitate, I would have had to find a way to silence that cadet, by persuasion or, if that failed, by any means necessary. Ile won't report my hesitation to the superiors. In any case, today's fool is me. My mind snapped back into focus. I realized exactly what I had almost done. I'd nearly endangered both myself and my comrades by sparing some nameless Khoritan boy out of misplaced mercy. I looked back up at Ile on the rooftop, intending to at least nod in thanks. But at that moment, the air distorted beside Ile. I opened my eyes wide. Even my military-grade mechanical eye couldn't immediately process what was happening. It was a phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. Bang! An explosion erupted next to Ile. It wasn't caused by a projectile. The air around him had simply warped and then expanded violently. "You worthless bastards," a rough voice boomed out. "There's a force user. I was careless. I've got no excuse." He seemed to have shielded his head and body with his arms and legs, sparing his life. His limbs, which had absorbed the brunt of the blast, were now exposed, with components and bundles of wires sticking out. "I'll handle it. You stay put." I focused on the clearing at the center of the outpost. That's where the disturbance was coming from. Force. It was my first time encountering one in person. Force users could create phenomena that defied the laws of physics. The explosion that had struck Ile was one such phenomenon. Did the commander of the Imperial Guard know there was a Force user here? If they'd given us a warning, Ile might have avoided injury. I shook my head as I ran toward the clearing. A foolish thought. We should have been prepared for anything. Ile was injured because he was careless, and his carelessness was also partly because of me. Because of my hesitation, Ile was injured. For the first time in a long while, I felt disgusted with myself. Don't ever let this happen again, Luca. In the clearing, the fight between the Force user and the cadets was already underway. This isn't a military base. It's a settlement. The people you killed were just trying to survive. The Force user's shout was filled with rage. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but a faint blue aura rippled over his skin. His loose Khoritan clothing billowed around him, defying gravity. Bang! Explosions erupted in the direction the Force user gestured. His rage-fueled attacks swept the cadets off their feet, flinging them in all directions. It was my first time fighting a Force user, but I'd already learned how to handle one. Today was simply the day to put it into practice. It's never as simple in the field as it is in theory, but I gripped my sword in one hand and my pistol in the other as I charged forward. "I'll take care of this guy," I signaled to the other cadets. We hadn't yet fully secured the outpost. Following my directions, the cadets dispersed to finish taking control of it. "You bastards. Come on, come at me." As the cadets scattered, the Force user became visibly flustered. So he was planning to act as a decoy on his own. There's no need for us to fall for that. I focused on the Force user's arm. In order for one to use Force, the user needs to perform a preparatory action. If I watch his actions, I can react accordingly. The Force user's ability revolved around explosions, following a clear cause and effect sequence, like pulling a trigger to fire a bullet. He determined the direction of each explosion with a hand gesture, and just before each blast, a necklace wrapped like a chain around his hand would glow blue. That necklace was the catalyst for his ability. Hand gesture, the light reaction of the catalyst, and then the explosion. That was the sequence. Now that I understood the process, I had plenty of time to evade. Dodging bullets was harder. It was only due to the unfamiliar nature of his attacks that the other cadets had fallen so easily. Boom! An explosion went off beside me. I moved only at the last moment, speeding up just before each blast. The Force user furrowed his brows, watching my unpredictable movements. I lunged straight forward. The Force user stood at the end of my path. Faster, I ignored the pain. If my body broke down, the Empire would fix it. As long as my head remained intact, the rest would be dealt with somehow. The Force user steadied his breath and thrust both hands out in front of him. Seeing the glow of the catalyst necklace, I anticipated an explosion and accelerated. But the explosion I expected didn't happen. My heart dropped. The scythe of death brushed against the back of my neck. A fraction of a second later, the air in front of me warped. The Force user knew how to wield his ability skillfully. His quick adaptability suggested he had extensive combat experience. If I pull back now, my body was accelerating too much to stop. Slamming on the brakes would shatter my hip joints. Even if I survived this moment, I wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The explosion went off right behind me. Scorching pain slashed across my back. In a critical moment, pain had to be ignored. I didn't pay attention to the state of my body. I raised my head to look at his face. He, too, was looking at mine. Now that I see you up close, you're just a kid, the Force user muttered faintly as he lowered his hand. The Force aura that had gathered in his hand dispersed, brushing past me before dissipating entirely. There was no explosion. Thud, the light faded from the Force user's eyes. His lifeless body collapsed weakly to the ground. The Force user had a profound impact on me. My back, battered by the explosion, was a total wreck, devoid of any intact spot. My pelvis and hip joints, damaged from high-speed maneuvers, had turned pitch black with necrosis. By the time I drifted in and out of anesthesia a few times, the surgery had been completed. The Force user's final moments replayed endlessly in my mind. The Force user withdrew his attack at the end. He didn't kill me. No matter how many times I thought about it, I reached the same conclusion. The Force user had let me live. He'd looked closely at my face, then withdrawn his hand with a bitter smile. I also tried to spare the Khoritan boy, but that's because he was a non-combatant, incapable of killing me. I found it hard to forget the Force user's last words. He had looked at me and called me a kid. I am already a warrior, a soldier. If you spared me simply because I was a kid, you're a fool. It infuriated me. If there was any way, I wanted to bring him back to life and fight him once more. Thanks to the old man's pathetic mercy, I survived. I don't believe in an afterlife, but if there is a world beyond, I hope he's watching me from there. I'm going to kill more Khoritans in the future. Watch your own people die by my hand and regret it, even from the afterlife. That was my revenge on him. I would never make the same mistake he did. During free time, many cadets gathered at the training grounds. Luca, my arm was completely wrecked in the fight, so I upgraded to a better one. Think you can handle it? You're full of talk. Did you replace your arm, or was it your tongue? We threw punches and kicks in quick succession. We were only loosening up, moving just slowly enough to dodge each other. Of course, slow was a relative term. If any of those blows landed solidly, they'd have enough force and speed to break bones. Ile grumbled at the sudden increase in pace. I've always wanted to flatten that smug face of yours. Seems I raised a tiger cub. There was a hint of amusement in Ile's relaxed grin. Oh please, who's raising who? Now, let's go all out, Ile. I paused, taking a deep breath and focusing. I visualized expanding the bandwidth of my nervous system. Electrical signals and chemicals surged through the extended neural pathways, connecting my brain and body in perfect synchronization. I could see the pores on Ile's skin with my heightened vision. The opening was brief, but for me, it was more than enough time. Thud, I kicked his leg out from under him and slipped to the side. Thud, Ile fell and looked up at me. I waved my hand, which had started to smoke. The cadets who had been watching let out low exclamations and gasps of admiration. They could all tell that I'd turned the disadvantage around with a bit of quick thinking. I thought I'd win this time. Ile panted, chuckling. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, I always had the upper hand. If getting stronger were as easy as adding better parts, then why would we go through all this trouble? Luca, back then, it was a mistake. It won't happen again. I responded quickly. Hearing my words, Ile narrowed his eyes, giving a slightly forced smile. By now, I could read his expressions well enough to get a sense of his emotions. Most likely, Ile wasn't looking for this kind of canned response. He remained as unreadable as ever. The life of a cadet in the Imperial Guard lasted 4 years, and we were nearing the end of our second year. At this point, a new class joined beneath us, and most of our instructors who had trained us had moved over to them, making themselves scarce around us. You two are capable of aiming for the Centurion rank. Strive forward for His Majesty the Emperor and the citizens of the Empire. Our head instructor, who had overseen us for the past 2 years, said this before he transferred to the new class. By you two, he was referring to me and Ile. By the second year, the hierarchy among classmates was also fully set. Any talent that might blossom had already done so. Centurion. The organization of the Imperial Guard was straightforward. There were 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen, consisting of 10 centuries all commanded by a chief centurion. The commander of the guards, the chief centurion, is also the centurion of the first century. The remaining 9 centuries were divided according to service length and role. For a cadet like me, who had completed full-body mechanization, The first post was in the 10th century, the lowest ranking unit consisting of rookies. After gaining experience in the 10th century, one could advance up to the 5th century, and beyond that, each would be assigned to one of the 1st to 5th upper centuries based on specialty and role. If I became the 10th centurion, promotion would come fast. It'd mean being recognized as outstanding among new Imperial Guardsmen. The position was one that any cadet with high training scores aimed for. I'm not particularly ambitious about becoming a centurion. Luca, do you want to be a centurion? When we were alone, Ile spoke with his usual carefree tone. Unlike you, I have nowhere to return to. If I don't rise, I'll only sink. With an Imperial Guard record, you'll be treated as an elite wherever you go. You're now in a place that doesn't care about where you come from. Try to relax a little. Ile tapped his fist lightly against my chest as he spoke. Suddenly, a question about Ile arose. Why does Ile want to become an Imperial Guardsman? Ile was incredibly talented. Honestly, I thought when it came to talent he surpassed me. The difference was, Ile didn't push himself as desperately as I did. He seemed to take everything lightly, yet his results were similar to mine. I originally wanted to be a scholar, an archaeologist who delves into the mysteries of ancient arcane civilizations. An archaeologist. It was the first time I'd heard of such a job. At my question, Ile smiled a light, almost whimsical smile. In Bellotto or Korite, it's a somewhat promising career. The arcane civilizations have endless secrets to uncover. I fell silent for a moment. Just as Ile had shielded my naive act of mercy, I, too, refrained from reporting his subversive words to the higher-ups. If that's what you want, then just go for it. In the Empire, studying arcane civilizations without permission is forbidden. And besides, my family wouldn't allow me to do anything other than serve as a soldier. A noble house earns its reputation by consistently producing talent in a particular field. Ile spoke as if he bore the weight of the world's sorrows, his eyes filled with melancholy. Are you saying it's sad you can't do what you want? What a pampered complaint. I was angry. This time, I meant it. The city's underbelly was filled with people who didn't even have the guarantee of surviving each day. Wanting to do something was a luxury. For them, work that kept them alive was what mattered. You're right. To you, my words probably sound like a spoiled complaint. But for me, it's real. My family doesn't know about my dream. You're the only one I've told, Luca. If I reported what you just told me, you'd be finished. But you won't do that, just like I kept your secret. I frowned, studying Ile's face. I only hesitated because he was a non-combatant. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have killed him in the end. The commander ordered us to kill all the Koritans there. The fact that you hesitated at all means you're someone who could defy orders from the top. Don't spout nonsense. I'm loyal to the Empire and the Emperor. They acknowledged my talents. The Empire's enemies are my enemies. Ile looked at me, then moved his lips. Even if that enemy is me. Whoever it may be. I spoke with hostility. It was now clear. Ile Karthika was dangerous. There was a possibility he could become an enemy of the Empire. Luca, if you truly went beyond loyalty to pure obedience, you'd be trying to kill me right now. I didn't respond to Ile's words. I only glared at him sharply. That reckless bastard, I muttered as I watched Ile's retreating figure. Ile lacked nothing. Status, talent, everything one could envy, yet he was chasing after something strange. You'll end up dead that way, idiot. I sighed involuntarily. For cadets in their 3rd year, after basic training, it was a continuous cycle of live operations. It was also a period when casualties increased. The place we were stepping into was an uncharted neutral zone. It wasn't yet under anyone's territory. Anyone we encountered here could be considered an enemy. Ile isn't his usual self. His face didn't show any signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed visibly excited. Is he really that thrilled just to see an arcane ruin? The arcane ruins were the target of this reconnaissance mission. The site was surrounded by waves that interfered with monitoring, so we had to conduct an on-site inspection. I stood up, patting Ile's shoulder. It was our turn to stand watch. Isn't it amazing? There were civilizations that explored the stars before we humans even existed. Ile chattered excitedly. I couldn't share his fascination and merely shrugged. The ancient arcane civilization. I knew only the basics. I'd heard it was a civilization that spanned the entire universe in the distant past. Traces of it remained wherever one went in space. I don't care about the arcane or whatever. They're just people who died ages ago. Despite my negative reaction, Ile neither looked disappointed nor offended. Luca, it's because of the past that we have the present, and that record allows us to predict the future. Even though Ile explained it like it was profound, it didn't resonate with me. After resting and recovering, we prepared to move again. Just before setting out, one of the cadets approached me. Claude Ramonis. The Ramonis family wasn't as influential as the Karthika family, but it was still a notable household. Even as someone from the lowest ranks, my cadet life among noble heirs had taught me about the subtle balances and power structures within noble families. Luca, I have a younger sister. Claude Ramonis brought this up out of nowhere. I tilted my head, puzzled. So, if you're not involved with anyone, I'd like to introduce you to my sister. I'm an orphanage kid. There wasn't a single cadet who didn't know my background. Whether you're from an orphanage or a noble family, we'll end up as Imperial guards all the same. Who knows? You might even be my superior one day. I looked at Claude's face. He wasn't teasing, nor was he speaking casually. He's serious. I'm not asking you to answer right now. Just think about it. Claude nodded and stepped back. Ile, who had overheard my conversation with Claude, nudged my arm with his elbow. Quite popular, Luca. Shut up. When Ile's hand touched the silvery metal pillar, a faint blue light rippled from the point of contact before dissipating. This structure is millions of years old, yet it still has an energy response. Ile couldn't hide his awe. Ile, we're on a mission here. I frowned. Oh, sorry. For a moment, it seemed like Ile had forgotten the mission entirely. His face was filled with wonder, open and unguarded like that of a child. There's something in front of us. Inside the ruins stood 6 massive pillars. At the center of them was a pedestal that looked almost like an altar. I opened my eyes wide. Above the pedestal, a cube was hovering, rotating in midair. It was about the size of a human head, and with each rotation, the color of its sides changed. A continuous sound of gears seemed to echo from within, as if machinery inside was interlocking. And beneath that cube stood someone. The moment I identified them, my face froze and then twisted. Damn, every nerve in my body was on edge. My instincts and reason were both screaming danger. If the Empire had the Imperial Guard, then the Holy Korite Alliance had the Paladin. One of those Paladin was standing right in front of us. I recognized it instantly just from the armor. The elaborate armor, adorned with fine detail, was a mix of blue and white. Melee weapons like a spear and sword were strapped to his back and waist. The Khoritan Paladin turned his head. A blue light flickered from within his helmet. His gaze was fixed directly on us. The Paladin made a gesture. The spear on his back glowed with a blue light, lifting into the air by itself. The spear shone brightly as if the light was engulfing it. The brilliant light was paradoxically chilling. We knew instinctively that it was dangerous. Khoritan Paladin were unparalleled masters of force abilities. Fly. I couldn't finish my sentence. Everything happened in an instant. Just as the spear disappeared, it whizzed past me. Crunch. The spear had pierced straight through Claude's temple. The spear continued through his body, impaling him, before embedding itself into a pillar. Claude was dead, and I was next. Blood streamed down Claude's face, whose head was impaled by the spear. Though his brain had ceased, his body trembled with residual signals, like the last echoes of consciousness. There was no time for prayers. The spear embedded in Claude's head glowed once more. That light was force. A thin thread of the aura connected it to the Paladin's hand. With the Paladin's body encased in armor, it was nearly impossible to distinguish what was serving as the force's catalyst. The spear of the Paladin shimmered again, transforming back into light, and withdrew from Claude's head. The light slashed through the air. The spear, now in physical form again, returned to the Paladin's hand. A headache flared up. My right mechanical eye switched to combat mode, attempting to predict the spear's trajectory. All it produced was a flood of errors. There was no way to calculate it. The force's powers, which defied physical laws, were beyond computation. The Paladin of the Holy Korite Alliance distorted space and transformed matter into light. Forget these meaningless calculations. I dismissed the trajectory prediction function of my right eye and shut it off. I had to rely on my instincts and intuition, not the computer's calculations. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Cadets who were covering Claude and me opened fire. They tried to maneuver closer to my position while shooting. We were competent soldiers, but fully armored paladins were not foes we could handle with our combat abilities. His combat prowess rivaled that of an Imperial Guard equipped with the Legion. Even if we tried to escape, there was no escaping the paladin's reach. We had to fight to buy time. The Imperial Guard reinforcements will come. An Imperial Guard member observing us was likely on their way right now. The wait would last only a few seconds, but each of those seconds felt unbearably long. The paladin's spear was glowing once more. It was hard to tell when to dodge, even though I saw it coming. But I couldn't hesitate. I crouched down, tucking my body and legs tightly before diving to the side and rolling away instinctively. Then I dove to the side, rolling away instinctively. Whoosh! The spear appeared where my head had just been. The trailing glow of force lingered behind it like a tail. I wanted to check the paladin's next move, but even dodging the spear aimed at my back was overwhelming. The floating spear spun around, changing direction. Its tip was now aimed at me. It seemed impossible to dodge this time. After Claude, I would be the next to die. Yes, I had lost this battle before it even began. I had believed I couldn't withstand this enemy and had only run, cornered into a dead end. Like a pig being led to slaughter. When the enemy swung their sword, I had to swing mine. That was the way to survive on the battlefield. Showing your back only meant a bullet in the back of your head. I gripped the hilt with both hands. Underneath the synthetic skin, the circuits of my prosthetic arm glowed a deep red, like blood vessels. I pushed my energy output to the maximum. Before that spear disappears, I would strike first. I advanced and slashed at the spear hanging in midair. It was before the light of the force fully enveloped it. My interference triggered a force explosion. The spear, having lost control, spun wildly before embedding itself in the ground. The synthetic skin on my prosthetic arm peeled off in layers. My fingers, caught in the explosion, were broken, twisted, and left tattered. Current sparks flew from exposed wires. The spear has stopped for now. It looked like the connection between the paladin and the spear had been severed. I turned my gaze toward the paladin. The paladin pulled out a sword instead of the spear and lowered it. Light surrounded the blade. He swung the sword through the air repeatedly. The trail of the blade formed crescents of light, gathering into the shape of a crescent moon. There were 3 crescent blades in total. As soon as they took full form, they cut across the ground, racing forward. This was easier to predict than the spear. I thought I could dodge it, but this time, it wasn't aimed at me. The crescent blades descended on the cadets who were covering me. From behind, groans and low screams escaped. I couldn't tell how many were hit or killed. All of this unfolded in under 10 seconds, yet each moment felt unbearably long. Just as defeat began to feel inevitable, the rescuer we'd been waiting for arrived. Bang! I moved my pupils toward the sound. Eyes glowing red emerged, cutting through the underbrush. A member of the Imperial Guard, clad in the Legion full-body mechanical armor, emerged from the ruins. Stripped of all unnecessary and fragile organs, this being was a weapon unto itself. The pinnacle of the Empire's advanced technology had appeared in this place. The Imperial Guard, Legion, extended his hand and pulled the trigger. In his hand was a crude revolver. It was called a handgun, but its caliber and power were on par with artillery rounds. Boom! The bullet fired by the Imperial Guard struck the paladin repeatedly. Yet, the paladin appeared largely unharmed. The Imperial Guard tossed the gun to the ground, then reached toward his back. The paladin was a head shorter than the Imperial Guard, yet the intimidating aura of his force, visible as an aura of light, made him seem equally imposing. The two monsters exchanged no words. They acted as if it were only natural to consider each other mortal enemies. Only murderous intent and animosity passed between them. The Imperial Guard's halberd collided with the paladin's sword. Blue sparks and red embers burst forth, scattering toward each other. The movements of their weapons and arms were so swift they were nearly impossible to track. Their sounds and movements even fell out of sync. The paladin's shoulder armor shattered under the impact of the halberd. The sword sliced across the Imperial Guard's chest. The metallic exterior tore like fabric. The halberd and the sword clashed head-on, and a struggle of strength began. The Imperial Guard gripped the halberd with one hand and began pushing the paladin back. The paladin's body staggered, bending backward as though he might fall. The mechanical strength of the Imperial Guard seemed to give him the advantage. The Imperial Guard reached out with his free hand and grasped the paladin's face. A grinding sound came from the paladin's helmet as the metal dented. He seemed ready to crush the skull and seize the brain within. At a glance, it seemed like the Imperial Guard was winning. But the paladin pulled one of his hands away from the hilt, leaving just one hand gripping his sword. Even with only one hand, he was still holding his ground. The paladin, who had been losing ground with both hands, was now holding steady with just one. The paladin moved his free hand. His fingers twitched, re-establishing a force link with the spear that had flown away. If the spear was once again bound to his force, it would soon return to its luminous form. I had to stop the paladin from controlling the spear. I tried to grip my sword, but all my fingers were shattered. I couldn't hold it. While I hesitated, the spear embedded in the ground started to tremble, then rose up. The light around it intensified, enveloping the spear. It would soon aim for the Imperial Guard's head. Today, luck just wasn't on my side. An extreme solution came to mind. The only things I had left were my legs. I didn't even have time to sigh. I braced myself against the ground and leapt, spinning through the air. As I rotated mid-air, I brought my heel down hard on the spear shaft. With my powerful strike, the spear wobbled, tipping to the side. The spear, covered in light, disappeared. The resulting explosion threw me to the ground, and I rolled, hearing the sound of bones breaking all over my body. Lying on the ground, I moved only my eyes, trying to assess the situation. What happened? The spear had grazed past the Imperial Guard's head. It had missed it. My interference had helped, it seemed. The light around the paladin's armor was fading. But in exchange, the glow of force in his left hand grew even stronger. Boom. A force explosion at point-blank range. The impact was so immense that even the paladin was caught in it. It was, quite literally, a move of mutual destruction. The ground trembled as dust and smoke billowed upward. The Imperial Guard stood over my fallen head, reaching out his hand as if to lift me up. He didn't seem to know that he was already dead. If ghosts exist, would they look like this? I didn't take the Imperial Guard's hand. Instead, I spoke words that I probably shouldn't have. Are you really still alive, even in that state? The Imperial Guard flinched. He raised a hand, as if trying to feel his own head. His hand swept through empty air. Only then did he seem to realize that his head was gone. He continued to swipe at the place where his head used to be, then let out a scream. The hollow sound that escaped his throat was hoarse, the voice lost along with his vocal cords. The Imperial Guard knelt down and collapsed beside my head. He had lost the final piece of his natural body. The moment he became aware of that, he met his complete death. All signals from the computational device that had been assisting his prosthetic movements ceased. Lying there, I looked up at the headless Imperial Guard, striving to become a monster like this all this time. Undergoing full-body mechanization, eventually being granted Legion, the symbol of the Imperial Guard. It had been my only goal in life. But for the first time, a different thought surfaced. Legion might not be liberation from a weak body, it might be a prison for the mind. The thrill of battle had faded, leaving only the crushing weight of pain and death pressing in on me. Only then did I notice that my side had been torn open in a long gash. Blood was streaming out in torrents. If I wasn't careful, my insides would spill out, offering an unpleasant view. Footsteps echoed. I raised my head slightly, gazing ahead. I wasn't the only survivor. You're alive, Luca. Ile, missing an arm, staggered toward me. The others? I asked, and Ile slowly shook his head. They've all been cut in half, whether sideways or up and down. It looked like the paladin's sword aura had hit its mark. Only Ile and I survived. Luca, you're badly wounded. If this goes on, you'll die. I know, even if you don't say it. Ile checked over my condition, but his expression was odd. His gaze kept glancing eastward, over and over. Yes, Ile Karthika, your heart's set in that direction, isn't it? Now's a good chance. An official missing in action during a mission. It's a clean wrap-up. It wouldn't be strange if a single body wasn't found. Our empire lay to the west. To the east was the territory of Korite and Bellado. Ile had always wanted to leave the empire. Even if he never directly said it, I could tell. If you're going to go, go now. Don't think about trying to heal me. The follow-up unit will be here soon. I lay there, watching Ile. He looked at me with a distant gaze, then turned his eyes away. Ile walked past me. His footsteps grew fainter as he moved away. I couldn't understand Ile's thoughts or actions. He had both the talent and background that anyone in the Empire would envy. His life was practically guaranteed to be one of success. And yet, Ile was abandoning it all to leave the Empire. No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand you, Ile. But I could respect it. I wanted Ile to live as he wished. If I was lucky, maybe I'd hold out until the follow-up unit arrived. If not, then it's the afterlife for me. I took a slow, steady breath. I closed my eyes, then opened them, staring at the stars. It wasn't a terrible feeling. The footsteps, which had faded, began to grow closer again. I let out a laugh, mixed with a sigh. All laughing hurts. What are you doing, you idiot? I looked at Ile, who had returned. He knelt down, pressed one hand against the bleeding wound on my side, and began administering first aid. Maybe I really am an idiot, just like you said. Ile smiled wryly as he spoke. Once I was taken back to the Empire, I was summoned from place to place as soon as I recovered. It seemed this relic site mission had become a major issue for the higher-ups. Even senior officials, whose titles alone gave me a headache, came to hear my report. They discussed complex political matters in front of me, speculating about potential diplomatic friction with the Holy Korite Alliance. An Imperial Guard had died, and 3 cadets had lost their lives. But that wasn't why this was causing such a fuss. Imperial soldiers dying was an everyday occurrence. I was flipping through a catalog of cybernetic products. What I had now were temporary prosthetic arms and legs, which allowed only basic functionality for daily life. The lack of power energy output for combat left me feeling like I was shackled, with a heavy sense of restriction on my limbs. They found an artifact at the site we visited. There's a lot of debate over who owns it, Ile said. True to his background in a renowned household, he was well informed on matters like these. An arcane artifact. I remembered the cube spinning in the center of the site. I'd suspected it was no ordinary object, but I hadn't realized it was an artifact. Have they recovered it? They're forming a recovery team made up of experts. For now, the Imperial Guard is protecting the site. It's worth it. Some artifacts can serve as strategic resources for the nation. If the Holy Alliance doesn't let go of this historic site and artifact, a fairly large battle could break out. It won't escalate into an all-out war, though. All-out war was something every nation sought to avoid. The Akresha Empire, the Holy Korite Alliance, the Bellado Federation. If any two of these countries engaged in all-out war, the remaining one would reap considerable benefits. For that reason, each nation continued to wage limited conflicts, containing the losses to manageable levels. It wasn't something that mattered much to me. Well, it mattered in some sense, but I wasn't interested. In the end, it was just work for the high-ranking officials involved in politics. All I had to do was fight when ordered. That's what it meant to be a soldier, a member of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard. I recalled the Imperial Guard who had met his end at the relic site. Even after his head had been blown off, he'd move like a ghost. A phantom effect caused by residual signals. The Imperial Guard captain had dismissed it with that explanation after hearing my report. A predictable answer, and not the answer I wanted. He listened to my words and responded even after death. It wasn't just some phantom effect. The questions remained unresolved, lingering in my heart. But I wasn't foolish enough to delve into what the higher-ups wouldn't answer. I found myself lost in thought, unable to turn even a single page of the catalog. Luca, for the prosthetic arm, I would recommend the F-24 Ruse model. The adjustment period is short, so you'll be back in action sooner, and its performance is even better than the one you had before. Ile leaned in beside me, pointing at the catalog. I glanced at Ile. He looked calm. He hadn't run from the Empire. Instead, he'd chosen to save me. A visitation room. It was a place where cadets could meet with acquaintances or family members. As someone from an orphanage, it was a place that had no connection to me whatsoever. Well, I scratched my neck, staring forward. I didn't know what I was supposed to say. Sitting in front of me was a girl who'd come to see me. I already knew who my visitor was. Lillian Ramones. She was the younger sister of Claude Ramones, who had recently died. Lillian was still dressed in black mourning clothes. I felt uncomfortable in many ways. After all, I had been the captain on the mission in which Claude died. It would be proper for me to accept whatever accusations she has. I mentally prepared myself and waited for Lillian to speak. She simply looked at me in silence. Claude spoke a lot about you, Luca. It was an unexpected comment. Tilting my head slightly, I expressed my curiosity. About me. He said he had a capable friend among his peers. He even asked me if I'd consider meeting you. Claude had tried to set me up with Lillian. It seemed he'd already mentioned me to her on multiple occasions. Are you aware of my background? That's why it's actually better. I was even more puzzled. As Lillian Ramones, she could likely marry a young man from a family far more prestigious. In this vast empire, there were certainly people with a stronger background and more ability than me. Better, you say. It means fewer unnecessary steps between us. How about you? Lillian leaned forward, propping her chin up with both hands. Her direct approach only made me more uneasy. I would have preferred the straightforward chaos of a battlefield filled with whizzing bullets. I don't know much about you, Lillian. This was the most polite rejection I could muster. Engaging in this kind of conversation, which didn't suit me, was already making my tongue itch. We could get to know each other from now on, couldn't we? I don't know much about you either. This woman wasn't easy. Despite her relaxed expression, she was relentless. I need a bit of time to think about it. I think it's a good opportunity for you as well. Others would be envious, you know. I flinched. Conditions that others would envy. On reflection, there was nothing wrong with what Lillian said. This was a chance to be connected with a woman from a distinguished family. If I wanted to rise higher, I would need connections and family influence. Lillian could provide that for me. Ideal. For a man in my position, a woman like Lillian would be desirable. But it was what others would want, not what I wanted. Suddenly, I thought of Ile Karthika. Despite having all the privileges that others envied, he wanted to escape the Empire. I'd always thought it was an incredibly foolish thing to do. So this is what it was. Turning down Lillian's proposal would be just as foolish. But right now, I wanted to do exactly that. Luca. Lillian tilted her head, looking at me. I gave my answer. I refuse. I kept it brief, without any flowery language. For the first time, a flicker appeared in Lillian's eyes. She was probably running through 1,000 thoughts in her mind. I rose from my seat. Even if Lillian felt insulted, I couldn't help it. If I tried to decline politely, I had a feeling she'd cling to me to the end. Lillian grabbed my wrist in a firm grip, stronger than I'd expected. I must have been rushing things, Luca. No, that's not. She cut me off, smiling. Let's start as friends. I'll come see you again. She released my wrist and spoke, then walked out of the visitation room before I could respond. Not easy, I murmured to myself. She was a difficult woman in more ways than one. I went to find Kinuan, the hand-to-hand combat instructor. It wasn't unusual for cadets to visit instructors for personal reasons. Especially by the third year, after completing basic training, cadets would identify areas where they needed improvement and build their own training curriculum. It's unusual for you to come looking for me. If it's hand-to-hand combat, there's nothing more for you to learn. You're already excellent. Even among past cadets, few were more skilled in combat than you. Interpreted another way, it meant that there were still those better than me. Being excellence at the cadet level isn't enough. There was no point in dragging this out. I got straight to the point. There's no need to be greedy. I could barely sit back and watch as the Imperial Guard and the Holy Korite Alliance's paladin fought. Well, of course, isn't that because you're still a cadet? I read the reports and records myself. You carried out your role admirably, using your abilities to the fullest. Kinuan chuckled slightly. Strictly speaking, I failed the mission. My fellow cadets, including Claude, had died under my command. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the Imperial Guard, we would have been annihilated. You were up against an opponent you couldn't defeat, even at full strength. It wasn't your fault. That was a failure of the upper ranks. In fact, your evaluation has only risen since that mission. My right mechanical eye analyzed Kinuan's full-body prosthetic. It was a low-power, everyday model. Other instructors and members of the Imperial Guard used combat-level specifications, even during downtime. If we're just talking about the grip strength of my prosthetic arm, I'm at least 10 times stronger. Overall, my specs were much better. My only disadvantage was that I didn't have a full-body prosthetic, making the durability of my biological parts weaker. I regulated my breathing, gathering my full strength. The Empire's martial arts prioritized lethality and efficiency. Strikes aimed for vital points with the shortest, quickest motions. I moved with textbook form, springing forward with my body's momentum. My probing punch aimed for Kinuan's face. Though it was light, a direct hit would likely crush his skull. Kinuan smoothly tilted his head to dodge my punch. I hadn't expected such an attack to land on him anyway. Close the distance with the strike. I extended my other fist, fingers loosely spread to grab hold of Kinuan at any moment. If any of Kinuan's limbs got caught in my grasp, I could twist and rip it out at the joint. Tap. Kinuan lightly tapped the inside of my wrist with the back of his hand, gently pushing it aside. With this simple motion, my body tilted. My arm and torso wobbled, like a train derailing off track. My unsteady foot faltered. I didn't try to steady myself as I fell. Breaking my attack sequence would leave me open to counter. I was already within Kinuan's strike range. Instead, I pushed harder into the fall, catching myself with one hand on the floor, while swinging my unsteady leg up toward Kinuan's chin. Even I thought it was a sharp improvisation. I was secretly hopeful that this move would catch Kinuan off guard. I shifted my gaze to look at Kinuan. He was smiling. The moment I saw that smile, I was certain that I'd already lost. Kinuan brushed aside my kick with a downward push of his palm. My body spun through the air like a wheel. Unable to regain control, I fell flat on my back. What on earth? I couldn't hold back the words of amazement that escaped my lips. It was a kind of awe. Kinuan had only tapped me lightly. But each time he did, my body stumbled and lost its balance. In the end, he deflected my kick, twisting the force of my movement. This wasn't a technique found in the Empire's standard combat manual. At that moment, I was certain I'd made the right choice coming to him. It's a personal form of self-defense. Kinuan extended a hand to me as I lay on the ground. Is it something I could I started to ask but stopped mid-sentence. Kinuan's hand was visibly trembling. And it wasn't just his hand, his whole body quivered uncontrollably, a sign of malfunction in his neural functions. There's always a price to pay for shortcuts. Kinuan gave a bitter smile. Kinuan, having just sparred with me, sat in a meditative posture to regain his composure. Luca, what did you feel and learn during the sparring just now? Kinuan asked me, his eyes still closed. It felt like I was under a spell. My body moved out of my control, as if on its own. It hadn't been a pleasant experience. Until now, everything I'd learned had focused entirely on controlling one's own body, whether that body was flesh and blood or a mechanical prosthetic. But after sparring with Kinuan, it felt as if all the techniques I had learned became meaningless. It's called Archi's Victima. Usually, it's referred to as the Archi's combat method. Kinuan spoke, narrowing his eyes. The slight trembling of his clasped fingers had ceased. It meant his nervous system stabilization was complete. Archi's Victima. I'd heard of it before, yet my curiosity only grew. From what I know, Archi's Victima is a form of self-defense used by street thugs. It's not a proper combat method. I tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible. Frankly, it was the kind of crude technique often used by third-rate fighters. You're right. People think of it as one of those combat methods learned by gangs in the lower sectors. Nowadays, anyway, the lower sectors were poorly policed, forcing people to defend themselves frequently. Combat methods using prosthetics had spread in various forms like a trend, but most were worthless in real combat. There was no way the Arky's combat method, accessible even to back alley gangs, could be as impressive as it was. It was a combat method with significant depth. I think the Arky's combat method you demonstrated could even be adopted as one of the Empire's standard combat methods. I spoke candidly. Kinuan offered a faint smile. It's true, the higher-ups had considered it. But the Arky's combat method has 3 issues. Kinuan pointed upwards with his index finger, then held up 3 fingers. He seemed to be waiting for my response. After a moment of thought, I spoke. Is it that it's difficult to master? Even from that brief sparring session, I could sense how difficult it would be to master it. As expected of a prodigy, you're sharp, Luca. And the other 2. One of the remaining 2 was easy to guess. Is the cause of the brain dysfunction you're experiencing due to the Arky's combat method, instructor? Yes, and as for the last one, it's something you can't understand right now. Kinuan didn't disclose the final issue. If it means I can become stronger, I'm willing to accept that level of risk. Besides, I've heard that one of the side effects of the neurological chemical treatments we received includes brain dysfunction. That's not for you to decide. You are already the Empire's asset. Do you know how much has been invested in you so far? The cadet training program may seem extremely dangerous and harsh, but it's designed to stay within a level you all can overcome. With death at your side, your senses sharpen. Experiences gained on the edge of life and death aren't superficial, they're etched like a brand. This is why the cadet training maintained a level of danger where any mistake could lead to fatalities. Then, without outright rejecting it, why did you bring me here? I spoke rather aggressively, glancing at Kinuan to gauge his reaction. Using and learning the Arky's combat method doesn't immediately lead to dysfunction. But it's just a matter of time, whether sooner or later. You will be the first to feel any abnormalities in your brain. When that time comes, can you swear you'll stop using it? I must not answer falsely. Kinuan's pupils glinted faintly. He was a senior irregular, decades ahead of me. It would be foolish to underestimate him. For someone with his insight, a cunning lie would be obvious. I can't swear to it, but I will try my best. This was the best answer I could give. Come find me here at this time starting tomorrow. Fortunately, it seemed I'd answered correctly. Kinuan patted my shoulder. I nodded, intending to express my gratitude. My vision spun in an instant. Somehow, Kinuan had hooked his foot around my leg. No matter how strong one's energy output was, it was useless if one's feet were lifted off the ground. I've been caught off guard again. After knocked me down, Kinuan passed by my head and spoke. Luca, always prepare for an attack in front of me. Keep your senses expanded at all times. Yes, sir, I replied from where I lay. Hey, are you getting any proper sleep? Ile, who had just returned from a mission, spoke to me. It was the first time I'd seen him in half a month. Ile was definitely perceptive. Recently, I've been cutting back on sleep. Not just for a day or 2, I'd been sleeping less for nearly 2 weeks. It was all because of Kinuan's training. My condition was bound to be poor in every way. I've just got a lot going on. Anyway, how did your mission go? I shifted the topic. Ile shrugged his shoulders. It was boring, just taking care of a malfunctioning android. Every mission they send us on lately is like this. Feels like child's play. It's probably because of that last reconnaissance of the ruins. Even the higher-ups are being cautious. Don't you think that's also why the commander's been absent recently? No, that's not it. There must be something else going on. I've picked up a few things through my family's contact network. The Karthika family, Ile's family, had many high-ranking military officers. Anything significant would surely reach the Karthika family's ears. If it's something serious enough for the commander to get involved, could it be a rebellion or something? I joked. In truth, it was an extremely dangerous remark, but around Ile, reckless comments often slipped out. Well, Ile couldn't answer immediately and swallowed his words. I widened my eyes, studying his face. It's not confirmed yet, but they say there's a faction plotting rebellion. Once the investigation concludes, a purge will probably begin soon. Even I was at a loss for words. Just the term rebellion was sacrilegious. From my perspective, it made no sense. Beyond our borders lay clear enemy nations. Tensions remained high, and full-scale war could break out at any time. The Empire needed an iron-willed emperor and a united army. What nonsense. Are they planning to start a rebellion with the enemy right in front of us? I spat the words out, laced with anger and contempt. Ile, lost in thought, spoke cautiously. If you dismiss it as mere nonsense, it'll only fester from within. Before he could finish, my hand moved. I grabbed him by the collar without even realizing it. Ile, I can tolerate you being the Empire's black sheep. But if you're an enemy of the Empire, even I won't just stand by. That's my line in the sand. I owe my loyalty to the Empire. To my surprise, such loyal words had come out of my mouth. I hadn't known I could say something like that. Ile, with his collar in my grip, looked at me intently without a trace of shock. He observed me, his eyes half closed. His gaze was piercingly cold. Calm down. I'm someone who passed the Imperial Guard's aptitude tests. Do you think I'd become an enemy of the Empire? Ile tapped my wrist lightly as he spoke. Regaining my composure, I let go of his collar. So don't say things that could be misunderstood. I don't want to see your name on a list of traitors. I know. I only say this because I can, in front of you. Ile adjusted his disheveled clothes and laughed. Don't laugh. It's annoying. I nudged him with my shoulder and walked toward the vending machine. Ile, following me, had the nerve to ask me to get one for him too. Ile, sipping his drink, tapped me on the shoulder. He pointed his finger toward the direction of the visitor's room. I followed his finger with my gaze. Beyond the window of the visitor's room, a familiar face was watching me. Lillian Ramonis. Lillian was inside the visitor's room. Even a noble lady wouldn't be able to enter a military facility without permission. The cadet visitor's room was, without a doubt, a part of the military facility. Sorry, Luca, Lillian asked me earnestly. The Ramonis family and mine have had ties for a long time, so it was hard to refuse. As soon as she saw me, she spat out her words, laced with thorns. Luca, why have you been avoiding me? It seemed her pride had been hurt. After all, she'd likely never experienced rejection from anyone in her life. Because I'm not interested. I planned to draw a line before this became even more troublesome. Luca, still. Ile tried to mediate with a smile on his face. I didn't even look at him. Ile, shut up. This situation alone is more than annoying enough. At my words, Lillian's eyes went wide with surprise. The Karthika family ranks higher than the Ramonis family. I'd just spoken harshly to the young master of the esteemed Karthika family. It was undoubtedly an unconventional scene. Did I do something wrong to you? Or is there something about me that you dislike? I don't have the luxury to spend time on women. As you know, I'm from an orphanage. Unlike you, if I slip up even once, I'll never get another chance to rise. Then, wouldn't it be all the better to get close to me? It seems you don't understand me, Lillian Ramonis. If I rely on you to succeed and rise up, then everything I've built could collapse on a whim of yours. But a tower built with one's own strength doesn't fall so easily. So, you're saying you're close to Ile Karthika but won't benefit from a noble family's advantages. That's contradictory. My relationship with Ile isn't because he's from the Karthika family. He's someone I trust with my life, my comrade and friend. I'm sure Ile feels the same. In battle, what protects us isn't family prestige or fame. It's only the comrade standing beside us, I said without even glancing in Ile's direction. I didn't want to see his smug grin. You truly have no intention of giving me even the slightest chance, do you? Lillian spoke, as though struggling to hold back her emotions. She looked up at me, then lowered her head. I felt a small pang of guilt. Still, I didn't want to leave any room for misunderstanding. If there's nothing more to say, I'll be going. With that, I turned my back and walked out of the visitation room. Ile didn't follow me. Instead, he stayed behind to speak with Lillian. This was likely an uncomfortable situation for Ile, who had served as a mediator, but he had brought this upon himself. Before long, he came out and dropped down beside me. Luca, what? You went too far just now. There was no need to be that cold. Ile sighed. He seemed worn out from trying to placate Lillian. If I hadn't gone that far, she wouldn't have backed off. Well, maybe so. But why are you so adamant about rejecting Lillian? You could at least try seeing her casually. I couldn't respond immediately. Even I couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. To me, Lillian was an unknown entity. I can't understand why she's clinging to me. I get why the late Claude tried to introduce her to me. He saw potential in me and wanted to link me to his family. But Lillian doesn't know me well. Even so, she's trying to get close to someone like me, who has nothing to offer. There must be some reason for it. If that reason was mere curiosity, then I had all the more reason to keep her at a distance. Curiosity is a fleeting emotion. So, in short, you're rejecting her because you don't know her well enough. At this rate, you'll end up a lifelong loner. Ile teased provocatively. I almost snapped back but stopped myself. I didn't know anything about Lillian. I couldn't understand why she wanted to approach me. Her identity and motives were completely unknown. No matter what you say, my decision remains the same. Don't bring up Lillian again. The unknown is dangerous. It had been about a month since I began learning Arki's combat method under Kinuan. Kinuan took me with him to the lower sector. We rode the elevator down and passed through the checkpoint that served as the boundary between the upper and lower sector. This place is familiar to both you and me. Kinuan spoke as we entered the lower sector. The upper sector was located at the city's center, while the lower sector lay outside. The further out we went, the more law enforcement diminished to the point of near absence, and the streets were filthy with decades of uncollected trash. To be honest, I had forgotten my roots, the sticky, sordid life at the very bottom. Returning here felt strange. Move it, damn it. You're the one who was standing around like an idiot, you punk. Harsh voices echoed through the street. As we walked along the main road, I saw 2 fights between vagrants and nearly fell victim to pickpockets 4 times. The air, choking and lukewarm. Old memories kept resurfacing. Underneath the capital Akbaran lay a lava field. Geothermal energy drawn from there powered the entire city. Unfiltered wastes and heat from the power plants is released in the lower sector where the poor lived. Luca, this way. Kinuan, with his hood pulled low, looked back at me. He pointed to a narrow alleyway. He knows the geography of the lower sector better than I do. He must have frequented this area. Despite being originally from the lower sector, he'd spent decades as an Imperial guard. Why would someone in his position be so knowledgeable and come here so often? The question lingered in my mind. I lifted my arm, looking at the prosthetic hand, bare of even synthetic skin. The prosthetic arm and leg I had equipped had low energy output, only suitable for daily activities. The sense of limitation was unsettling. Kinuan had insisted I wear prosthetics with low energy output for this trip. I didn't know his purpose, but if I wanted to continue training under him, I had to follow his instructions. The black market, I said as I stood beside Kinuan. I hadn't come this far before either. It's the freest place in the Empire. Kinuan spoke, his eyes gleaming. The heart of chaotic disorder. I replied with a grumble. The reason I'd never been to the black market was simple. Because it's recklessly dangerous. More than a few kids had vanished after coming to the black market out of curiosity. Even if they returned, they were often missing an eye or an organ or 2. Kinuan, who was walking ahead, had stopped. He was looking at a building guarded by a gang member. The entrance for spectators is over there. The gang member standing guard said to Kinuan, I have business with the supervisor of this establishment. Kinuan spoke calmly. His confident demeanor made the gang member hesitate. What's your connection to Brother Aleph? Ah, so the supervisor's name is Aleph, is it? The gang member scowled as soon as Kinuan said this. This crazy bastard. Get lost right now. The gang member threatened Kinuan, raising his gun at him. Quite the sight. How many people in the Empire had dared to aim a gun at an Imperial guard and live to tell the tale? If Kinuan revealed his identity here, this thug would likely wet himself and collapse. Kinuan tapped his thigh with his finger, a signal meant for me. I lowered my stance, moving carefully out of the gang member's line of sight. And then, in a single swift motion, I closed in on the gang member's side, wrapping my arm around his neck and shoulder, locking him in a chokehold. As his gun barrel tilted upward, Kinuan moved safely out of its line of fire. The gang member trembled in my hold. With my arm locking his joints, breaking free through sheer strength would be difficult. I suggest you bring Aleph here right now. It won't end badly for you either. I caught Kinuan's signal and released my hold. Swallowing his curses, the gang member went inside the building. I watched him go, then voiced my question. By the way, what kind of place is this? It's the Colosseum. I fell silent, almost as if I were broken. I had a feeling I knew why Kinuan had brought me here. And why he had insisted I come with weakened limbs. Is it what I think it is? That's what I like about you, you're sharp. No need to spell everything out. I suppressed the urge to punch Kinuan in the face and sighed. The Colosseum manager, Aleph, was a sleek-looking man. He sat in a tattered, split-leather chair, puffing on a cigarette. Behind him stood 2 gang members armed with guns. Aleph motioned with his chin, acknowledging Kinuan and me. Send this guy into the match. No match fee, and I don't care if he dies while fighting. Kinuan cut straight to the point. Aleph raised an eyebrow, flicking his cigarette butt at Kinuan. Whoosh. I reached out and knocked away the cigarette butt. It seems you're mistaken. We didn't let you in to entertain your requests. We brought you to a place where it's easier to clean up a corpse. Aleph shrugged, laughing. The gang members behind him laughed as well, fingers on their triggers. Where's the previous guy? Tora, I mean. At the mention of Tora's name, Aleph flinched. He's dead. Got caught fixing fights. As the 2 talked, I assessed the atmosphere. Aleph's words were a kind of bluff. If they really intended to kill us, they would have attacked already. He was willing to negotiate and talk. I focused, tuning into the sounds of anyone nearby. There are 2 more armed gang members outside the door. I prepared for things to go south. First, I'd kick the solid metal desk at the gang members, using it to obscure their view as they went flying. Then, I'd punch right through the metal desk, smashing straight into the gang member's head. The 2 gang members waiting outside would then burst in through the door. By then, I'd already be gripping a gun, clinging to the doorframe, pressing against the wall or ceiling. Then, bang, 2 shots to the top of their heads and it'd be over. With point-blank shots, there'd be no need for aim adjustment. While I indulged in this fantasy, Kinuan continued talking. Tora's not the type to rig a fight. At Kinuan's words, Aleph scowled. The Colosseum's quite a profitable business, isn't it? Looks like you killed Tora to take it over. I'm not here to blame you. After all, Tora got his position by killing his predecessor. That's just the way of the streets. Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish or something? Who's killing who now? Aleph shot up from his seat, and the gang members behind him raised their guns. Sit down, Aleph. And you all, lower your guns. Unless you're keen to join Tora. I don't repeat warnings. I stood expressionlessly at Kinuan's side. Honestly, deep down, I wanted Aleph to attack Kinuan. I was intensely curious to see how he'd handle this situation with his weaker prosthetics. Unlike me, he wouldn't rely on some plan that involved getting shot. Damn it. Aleph raised his hand to signal his men to stand down. He sat back down. Aleph was capable enough to hold a certain status in the back alleys. At the very least, he had an instinct for sensing danger. He'd instinctively concluded that crossing Kinuan was a bad idea. Smart move. Aleph had just saved his life. So, you're serious about sending this guy into the Colosseum as a fighter? Aleph said, sizing me up. I could see his pupils faintly glowing as he analyzed my limbs. Life or death isn't the issue. You can't put on a shoddy match. His limbs aren't even built for combat. His body's still all soft flesh. Once it starts, he'll get smashed to a pulp and sent flying in under a second. You think the audience is going to buy that? A reasonable argument. I had the urge to nod in agreement at his words. I felt I might start liking this man little by little. Do I look like I'm asking for a favor? Kinuan spoke with sheer nerve, his tone rich with years of experience, blending threat with command. If I tried saying the same thing, I'd have bullets flying at me in seconds. Fine, I'll pair the boy with a suitable opponent at his level. Will that do? But I'll need something in return for my troubles. Aleph opened the way for negotiation. Kinuan, as if he'd been waiting, dangled a tempting offer. I know where Tora kept his vault. You likely have Tora's eye, which is the key to it, don't you? Aleph was momentarily speechless. His pupils widened with excitement. I'm truly curious about your identity now. How much exactly do you know? Just a ghost from a past you don't need to know about. Kinuan gave a faint smile. At the mention of Tora's vault, Aleph adjusted his posture, his former arrogance vanishing. If you'd like to watch the match, we have VIP seats, with fine drinks and women, if you'd like. Kinuan waved off Aleph's flattery. Just the drinks will do. And don't go easy on this one, match him with a top fighter. With that, the conversation was wrapped up in no time. 2 hours from now, get yourself ready. As soon as we arrived at the Colosseum's waiting room, Kinuan spoke. He walked over to the camera mounted in the corner and twisted it off. Given Aleph's overly accommodating attitude, he probably wouldn't mind minor property damage like this. What's in Tora's vault that made Aleph's attitude change like that? Hidden assets. Judging by his reaction, he's probably been searching for it all along. My first thought was that it was a shame. You should have just beaten him up and taken Tora's eye then and there. That's what I would have done. If a fight had broken out, I might have been fine, but you would have gotten shot. I couldn't deny that. If it had come to a fight, what were you planning to do? I let out the question I'd been holding back. You're really curious about that, huh? Win this fight, and I'll tell you. Gabriel the Steel Fist. On the screen was a hulking fighter with silver, gleaming arms. He was a good 2 heads taller than me. Gabriel's profile also popped up. He stood 2 meters 30 centimeters tall and weighed over 300 kilograms. His nose was crooked in a zigzag, likely broken more than once. His thick lips had been split and healed repeatedly, giving them a grotesquely swollen appearance. Looks like he'd be popular with the ladies. Kinuan chuckled as he spoke. He wasn't being sarcastic, that was a genuine statement. And I understood exactly what he meant. I was from the lower districts too, after all. A guy who's popular with the ladies around here is one who earns good money and kicks the bucket fast. Remember the advice I'm about to tell you, Luca. It's the most important thing in the Archi's combat method. Kinuan spoke just before I stepped into the Colosseum. Adapt to what's given. I frowned involuntarily. Adaptation was a word I didn't like. I was taught that adaptation is defeat. Water doesn't lose. It only changes form. You have potential. I noticed from the moment you deflected a bullet without a ballistic trajectory prediction system. And when you came to me on your own, I was genuinely surprised. It was as if someone with the right talents had been drawn here by something. You're giving me praise all of a sudden. Well, it might be your last moment, after all. Kinuan said it with a fierce smile. I laughed aloud in response. Maybe it was because I was in the lower districts, but I felt more at ease than usual. Kinuan probably felt the same. After today, I thought I might be able to get closer to Kinuan. If, as he said, I survived. The Colosseum drew nearer. Aleph's voice boomed through the speakers, challenging Gabriel the Iron Fist in his first match. Could this boy be a David? A mere novice, who's not even lost his innocence. His name is Good Boy, clearly made up on the spot. Shaking my head, I entered the Colosseum. What kind of idiot comes out here? Did you come here to die, moron? What's this? Did they really sell tickets to this match? Complaints filled the Colosseum. But through it, I could faintly hear the delight of their twisted desires seeping into my ears. Oh, we're in for a good show. Is today the day? A slaughter show? It's been ages. Who knew Aleph would put on something like this? They were eager to see my limbs ripped apart, my chest and belly crushed. I even spotted some freaks clutching themselves in excitement. Not bad. In fact, it was good. I finally felt like I was back home. I smiled. Old memories came back. I never once ate until I was full. Once or twice a month, an Imperial official visited the orphanage. The vehicle would be loaded with supplies, but half of them would disappear the next day. Those diverted supplies ended up scattered across the lower districts. Even when I was starving, I didn't neglect my training. I read whatever dusty books were lying around, untouched, and built my strength by lifting rusty hunks of metal. Are you an idiot? Don't waste your energy. You'll just get hungrier. At first, there were many kids who laughed at me. I smashed my fists into their faces and took their meals. If I wanted to get stronger, I had to eat more than the others. It was better for it to become my flesh and blood than to rot in the stomachs of losers. You think doing this will make you anything? You're just another two-digit like the rest of us. If you were really special, you would have been sent to a single-digit orphanage by now. With a bloody nose, the kid cursed me to the end, sniveling. In the end, I proved them wrong. When I was 12, I went through the second selection exam. My name made it onto the candidate list for the Imperial Guard, and at 15, I officially became a cadet. I am not a loser, and I never will be. Muttering to myself, I opened my eyes. Reality came into view. The Colosseum of the Black Market. My opponent is Gabriel of the Steel Fist. My current prosthetic limbs are low energy output, non-combat models. Conditions couldn't have been worse if I tried. Seems like Aleph overdid it with the drugs today. To be matched with a brat like this, whatever, as long as I get paid. Gabriel was saying this as he strode toward me. I watched him in silence. An asymmetrical, unbalanced, modified body. He probably can't even sleep at night without painkillers. Gabriel's prosthetic limbs were all from different manufacturers. It seemed like he'd somehow managed to get them to work together, but it was a temporary solution at best. The oversized arm and fist especially pulled his shoulder forward, making him hunch. His spine was probably just as twisted. The exterior wasn't any better than the interior. His weight distribution was off, causing him to lean as he walked. His skin, stretched to the limit to bear the excessive weight, was torn in places, and where flesh met machine, he suffered from chronic inflammation. But he's strong. He was a man who'd torn his body apart solely to become stronger. Maybe I could have ended up like him. Can't even open your mouth, huh? Are you scared? You've got a pretty face, why not just serve me at night? Gabriel stood before me, waving to the cheering crowd. He scanned my body, then smirked. He'd figured out my limbs weren't combat grade. You're going to need some help, all right. Today, you'll be crippled. Better hope you've got some money saved up. Gabriel only raised an eyebrow at my provocation. To him, this was no more than a greeting. Nothing to get upset over. I'll stomp you down nice and slow until you're begging to serve me. Gabriel stepped back, and I noticed angel wing tattoos on his back. With that hideous look, angel wings were just laughable. I shrugged, taking 5 steps back myself. On the display wall surrounding the Colosseum, the betting odds flashed. Just as I expected, my odds of winning were set at around 50 to 1. The betting pool was barely balanced. Ladies and gentlemen, here begins the brutal and ruthless world we live in miniature. Will you be trampled underfoot, or will you rise and trample others? Aleph grabbed the mic and shouted, while Kinuan watched the Colosseum with his arms crossed. Beep, a worn-out buzzer marked the start of the fight. I steadied my breathing and took a stance, spreading my limbs slightly and facing Gabriel. If I block, I die. The power difference was overwhelming. If his fist hit me, I'd be dead. Gabriel wasn't slow just because of his size, either. A sound like thunder erupted as he leapt and brought his fist crashing down from above, aiming to flatten me. That's not a trained fighting or combat method. His moves are broad and full of openings. If I had my original prosthetics, Gabriel would be dead in a second. A slight dodge to the side and a quick jab would have made his head burst like a soft fruit. Adapt to what's given. I recalled Kinuan's instructions. Wishing for what isn't there won't solve anything. No matter how desperately I wish, a gun won't just fall from the sky. I had to face Gabriel with only the strength I currently possessed, no matter how lacking it was. I stepped back. The Colosseum was too narrow to simply retreat. I had to circle around him as well. The spot where I had just been was smashed in. The sheer destructive force was impressive. Mass and speed don't lie. I trained under Kinuan for a month. At that time, I hadn't managed to lay a hand on him. He deflected every one of my attacks. Now, I had to recreate that here. What the hell are you doing? Playing tag? Are you kidding me? If this is it, give us a refund. You think we came here to watch this? The crowd's boos echoed all around. They'd come for violence and bloodshed. I didn't take my eyes off Gabriel. I wasn't here to play circus clown. Whatever those people wanted to see was none of my concern. And I'd just finished my assessment. Seems Kinuan didn't bring me here to get killed after all. This was the first time I'd fully analyzed someone during a fight. Now, I could see Gabriel's movements ahead of time. He moved exactly as I expected. Focused solely on output. Ignoring balance, Gabriel couldn't execute complex maneuvers. Looking past his bulk and raw power with a cool head, Gabriel was just a slow-moving cannonball. This is it. With confidence settling in, I allowed myself a smirk. It seemed to rile Gabriel up even more. His swings became wild. An odd exchange ensued. When Gabriel's shoulder twitched, I moved in sync with him. To anyone watching, it would look as if Gabriel had simply missed me, not that I had dodged his blows. What iron fist are you talking about? Looks like even your brain's rusted through. Just die already, you idiot. Go get your eyes checked if you can't see, moron. I pushed Gabriel's arm aside, deflecting it. It was exactly what Kinuan had done to me countless times during our training. If you read and understand the direction of force perfectly, even a small force can deflect a greater one. Gabriel's fist, driven by his own momentum, struck the ground, causing him to lurch as if he might topple over. The precarious balance and symmetry of his form were shattered. I could clearly see where to strike to make Gabriel fall. There was no need for overwhelming force. So this is how Kinuan always saw me. Damn it, no wonder my attacks never reached him. If this were a real battlefield, I wouldn't be able to maintain this level of focus. On a real battlefield, countless variables and interferences exist. But here, in this controlled environment, I could maintain an almost prophetic level of concentration. I couldn't deny it. Kinuan was an excellent teacher. With a roar, Gabriel swung his fist wildly. Propulsion units activated at his elbow, venting gas as he did. It was probably his best move. I dodged it by a hair on purpose, giving him the chance to go all out to the very end. A metallic tearing noise sounded as Gabriel's fist sank deep into the iron wall behind me. This part was especially rusted and warped. Taking a few steps back, I watched as Gabriel's arm lodged itself in the metal wall, which clung tightly around his fist, trapping it. I told you, you'd better have a lot of money saved up. I slipped behind Gabriel as I spoke. You damn. Gabriel couldn't finish his sentence. I leapt up, wrapped my legs around his head, and twisted. It was a twisting motion that used the rotation of my entire body. One by one, his neck bones misaligned with a satisfying sound. I was probably smiling right now. After all, I was a human modified to enjoy combat. Good boy. Good boy. The crowd's cheers filled the Colosseum as if they'd tear the place apart. They praised the victor and hurled curses and insults at the defeated. As the tension released, a wave of fatigue swept over me. My mind felt thick and stiff, as if I hadn't slept for days. I waited for the door to the waiting room to open. As soon as the door opened, the medical staff came rushing in. Smiles were plastered across their faces. They were likely planning to squeeze every penny out of Gabriel, whose neck was broken. Well done, good boy. Congratulations on your initiation into Archi's Victima. Kinuan, who had come down to the waiting room at some point, looked at me as he spoke. I frowned at the phrase good boy, then let out a sigh. It seems that adapting doesn't necessarily mean losing. And take this to cover Gabriel's medical costs. I won some money betting on you. Kinuan handed me a credit chip. When I saw the amount displayed on the chip, my eyes widened. Even so, Gabriel's probably going to hate me. You'll have to meet him and see for yourself. If there's an opportunity to win someone over, it's best not to create unnecessary enemies. Show just enough kindness not to be underestimated. I want to become a warrior and a soldier, not a saint. Kinuan placed his hand on my head and whispered, "You're still young when it comes to relationships, Luca. The kindness I'm talking about isn't goodwill, it's an investment. Little by little, you build it up so you can draw on it when you need it. Today, I simply collected my investment in Tora." Kinuan's smile was chilling. I realized I'd been seriously mistaken about something. I'd subconsciously thought Kinuan valued my talent and taught me because of that. We shared the same background, which gave me a sense of kinship. What an arrogant thought. One day, my time would come, too. Kinuan would collect his investment in me, and probably in a way that I couldn't refuse. Gabriel was in a pitiful state. Lying in bed, he was using his tongue to tap on the display, selecting an artificial spine product from the catalog. If he didn't get proper treatment, he'd be crippled for life. A doctor stood beside the bed. This model has a narrow signal bandwidth, so it won't be compatible with your current cybernetic prosthetic. The one you're using now has such a high energy output. Even if you force the connection, the performance won't be the same as before. There might also be occasional malfunctions or paralysis issues. I recommend Xionix Hyper-Lindel Model number 9. The doctor skillfully navigated the catalog, showing an attitude that made it unclear whether he was a doctor or a salesperson. Well, in this field, they were pretty much one and the same. The latest model. How am I supposed to afford that? Are you trying to swindle me? You bastard. I see other guys walking around just fine with cheap stuff. Gabriel shouted in protest, but the doctor didn't even blink. That's because those people didn't modify themselves as excessively as you have. If, at the very least, the arms and legs were from the same manufacturer or were compatible, the signal bandwidth would be consistent, so an older model would have been no problem. At the time, I didn't have any money, so I just attached whatever I could get. In that case, I can purchase your current arms and legs and fit you with others that match the budget. Then, you shouldn't have any mobility issues, even with an older spine. At the very least, for combat use. Gabriel, who was usually so aggressive, was visibly intimidated. And it made sense. His fate rested in that doctor's hands. What are you talking about? Forget combat use, I can't even find a second-hand one for daily use. The one you're using has so many modifications that no one would want it even if I sold it as used. You'd only get the value of the parts. For a brief moment, a glint of greed flashed in the doctor's eyes. It was a lie. Do you even know how much this thing cost? Come on, we're the official supplier for the Colosseum, so we're at least doing business transparently. Anywhere else, they'd strip you down to the bone. Even if his aim was to make a profit, his reasoning was painfully true. Better to be scammed by a slightly more honest crook. And then, finally, Gabriel noticed me. His broken eyes filled with a blood-red rage, as if he might weep bloody tears. You bastard. Gabriel strained the veins in his neck. I swear, I'll kill you. Stop talking and try it now, if you can. The moment I said it, I realized my mistake. A habitual taunt had slipped out. If I got into a war of words with Gabriel, it would only lead to more insults. Ignoring him, I turned to the doctor. How much is that Hyper-Lindel model number 9 you mentioned? What? The doctor tilted his head, looking puzzled. He couldn't grasp my intent, likely unable to imagine that I'd be paying for Gabriel's treatment. After confirming the price, I tossed a credit chip onto Gabriel's chest. Gabriel's eyes went wide, glancing repeatedly between the credit chip and me, trying to make sense of it. What's the meaning of this? Are you mocking me? Can't you see? I'm covering your treatment costs. Why would you? Gabriel's pupils wavered. Gone was the fury. Instead, he trembled, as if afraid I might change my mind. Remember this debt, Gabriel. I'll come to collect it someday. Whether this would benefit me in the future or not, I couldn't know. But, to borrow Kinuan's words, I was planting a seed. Are you really a good boy? My name is Luca, idiot. You'd better finalize that payment before I change my mind, I said irritably. Gabriel hurriedly poked at the catalog with his tongue, prodding the doctor to complete the transaction. Gabriel looked at me after making the payment. His voice was calm, and his gaze softened. Hesitantly, he continued, I don't know what whim led you to do this, but if there's ever a time you need my help, just say the word. I'll help however I can. I stared at Gabriel, then nodded. Not a bad feeling. The experience in the Colosseum had shaken the foundations of my combat skills. It felt as though everything I'd built had been distilled into a single, pure essence. Ile, today might be a little different, I murmured as I stepped in front of Ile. He was an outstanding student, my rival for the top spot. Even though I might have the upper hand in martial arts, it wasn't to an overwhelming degree. Ile aimed a kick at my head. I deflected and pushed his kick aside. With the direction of force disrupted, Ile lost his balance. I then extended my leg and struck his shin outward. The direction of force leading Ile split. His upper body leaned left, while his lower body leaned right. His attempt to stabilize himself was thrown off, rendering his highly touted, high-powered prosthetics useless. With minimal effort, I completely toppled Ile. Luca, what the hell did you just do? I learned this from instructor Kinuan. There was no reason to hide it. It wasn't some great secret. But this doesn't look like any martial arts from the standard manual. Being perceptive himself, Ile caught on quickly. You're kidding, right? Arki's. A predictable reaction came from Ile. The Arki's combat method we knew was the exclusive domain of the gangs in the lower districts. It's true. Arki's. That's just thug street fighting, isn't it? Like grabbing sand and throwing it when you fall, or shoving glass shards between your fingers to stab. The commonly known face of Arki's combat method was just a thin surface. Use the environment and objects around you, respond flexibly to your enemy. Even though Ile wasn't the type to obsess over physical strength, today, his pride must have taken a serious blow. I got too carried away. Acted like a damn kid. When you gain power, you want to use it. Honestly, this urge isn't any different for adults or kids. If I showed any sign of remorse here, it would only further wound Ile's pride. And we weren't the kind of friends bound together by cheap pretense. You sulked because you lost without a chance to fight back. I twisted one side of my lip as I spoke. Yeah, I'm sulked, you bastard. I visited Kinuan for the first time in a while. It was my first visit since going to the Colosseum. Looks like this new combat method has become second nature to you, Kinuan said, looking at me. Do you remember the question you asked me last time? I knew exactly what he was referring to, and I still hadn't received an answer. You mentioned that even if a fight broke out in Alep's office, you'd be able to get out safely. At that time, armed gang members were stationed both inside and outside Alep's office. We were as good as unarmed, and no matter how skilled we were, it would have been nearly impossible to escape unscathed. When the fight began, I would have lowered myself to avoid the line of fire. I frowned. I didn't find his response convincing. The ones with guns were Aleph and the gang members. If your first move was to hide, you'd miss your chance to attack and end up riddled with bullets. You would secure the chance to attack. In that situation, you'd face the gang and Aleph head-on, even if it meant taking a bullet or two. Honestly, I didn't like Kinuan's answer. What I'd wanted was a clever way to turn that situation around. What would you have done if I weren't there? What if I chose to hide or run instead of attacking the gang? If you weren't there, I would have avoided that situation entirely. We would have met in a more crowded place, and the idea of you hiding or running is nonsense. You're a soldier trained to act with a strong, aggressive approach. You don't make self-preservation-driven judgments or take such actions. He was right. I would have subdued Aleph and the gang somehow, even if it meant getting hurt. The Arki's combat method isn't some miracle or magic that defies reality. It doesn't make the impossible possible. I have more experience and a sharper judgment than you. In that situation, it's right for you to play the role of a shield. You likely wouldn't have noticed that Aleph's fingers were modified into guns, nor that there was a hidden passage behind the left wall cabinet. You probably intended to take down the guards first and then deal with Aleph as he drew his gun. But if you'd followed that sequence, you'd have taken a bullet to the back of the head. Aleph can fire with a simple movement of folding his fingers. By hiding and getting out of the line of fire, I can stop Aleph while you subdue the gang. Do you understand now? I couldn't say a word. I hadn't known that Aleph's fingers were modified into guns. That was an unforeseen factor in my plan. Nor had I known about the hidden passage. Kinuan's observational and perceptive abilities were superhuman. Even within the same space and time, he gathered far more information than I did. Take note of this, Luca. The Arki's combat method pushes the brain to its limits, utilizing all available resources. Do you know what that means? It can't be used as the standard combat method for the Imperial Guard. I flinched at his words, a chill running down my spine. I realized I'd overlooked something important. Soon, I understood exactly what Kinuan's words meant. You can't use the Arki's combat method while wearing the Legion. Damn it, I couldn't hold back my frustration. Someday, if I became a member of the Imperial Guard, I would be granted the Legion, a full-body mechanical armor. The Legion, a full-body mechanical armor that concentrated the Empire's cutting-edge technology, couldn't be worn continuously by anyone. As it operates on high-bandwidth signals, it requires the full capacity of the brain's resources. Even with this, additional auxiliary processors need to be layered on just to control the Legion. This holds true even for elite soldiers who've trained their entire lives. I should have realized this sooner. I felt like my past month had been rendered meaningless. I even began to feel a surge of resentment toward Kinuan. Trying to steady my breath as it threatened to grow ragged, I took a deep, quiet inhale. For an Imperial Guard who's been granted the Legion, the Arki's combat method is a useless skill. Unless, of course, it's a very unusual situation. Kinwon laughed, his shoulders shaking, as though he found this all too amusing. Seeing him laugh while I frowned only deepened my irritation. If I'd known from the beginning that it was incompatible with the Legion, I wouldn't have tried to learn it. All of this, it's my own foolishness. I couldn't really blame Kinwon. If I'd been just a bit sharper, I would have realized the true nature of the Arki's combat method sooner. Since Imperial Guards don't wear the Legion at all times, learning the Arki's combat method might still be helpful. But I don't see the need to master it at the cost of increased risk to brain function. Thank you for everything up to now, Instructor Kinwon. I'll visit from time to time. I saluted as I spoke. Luca, you're welcome to return anytime if you change your mind. But that wasn't going to happen. I didn't visit Kinwon for more than 2 weeks. Then, one day, a summons arrived from the Imperial Guard commander, Hemilas. It had been 3 months since I last met with the commander. He seemed to be leading a very demanding schedule. Ile did say there were hints of rebellion within the Empire. That must be why the commander is so busy. The commander's pupils constantly shifted in color, signifying that his communication targets were changing by the second. Luca, how have you been lately? The commander paused, then spoke, the holograms surrounding him vanishing all at once. For him to ask about my well-being was unusual. After a brief moment of thought, I opened my mouth to reply. I've been spending my time in personal training. It's been a while since I last received an assignment. You won't be receiving any field missions for the time being. We believe your abilities are already more than sufficient. You're at a level where you can be an immediate asset without needing more field experience. You've proven as much by fulfilling your role under harsh conditions at the ruins. Whether this was good or fortunate, I wasn't sure. While it felt good to be recognized, being sidelined from missions stung a bit. It meant losing chances to gain more combat experience. I appreciate the recognition, but I'm not sure how I feel about being left out of deployments. Missions will be prioritized for other cadets who need more practical experience. I hope you can understand. It was about time he got to the main point. He hadn't called me here just to chat about this. I hear you've been in frequent contact with Instructor Kinwon. The higher-ups were aware of every move a cadet made. They probably even knew about my visits to the black market in the lower district and my participation in the Colosseum. Cadets like me are the Empire's assets, after all. I was about to reply, but the commander continued speaking before I could. You've been learning the Arki's Victima technique under Instructor Kinwon, haven't you? The commander even mentioned the exact name of the Arki's combat method. I'm not learning it any further. The commander's eyebrows rose. It seemed he hadn't expected that I'd already quit. There have been several cadets who tried to learn the Arki's combat method under Instructor Kinwon. But not long after, Kinwon was the first to give up on teaching them. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't seem like Kinwon was the one to give up this time. You were the one who quit first, weren't you? The Arki's combat method is incompatible with the Legion. I felt it held no value for someone bound to become part of the Guard. You've already figured that much out, have you? Isn't it ironic? Those who lack the aptitude for the Arki's combat method get turned away by Kinwon, while those who do have the aptitude soon realize they have no reason to continue with it. And so, aside from Kinwon, there's no one who's truly mastered the Arki's combat method. Anxiety crept up in me. I had the unsettling sense that an order I wouldn't like was coming, and such premonitions rarely miss the mark. Do you want me to continue training in the Arki's combat method? To be precise, I want you to maintain a close relationship with Kinwon. And to do so, it would be best for you to keep learning the Arki's combat method. This is an order. I opened my eyes wide. It was a form of surveillance. The commander was wary of Kinwon. Against my will, a flood of speculations raced through my mind. But I couldn't question it. I had to set aside my doubts and follow orders. That was what it meant to be a soldier of the Empire. Above all, I had a feeling that uncovering the truth would put my life at risk. The best way to protect a secret is often to eliminate the one who knows it. Understood. I will continue learning the Arki's combat method. There was only one response I could give. Luca, know that I'm keeping an eye on you. You're the type who's destined to advance. The commander's words left an impression. Destined to advance. I seemed to recall hearing something similar from Kinwon as well. I had told Kinwon that I wouldn't learn Arki's combat method. Now, I feel reluctant to go back on my word. However, this was an order and a mission from the commander of the Imperial Guard. It seems you've changed your mind. Since I'm the one who told you to come if you ever did, I won't ask further. Kinwon granted permission readily. Thank you, Instructor. Since you're here, let's go out for a bit. The place Kinwon headed to was the lower district. Kinwon stopped in front of a shop. Behind the glass window, cheap toys and hologram game consoles were displayed. There was even a poorly made model that was supposed to resemble the Legion full-body mechanic armor. Do kids still want things like this? Kinwon asked me. I also used to stand here, totally absorbed as a kid. You're still young. From Kinwon's perspective, it was true that I was still young. I opened the store door and waited for him to go in first. Shopkeeper. At Kinwon's voice, the shopkeeper opened his eyes. Though a customer had arrived, he propped up his chin indifferently and gestured towards the display case. If you're looking for something, dig around in there. Don't ask me, I don't know. What a rude attitude. From here to there, give me everything. You can deliver, right? Kinwon pointed from one end of the display case to the other. The shopkeeper tilted his head in confusion at first, then his eyes went wide. This is the orphanage street, right? Is all this stuff a gift? Doing some volunteer work or something? Gabriel remarked as he turned onto a familiar road. I also just realized that the destination was an orphanage. Orphanage 47. At the entrance, Kinwon put a cigarette in his mouth. Although I'd spent quite a bit of time with him, it was the first time I'd seen him smoke. You two, just set the boxes down in the open yard and take a break. With that, Kinwon entered the orphanage building. Damn it, I was hoping for something more impressive. Like, maybe a brawl with a rival gang or something flashy like that. Hauling gifts for a bunch of orphanage brats. They really called Gabriel the Steel Fist for this crap. The moment Kinwon disappeared, Gabriel started grumbling. If there was a fight, I wouldn't need to call you, I replied while carefully stacking the boxes. It was a habit ingrained from my cadet days, always arranging things neatly. Luca, I know you're strong. But this world isn't that simple. Just being good in a fight doesn't mean you'll survive. Connections and strategy matter, too. Gabriel tapped his finger against his head. The idea of him saying strategy made me want to laugh, even if he might know about connections. I scoffed and stared at the orphanage building. Kids in the same position I once was. They looked scruffy and starved, but their eyes were bright with anticipation for the gifts. This must be the orphanage where Kinwon grew up. Did he donate and give charity because he made it? Seems even Kinwon had a bit of a soft side. I'd never do something like this. I don't extend kindness to those who can't seize opportunities themselves. Luca, just who is that Kinwon guy? Doesn't seem like he's family. If he's such a big shot that even Aleph can't stand up to him, I figure I'd know of him. If you want to keep your neck intact, mind your own business. I replied shortly, and I meant it. We hadn't met many times, but Gabriel wasn't a bad guy. How did I know? Just the fact that he could keep his word and stick to his principles made him one of the decent ones around here. Soon, the orphanage doors flew open. As if they'd been waiting, the kids came rushing out, diving into the gift boxes I had organized. Thank you, ugly mister, handsome big bro. The kids beamed as they spoke. Look at these little brats, talking like that. Gabriel only laughed instead of getting angry. He wasn't the kind of guy to get riled up by kids' comments. Gabriel's worth keeping around. Before I knew it, the open area was littered with wrapping paper. The kids were each holding toys and game consoles. Some who didn't get what they wanted started brawling and squabbling. Gabriel and I didn't intervene. We just watched. Yeah, fight for what you want. Not everyone can get an equal share. If you need something, take it. If one person is enjoying something, another has to go without. The world isn't bountiful enough for everyone to have everything. Before long, the orphanage door opened, and Kinwon, having finished his conversation inside, stepped out. Luca, let's have a word in private. Kinwon walked toward a shelter set up behind the orphanage. Inside was a worn-out bench. I come out here from time to time. The director's face looked quite healthy, too. Must be good at diverting a bit of food for himself. I doubt an orphanage director's salary is all that generous. Instructor, did you grow up here? Who knows? I've forgotten the place I was born and raised. I just stop by nearby orphanages like this once in a while. Maybe I've even been to your orphanage before. Kinwon looked somehow weary. At this moment, he seemed like just a retired member of the Imperial Guard. Would the commander of the Imperial Guard really need someone like me to keep an eye on him? That question lingered in my mind. Kinwon suffered from brain dysfunction. His nervous system, unable to withstand the overload, had been damaged. Somehow, he seemed to endure it with sheer willpower, but he faced many limitations. Perhaps it was arrogant to think so, but if I somehow dragged him into a war of attrition, I might stand a chance of beating him. Relax. The man in front of me was just a veteran buried in the past, an old soldier whose glory had faded. Maybe that would be my future self one day, if I was lucky enough to survive that long. So, Luca, did Commander Hamilas send you to me? Kinwon spoke casually, as if it were nothing, yet he suddenly brought up the name of the commander of the Imperial Guard. My pupils must have dilated like a prey animal spotting its predator. Instinctively, I raised my prosthetic energy output, preparing for battle. Intense tension filled me from the crown of my head to the tips of my toes. Does he know I came on the commander's orders? How much does he know? Is he planning to take me down here? Could Kinuan really have something up his sleeve? Countless possibilities raced through my mind, each one worse than the last. Luca, if you don't want to die, calm down. I doubt I could subdue you without killing you. Kinuan spoke without even glancing my way, keeping his gaze forward. I steadied my breathing. The output of my prosthetic was gradually decreasing. I am a soldier of the Empire. That's all I can say. I closed my eyes and then opened them again, speaking calmly. You've taken on the mission but lack any real knowledge, so you can't even determine a direction for your response, can you? Kinuan commented casually. I maintained a blank expression. Kinuan could see right through a person's inner thoughts with even the smallest gestures or words. His insight was practically mind-reading. Withholding information entirely had been my solution. However, even that was a clue and information to Kinuan. Luca, I don't intend to blame you. Obeying orders from a superior is only natural. In fact, your judgments are consistently correct. You're the very model of an exemplary soldier as the Empire demands. Truly, you're a fitting irregular who has risen from a two-digit orphanage. It was not, by any means, praise. That was how it felt. I shouldn't look into Kinuan's eyes. Eyes contain a wealth of information. The direction of emotions could be determined by the movement of pupils in response to spoken words, and their depth and intensity revealed by the flutter of eyelids and the contraction or dilation of pupils. Kinuan spoke softly. His voice was rich yet gentle. Don't think all of this is merely a coincidence. Consider first whether approaching me was even your own choice. Since the moment you began using ballistic trajectory control techniques without any auxiliary computation device, the higher-ups must have started their preparations. All of this is my free will. During a reconnaissance mission, I encountered a formidable enemy. I thought I needed more power, so I went through the instructor's records to find someone special who could assist with my training. All of this was a choice made by my own will. No one else influenced my decision. That's what I believed. It was my choice. Unable to hold back, I opened my eyes and mouth. Luca, everyone in this world is a slave to someone. The only difference is whether one knows they're a slave or not. Free will is nothing more than a product of imagination, a delusion that we've chosen something by ourselves. If you want to report this to Hamilas, feel free. I thought over how I'd report this to the commander. Kinuan's words were difficult. However, one thing was clear, deeply subversive. If I reported Kinuan's words as they were, the higher-ups would likely order me to undergo another psychological evaluation. Frankly, I wasn't confident I'd score as highly as before. I was shaken now, and it wasn't just because of Kinuan's words. He was also an influence. Was a subversive element. Though he was my friend, that was an undeniable fact. In the past, I would have kept my distance from Ile sometimes questioned the Empire's system and voiced his objections. I had no intention of reporting him, but I certainly didn't plan on agreeing with him, either. The Empire recognized me. I'd risen from the very bottom to this point because of the Empire's system. No matter what anyone said, I was a beneficiary and living proof that the Empire's structure was sound. Not everyone could live in abundance. Those who created more value and the elite soldiers who defended the Empire from external threats naturally deserved more. Those with abilities essential to the Empire received better treatment. What possible objection could there be to this? Still, it was true that I'd been affected by negative influences lately. If I want to report to the guard commander, I need to be ready to pass the psychological evaluation. The decision was made. Ile was engaged in simulation training. He seemed to be fighting hard in a virtual reality environment. At a glance, the training intensity looked extremely high. He'd be exhausted once it was over. It's unusual to see Ile training so diligently. Ile was breathing heavily, his face drenched. Sweat poured down from his chin and hair like rain. He looked as though he'd been running for hours. Here, drink this. As I entered the training room, I tossed a drink over to him. I waited until Ile came to his senses. It took some time for a brain immersed in virtual simulation to return fully to reality. The mind had to gradually reorient itself to the real world. Tricking the brain. Entering a simulation is essentially tricking the brain. Returning to reality is the process of realizing it's been deceived. Once you've experienced it a few times, you know it's not a particularly pleasant feeling. Sorry to keep you waiting. It took him less than a minute to regain his sense of reality. 2 or 3 times faster than the average cadet. Haha, what's the occasion? You coming to find me first is almost as nice as a birthday gift. Judging by his smile, he seemed to have completely shaken off the simulation fatigue. Ile, so you actually train on your own. I'm impressed. Well, you totally crushed me last time. That really got under my skin. So, that's what it was. I guess Ile was a guy, after all. It was only natural to feel competitive when you suddenly get beaten by someone you thought was on the same level. Last time, you mentioned that prestigious families manipulate the selection tests, right? I began the conversation. To think I'd be the one to start discussing something so subversive. 2 or 3 years ago, it would have been unimaginable. It's something everyone knows in secret. Anyway, anyone unqualified won't make it through training and gets filtered out. For reference, the selection tests also include a psychological evaluation. How did you pass the psychological evaluation? I didn't beat around the bush. I asked him directly. It was the kind of question one might argue shouldn't be asked. You manipulated the selection test. It was practically the same as saying that out loud. He didn't answer immediately. He was likely trying to understand the intent behind my question. Without waiting for Ile's response, I spoke again. If there's a way, teach me now. I might need it soon. I was openly revealing my own subversive intent. I won't ask why you're asking this, Luca. If it were something you could say, you would have told me by now. It might sound strange to say this when asking about manipulating the psychological evaluation. But this benefits the Empire. I emphasized that my loyalty hadn't changed. I wanted to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Ile paused, then slowly moved his lips to respond. Present a patterned version of yourself to the outside world, and place your true self as an observer within. That way, you can get through the psychological evaluation. I tilted my head slightly, mulling over Ile's words. Before long, I frowned. What kind of nonsense is that? Ile laughed as though he'd expected my reaction. Sealing away the self you want to protect, keeping it deep inside. Even ordinary people without mental control training sometimes forget memories or develop split personalities due to a shock. In our case, we're doing it consciously, Ile explained additionally. My expression grew even darker. It wasn't that I couldn't understand the theory, but it didn't seem like something I could actually do. Luca, when we smile, the brain thinks something happy is happening even when there's nothing happy going on. Our brain's simpler than you'd think. If you try to fool it, it can be fooled. You condition your behavior and thinking patterns, like brainwashing yourself to be a loyal soldier of the Empire, living as if you're playing the part of that loyal soldier. Then, the self of a loyal soldier starts overlaying your surface consciousness. What starts as fake becomes real. The brain follows our actions and forms its thoughts based on them. Repeated acting influences the mind until the brain believes the character it's performing is real. The more I heard, the more plausible it seemed. It didn't seem impossible. What's the catch? If you keep that fake self too long, it gets harder to remove, and the original self sinks deep beneath the subconscious, like a chest rusting shut at the bottom of the sea. Even if it's opened, it becomes impossible to separate from the fake self it's fused with. Calling it fake or real, both are real, in truth, so it makes sense. Where did you learn all this? From books and data from other countries. Especially Balado, there are interesting old records there. Records from humanity's time living on Earth. That made sense. The Balado Federation is descended from those who remained on Earth until the end. It didn't seem as hard as I expected. All I had to do was act like my past self. Back then, I had scored high on the psychological evaluations. Someone who held no suspicion toward the Empire. Who felt only hatred at any subversive talk. The taste in my mouth went bitter for no reason. I was reminded once again of how much I had changed. Thanks for the advice. No need to thank me. Whatever you're up to, be careful, Luca. To think a day would come when I'd hear that from you. A sigh escaped me. You're not a noble like me, so you don't have any background protection. You need to be even more careful than I do. It wasn't sarcasm. Ile was genuinely worried about me. If manipulation of the psychological evaluation was discovered, Ile, coming from a renowned household, would somehow manage. But for me, that would be the end. Sometimes, Kinuan would take me down to the lower districts, mostly for training. Today was one of those days. Luca, you have 20 seconds. Subdue everyone inside. Kinuan spoke in front of an ominous-looking building in the lower district. He gave no further explanation. I raised the energy output of my prosthetic limbs to a suitable level. The faint vibrations from the mechanisms reached even the biological parts of my body. The door handle at the entrance wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. But that didn't matter to me. Crack. The grip strength of my prosthetics could rip through sheet metal. I twisted the handle, breaking the lock to pieces. At the same time, I kicked open the door to get a clear view. All right, time to begin. I pushed my focus to the limit. I forced all the information within my field of vision directly into my brain, like a dried sponge soaking up water. At the table sat 3 gang members absorbed in a card game. One gang member was lying on a bed, his eyes glazed as if he were under the influence of drugs. Another was slumped on a torn-up couch, watching the explicit video. There was also someone in the bathroom. I could sense movement there. I'd somewhat expected the place to be full of gang members. Even before opening the door, I'd faintly caught the smell of gunpowder and the distinct bitterness of energy weapons. Not even a second had passed yet. My observations were complete. Next was insight. Then, the judgment. I assessed their appearances, the atmosphere, the state of their weapons to gauge the threat level and set my priorities. My mental organization was complete. Like a tightly drawn bowstring, I released my restrained combat reflexes. I was trained to react to any threat. The concrete floor beneath me split apart as if it had been torn. The distance between the gang member with the shotgun and me rapidly closed. My fist struck his chest with a powerful blow. Just below his skin was a gel layer meant to absorb impact, replacing the dermis layer. I'd anticipated this from the way his chest looked, as if it were filled with liquid. However, it didn't fully absorb the impact of my punch. His back curved forward like a shrimp. The gang member's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, though his fingers remained tightly locked around the gun thanks to the mechanical lock. Crack! I twisted his fingers back, breaking them. As his fingers extended beyond their range of motion, they snapped one by one. I caught the falling shotgun and aimed it to the right. I didn't need to look, I already knew where the enemy was. Every detail was clear in my mind. In my brain, the surroundings and enemies appeared like a three-dimensional map. With no one yet moving properly, there were no variables to worry about. The sound of mechanical components locking in place came from my elbow, and the joints grew stiff as if poorly oiled. Bang! My locked elbow absorbed the recoil entirely. This was why high-quality prosthetics were worth their price. Small auxiliary features like these came in handy. Damn it. Just die. The panicked gang member frantically fired off several more shots. I tilted my head to dodge the bullets, looking at him with a dull expression. They were all pathetically incompetent. For people who made their living through violence, I hadn't expected them to be so sloppy. In his panic, his shots missed even if I stood still. I didn't even need to dodge. This kind of shooting was absurd. I fired back. That was it for the armed gang members. The rest were only equipped with knives and stun batons. Naturally, they trembled at the sight of me holding a shotgun. Looking at those idiots, I felt like it'd be a waste of ammo. If you don't want the limbs you've saved penny by penny to get smashed, knock yourselves out. One gang member holding a stun baton hesitated, then jabbed it at his own jaw. I looked at the bathroom for the last remaining trace of movement. All that's left is the suspicious presence in the bathroom. I frowned deeply. The moment I focused, I realized that the sounds and smells coming from inside were off-putting. The faint moans of a woman and a stench I'd rather not imagine entered my mind, stirring unwanted thoughts. Damn bastards. I was exercising a significant amount of patience right now. I wanted nothing more than to crush the skulls of these gang members lying at my feet. I opened the bathroom door. Inside, a woman dressed in nothing but tattered rags was trembling violently. Chains from her shackles were bolted firmly to the wall, and dry traces of blood remained on her upper lip from repeated nosebleeds. Between her legs and beneath her feet, the lingering filth and odor of abuse had settled, clinging to the floor. I clenched my teeth, and the doorknob I was holding crumbled in my grip. Well done, good boy. Took you about 12 seconds. Kinuan entered behind me, speaking at last. I answered him without even looking. Can't we just kill these bastards? These scum, repulsive as they are, still have their uses. We're outsiders here. Overstepping and disrupting the order of this area would be unwise. Order? For this sort of lowlife. I started to speak but then closed my mouth. I felt lightheaded, too far from calm. I needed to cool down. There are plenty of people in this world who lack the means to protect themselves, including this woman. Without power, this is what happens. Isn't that something you understand well? I had clawed my way up to avoid a life like hers, fighting with everything I had to reach this point. Normally, I'd have looked at a woman like her with contempt, thinking she was a fool who failed to seize the opportunities the Empire offered. But seeing her up close now, I couldn't find it in myself to judge. All I felt was pity for her and anger at the grotesque, unjust structure of this society. It was disorienting. The mental state I locked down to pass the psychological evaluations was coming undone. Kinuan often took me to the lower district, and without any information, he pushed me into fights. The purpose of these fights was not victory. The focus was on how much more optimized I could make my combat method. It was fundamental to always grasp my capabilities, but I had to read everything about the enemy, from the direction of their toes to the movement of their gaze, as soon as I saw them. After that, I needed to assess the surroundings and craft a path that would work to my advantage. Once this so-called fight training session was over, Kinuan routinely stopped by a certain place. I opened the door and stepped into a small mechanical workshop. The woman at the workbench looked at Kinuan and me, then pushed her goggles up. "Oh, welcome." She greeted us with an oil-stained face. So this woman is a mechanic. She was the woman I had rescued from the gang's office not long ago. After hearing her story, I learned she had been missing for several months, enduring terrible things. Fortunately, she hadn't completely broken down mentally. As soon as her psychological therapy concluded, she was able to return to her daily life. "Gilda, could you get me a coffee? Black, with enough oil floating on top to taste it." Kinuan called her name. Gilda stopped what she was doing and got up. Without a hint of reluctance, she opened the door to the break room, then looked in my direction. "And Luca, would you like some milk? I'll have coffee as well, without the oil." If I drank milk here, Kinuan would definitely mock me. As soon as Gilda entered the break room, I confronted Kinuan. "Do we really have to stop by Gilda's workshop just to drink coffee? I already asked Gabriel to check on her from time to time. Gilda's the woman you saved. Doesn't seeing her living so resolutely make you feel at least a little proud?" I'd be lying if I said it didn't. But I wanted to uncover the truth behind Kinuan's words. "You knew Gilda, didn't you, instructor? Even if she doesn't know who you are, you knew her from way back." A hint of surprise flickered across Kinuan's face, but it disappeared in an instant behind his smile. "Gilda is also from the orphanage. She had a knack for mechanical engineering from a young age, so I even sponsored her studies at one point. She probably doesn't know I was her sponsor, so keep it secret." Kinuan pressed a finger to his lips as if to urge silence. I couldn't delve further into his hidden feelings. The momentary ripple in his expression had been brief. Gilda came out carrying a tray with 2 coffee cups. One of them was making a bubbling sound from the oil. "A fine coffee indeed," Kinuan commented as he sipped his oily coffee. "If I drank that, it would probably burn a hole in my stomach." That coffee was meant for people with cybernetic implants replacing their internal organs. I took a sip of the regular coffee. Honestly, it was bitter. I almost wanted to grimace. I could barely bring myself to take another sip. Seeing my hesitation, Gilda silently offered me a bowl of sugar cubes, as if thoughtfully extending it. "I don't really have much to offer to my saviors. I should have bought some cookies at least." "Cookies would be fine. Luca would like that. He's still young, after all." "That's true, isn't it? I'll make sure to get some next time." Listening to their conversation, I gave up trying to chime in. Kinuan glanced at my expression and chuckled as if amused. Gilda was about 7 years older than me and an experienced mechanic. She said it had been 3 years since she'd opened her shop. I had heard the reason behind her abduction before. She really just had terrible luck. One of her friends ran off with gang money and ended up crashing at Gilda's shop for a few days. Because of that, the gang took Gilda too as an added measure. Of course, that friend is no longer in this world. Without our rescue, Gilda would have fallen beyond help. Although she seemed fine now, her mind had been driven to the brink. There would probably still be lingering after effects. Maybe nightmares every night or something like that. Suddenly, I sensed someone approaching and looked toward the entrance. Even before the door opened, I knew who was coming in. Gabriel. Gabriel opened the door and came in. He flinched when he saw me and Kinuan. To be precise, it was Kinuan that startled him. Gabriel had a natural fear of Kinuan. He couldn't gauge the depth of Kinuan's character. Gabriel knew well that if Kinuan wished, he could erase someone like him without a trace. "What's this, Gilda? Since when did you start serving drinks? If that's the case, get me a beer." Gabriel tried to mask his surprise with bravado but chose a seat far from Kinuan. "I'd give you one, but you're showing signs of nervous system overload from prolonged overuse. Stay away from drugs and alcohol. Are you my doctor? Not like I plan on living long anyway. When the time comes, don't go whining to be saved. When your nervous system fails, you'll die in horrible pain. You don't just drift off in your sleep and die peacefully." Gilda's tone was cynical, as if she'd dealt with people like Gabriel many times. Gabriel just shrugged and chugged his beer. After downing half in one go, he stared directly at me. "You're the one stirring up the underworld these days, right? What's your game here? Rumor has it you're making a name for yourself. I'm hearing more and more bosses say it's time to take action. If people like that get involved, I won't be able to protect Gilda." In essence, he was speaking to Kinuan as well. Gabriel knew that I was acting under Kinuan's orders. If the gang bosses started coming after us, Gilda would be in danger too. I glanced at Kinuan. There was no way he wasn't aware of the same facts Gabriel and I both knew. "Regardless, we won't be able to come here for a while. That's not something you need to worry about. The one most shocked by this was Gilda. I was a little surprised, too. Kinuan had never said anything like this to me before. If you say for a while, how long do you mean? It could be a few months or even a few years. You both know we don't belong to the lower district, don't you? Don't try to dig any further. If you value your lives, that is. Even without adding those words, Gilda and Gabriel understood perfectly well. So we really won't be coming to the lower district for a while. I couldn't go to the lower district on my own. I wouldn't receive clearance from the higher-ups. Honestly, I felt a little disappointed. It seemed I'd grown a certain attachment. Today could be the last time I'd see them. Perhaps that's why Kinuan stayed longer at Gilda's workshop than usual. Casual chatter flowed between Gabriel and Gilda, with them at the center. Since I couldn't reveal details about myself, I stayed silent and just listened to the conversation. Gabriel and Gilda. I was gradually beginning to understand the kind of people Gabriel and Gilda were. They each made efforts in their own way to survive in this world. After her ordeal, Gilda faced reality and got back to work right away. Gabriel, always taking risks, did his best not to be looked down upon in the world he belonged to. For them, that was the only way forward. But they couldn't change the reality surrounding them. They hadn't managed to escape this place. Don't pity those at the bottom, Luca. They aren't worth it. I muttered that to myself as I drank my coffee, loaded with 5 sugar cubes. Now it was finally drinkable. With my mind composed, I arrived at the Imperial Guard Commander's office and reported everything about Kinuan instructor's suspicious behavior and words. The commander silently pondered over my report. He released a thoughtful sigh and moved his lips. Is that the end of your report? That is all, sir. Kinuan instructor started cadet training later in life. He's someone who normally wouldn't be able to join the Imperial Guard. But at that time, the Empire had to embrace impurities if they were needed. It was a period of widespread unrest. Kinuan stood out within the Imperial Guard. I felt that deeply myself. I couldn't understand why someone like him was still being tolerated. There's no way the higher-ups don't know about Kinuan's ideology and actions. Even I don't fully know what kind of man Kinuan is. Since my earliest days as a rookie, Kinuan has been a central figure in the Guard. I suspect he's mostly been assigned unofficial missions. I couldn't hide my surprise. No, this was something anyone would be shocked by. It meant that even the commander of the Imperial Guard didn't have access to information or records about Kinuan. In any case, it's true that Kinuan seems to have taken a liking to you. He sent cadets several times before, but none of them lasted long. The words "didn't last long" lingered in my mind. Luca, if you're curious about anything, feel free to ask. I'll tell you whatever I can within reason. I only follow orders, sir. My response was immediate, without hesitation. You're exceptional, but you're not perfect yet. Right now, you're in a state where you could be easily influenced. You'll need to undergo another psychological evaluation. It was as I'd expected. I accepted the psychological evaluation calmly. The commander opened a holographic interface to adjust my schedule. Using his authority, he arranged the psychological evaluation for this afternoon. He hesitated slightly before speaking. Luca, let me speak frankly. There are 2 outcomes for an Imperial Guard cadet assigned to this kind of mission. Either they're silenced, or they rise to prominence within the core of the Guard by proving their merit. I want you to be the latter. I was someone they could eliminate at any time. I had no background, no connections, an outsider. I was perfect for this kind of assignment. I held no resentment. It was natural for a soldier to be used as a tool of the Empire. I'm simply here to fulfill my role. If I emerge unchanged by the end of this, I trust you'll support me just as strongly, Commander. This level of ambition was safe to show. My drive for improvement and achievement was notably high, after all. If the results are satisfactory, I'll be your background. To be precise, I'll adopt you as my own. Luca Castoria. Not a bad ring to it. I froze entirely, my eyes widening. This reward exceeded all expectations. Damn it. I was so thrilled I almost swore. This was a deal between the commander and me, a chance earned solely by my own merit. I couldn't hide the surge of emotions rising in me. The commander could surely hear the powerful beating of my heart. I just realized that I might be more shallow than I thought. I wore a helmet tangled with disorienting wires. The extended wires were connected to the supervisor's computer. On the helmet's projected display, metaphysical images and words flashed by quickly. Occasionally, questions alternated in a male and female voice. High-frequency sounds intermittently came from the helmet, which scanned the brain's reactions. No matter how many times I took a psychological test, I never got used to it. It always left an unpleasant aftertaste when it ended. My head throbbed, my breathing was rapid, and my chest churned as if I had just woken from a nightmare. It's finished, Luca Nim. You've worked hard. the android said as it tilted my helmet up. I nodded slightly and stepped out of the medical chair. As soon as I entered the training room Ile had reserved, booming noises erupted one after another. Ile was punching the sides of a punching bag in alternating strikes. Each time his fists hit the bag, it echoed with a loud, resonant sound. Ile was pushing the energy output of his prosthetics to their limit. At the junctions where machines met flesh, his skin couldn't withstand the impact, pressing down and tearing to the point where blood flowed freely. The backlash from his strikes was so forceful that the shock absorbers in his joints couldn't hold up. Finally, the punching bag hit the ceiling. Ile, his eyes wide open, watched the bag as it descended. Having cooled his limbs, Ile applied ointment to the skin at the joint areas. Ile was far from the type to engage in self-destructive behavior. For him to push his body to this extent meant he was dealing with a significant amount of mental distress. I wondered what could be the source of Ile's suffering. Ile, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. I said it casually, but Ile looked at me intently, as if he really had something to ask. I can't say it just yet, but soon, just once. Grant me one favor. I couldn't respond immediately. For Ile to speak this seriously, it wasn't some trivial matter. It might even require me to risk my life and career. My greatest worry was that it was likely to go against the Empire. It was rare for Ile to make such an earnest request of me. I resisted the urge to nod. If I hadn't fortified my mind from the psychological test, I might have said I'd help. Ile probably knew my mental state right now too. At this moment, I was a soldier more rational and unwavering than ever, which is why Ile is asking me now. Ile hadn't tried to exploit any wavering or weakness in my heart. He'd made this request at the peak of my resilience. Truly honorable of you, Ile Karthika. I'll do my best, but I can't give you a definite answer. Thank you for saying that, Luca. Ile gave a bitter smile. Ile, if you're in danger on the battlefield, even if the odds are slim, I'll save you. Even if it costs me my life. Is that all you needed? Yeah, but you'll eventually find out what I'm asking for. I'd rather it be nothing more than my own needless worry. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about what Ile's request could be. However, I made no effort to satisfy that curiosity. Do not seek out unnecessary knowledge. That's a virtue of an Imperial Guard. It was a month later when I finally saw Ile again. The Imperial Guard commander had summoned all cadets of my cohort. As of this moment, we are entering a special military operation. The commander's explanation was lengthy. In short, it boiled down to this. First, a rebellion had broken out. Second, the cadets of the Imperial Guard would enter combat as platoon leaders. Third, one of the families involved with the rebels was the Ramones family. The Ramones family, the family of Lillian, the woman who I had rejected. It was also the family of Claude, whom I'd had to kill. That family is now a house of traitors, a target for purging. How do I feel about this? Absolutely shitty. The Empire initiated information control. The rebellion was downplayed as mere unrest, and suppression began under the guise of a special military operation. The Guard's superiors decided to treat this rebellion as an opportunity for training as well. They deployed numerous cadets and assigned them to platoon leader positions. For the first time, we'd be leading lower-ranked soldiers in combat. My name is Luca. As of this moment, I am the commander of Suppression Force 21st Platoon. I spoke as I looked down at the assembled platoon members. The Empire had newly organized the suppression force to quell the rebellion. The unit I was assigned to was the 21st Platoon. By now, the other cadets had likely met their own platoons. Ile would have as well. Salute. The lieutenant crisply commanded the platoon to salute. I nodded as I returned their salute. This platoon had military discipline ingrained into them. They seemed well trained. Well, that made sense when I thought about it. The longer a rebellion smolders, the more it flares up. The Empire likely organized the suppression force primarily with battle-hardened veterans, especially since, no matter how elite our training, cadet platoon leaders are still green on the battlefield. The higher-ups had made sure to assign experienced lieutenants to support us. Just as I was observing them, they were studying me. Their gazes were intense, almost to the point of defiance. To them, I wasn't a particularly welcome presence. They knew they were being used as tools for training, on a battlefield where they could die at any moment. No matter how accustomed Imperial soldiers were to rank and command structure, they weren't foolish enough to pledge blind loyalty to a new officer whose capabilities had yet to be proven. This was a test for me as a cadet. Though these soldiers might be lower in rank, their experience outstripped mine. So, what should I do now? I had two options. The first option was to leave everything to Master Sergeant Kodrak. If I gave a vague order, Kodrak would handle it himself. That would be the usual choice. The second option was to stir up resentment among them, then crush them under my own authority. Honestly, I'd already made my choice a while ago. The first option, that didn't suit my personality. As soon as I spoke, the chatter among the platoon members ceased. I'm superior to all of you. Therefore, you will obey my orders unconditionally, and disobedience will be met with severe punishment. A ripple of unease spread through them. The platoon members looked silently at Kodrak. Platoon leader Luca, may I speak with you for a moment? Kodrak reached for my arm, attempting to lead me to the next compartment. His intention was to stop me from acting impulsively. I threw Kodrak off my arm. Kodrak spun in midair and landed among the platoon members. Their gazes grew narrow and fierce. Good, this is exactly the hostile environment I like. I don't care for people who are friendly from the get-go. In my life, people who've been friendly from the start generally fell into one of two categories: those who thought little of me, or those who intended to use me. I come from the same lower districts as you. I grew up in a double-digit orphanage. So, why is there such a gap between my rank and yours, even though I'm younger? If you're not idiots, you should already know. It's because I'm vastly superior to you. I narrowed my eyes as I stared down at the platoon members. Breaking through the cold silence, I continued. You won't understand it now, but soon you will. I'll be the most exceptional platoon leader you've ever met. Kodrak, how long do you plan to lie there? And don't ever lay a hand on me without permission again. Kodrak dusted off his combat uniform as he stood up. He didn't even get angry. Instead, he smiled good-naturedly. He knew, too, that I hadn't chosen the easy route. I apologize for my rudeness. I'll be more cautious from now on. Platoon leader Luca. The place where the Empire's suppression force arrived was on the northern outskirts. It was said that the insurgent forces were gathering there. From the sky, an airship for high-ranking officers was descending. I heard the call sound and checked the message on my retinal display. A meeting for officers was scheduled in 5 minutes. There's not much time to talk, Luca, Ile said in a calm voice as we walked toward the command post. Is it because of the Ramones family? Every time I said that name, a bitter smile came over me. Yeah, it's because of the Ramones family, Ile answered, sounding defeated. I know you're close with them, but there's nothing we can do, Ile. If you take the side of the traitors, even the Karthika family won't be able to protect you. I'm not hoping for a miracle, but Luca, if there's a chance, I hope we can somehow save Lillian. I couldn't answer easily. My gaze remained fixed on Ile, unblinking. I used all my insight to read his emotions. Do you have feelings for Lillian Ramones? I had struck a nerve. Ile stiffly turned his head, his lips trembling as though they might crumble. Not anymore. She was my first love. I let out a short, hollow laugh. You tried to set me up with the woman you first loved. You really are something else. Lillian hates the idea of marrying a nobleman. Ile spoke bitterly. Lillian hated the idea of being with a nobleman. I was puzzled, but I didn't bother asking why. It wasn't what mattered at the moment. Hey, get a grip. I have put up with your antics so far, but not this time. I stated it bluntly. Even if I'd been feeling a bit soft, my answer would have been the same. Trying to save Lillian was genuinely reckless. This wasn't something that would end with a slap on the wrist. If we were caught, the higher-ups wouldn't even bother with an explanation. Ile, this is the end of the talk about Lillian. Don't bring it up again. Lillian Ramones had to die. Whether Ile accepted it or not, that was the truth. The higher-ups were using a large transport ship as the command center. The transport ship, firmly anchored to the ground, looked like a permanent structure. A sleek, triangular airship devoid of any exterior features stood there like a pyramid. Ile and I entered the command post's conference room. It was a space large enough to fit at least 100 people. In the center of the room, a holographic map was slowly rotating. I took a place close to the wall, waiting for the meeting to begin. Cadets and lower-ranking officers like me stood around the perimeter of the room, while senior officers took their seats one by one. Luca, how's your squad? Couldn't hold back and already had it out with them. I just made the first move before the lieutenant could treat me like a kid. From their perspective, we are just kids. If you keep playing nice like that, the subordinates will start ignoring you. Despite my words, I wasn't actually worried about Ile's platoon. He was shrewd and knew how to handle his men, coaxing them when needed. I was more concerned he might try to see Lillian. As we were talking, the lights in the conference room went out. The chatter and noise ceased as if on cue. Even without orders, a perfect silence took over the room. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas Castoria, stood on the platform. Dressed in his uniform, he began the briefing. The rebel forces are stationed at an arcane ruin. The rebels have figured out how to operate the arcane fortress. A high-density force shield is covering the entire fortress in a dome shape, and turrets, likely arcane weapons, are shooting down any aircraft that approach. Footage, captured with difficulty, played on the display behind the commander. It appears there are 5 turrets. The 11th Armored Brigade will lead the charge, break through the fortress, and destroy the turrets. After that, the entire force will surround and storm the place. On the map, red dots flickered, marking the turret locations as predicted by the strategy computer. The Armored Brigade, even if not Legion class, was a high-level unit equipped with military-grade armored prosthetics. The Empire was deploying significant power for this suppression. The operation will commence at 1410. That was an hour and a half from now. The operation was going to be swift and decisive. We stopped at a fork in the path. My squad's barracks were to the right, while Ilay's were to the left. Ilay, don't do anything reckless. That's not advice, it's a warning. I pointed a finger at him as I stepped backward. A fleeting sadness flickered in his eyes for a brief moment. I know, but my instincts told me that his words were a lie. If he met Lillian, he intended to find a way to help her escape. Please, let Lillian Ramonis die amidst the chaos, so that she isn't found alive by us. I fervently wished for that. I felt the constriction of the combat suit around my neck. The chest protector was a blend of dull silver and black. The section protecting the chest was slightly thicker. The important parts are the head and chest. I alternated between touching my helmet and chest protector. As long as these parts weren't blown off, a soldier of the Empire wouldn't die. If you were still breathing and supplying blood to your brain, the Empire would somehow revive you through cybernetic technology. Because of this, soldiers of the Empire, even low-ranking ones from poor backgrounds, would increasingly become close to full-body prosthetics the longer they served. I checked the time and stood up from my position. The resting platoon members followed my lead. Platoon Commander Luca Kodrak, sitting next to me, spoke up. I turned my head to look at him. Say what you have to. I answered briefly. Kodrak let out a small sigh before he spoke. I know better than anyone that the platoon leader is exceptional. I, too, thoroughly checked the background of my superiors. Kodrak spoke to me with a conciliatory tone. He wasn't the average personality. Even though I'd been aggressive toward him, he was keeping his composure and showing goodwill. By this point, it was difficult for me to say anything harsh to Kodrak. It's not easy to spit on a smiling face. So, when we're in the field, I hope you'll consider my advice. I've served in the Imperial Army for 10 years. While I may not be on the lieutenant's level, I'm not entirely incompetent. You don't need to worry about that. If necessary, I'll listen to anyone's advice. I gave a slight nod as I spoke. Only then did Kodrak seem to relax, a faint smile appearing on his face. The assault vehicle was advancing toward the front line. We would wait just beyond the turret range of the arcane fortress. Once the armored brigade takes out the turrets, we'll charge into the fortress. That was the outline of the operation. Surround the fortress, forming a siege, and conduct an annihilation mission. It was clear we were determined not to let a single rat escape. The armored brigade, equipped with sleek full-body armor, charged toward the arcane fortress. Their model of full-body armor was the mass-produced Myrmidon. The jet-black Myrmidons included a mix of second and third generation units. From a distance, it looked like a swarm of black soldier ants rushing forward. Around 100 Myrmidons entered the effective range of the turrets. We couldn't even swallow, staring at the display, watching the unfolding battle beyond. The arcane fortress, half collapsed from the ravages of time, compensated for its lack of structural defense with a force shield. Parts of the bluish force shield were opening, as if crumbling. The bombardment is about to begin. Due to the opaque force shield, visually pinpointing the exact locations of the turrets was challenging. Within the force shield, light particles were gathering and compressing, glowing brightly. Soon, a beam of energy fired from the arcane fortress, slicing through the ground in a straight line. The impact shook the assault vehicles. Blue smoke began to rise over the ground. The Myrmidons scattered to dodge the beam. They continued their advance toward the fortress without slowing down. Another energy beam shot out from a different direction. While the full-body armor units were large, they were still humanoid in form. Compared to vehicles or ships, they were ridiculously small targets. Their agility and unpredictable movements made it difficult for turrets to hit them. Finally, some of the Myrmidons collided with the dome-shaped force shield. They simultaneously drew spears from their backs and swung them. The spearheads of the Myrmidons were crafted from a special mineral called holostone. Holostone created a neutralizing reaction with force energy, causing the shield to temporarily rip open. These weapons were specially designed for this operation. The torn gap was narrow, and it would soon be restored. However, it provided the Myrmidons with enough space and time to infiltrate the fortress. "They've breached," the silent platoon members murmured. In this battle, the success of the Myrmidons was crucial. If they failed, the situation on the battlefield would become dire. We couldn't see what was happening inside the force shield. All we could do was wait for the Myrmidons to come out and report on the turret's status. Even if the Myrmidons failed to handle the turrets, the suppression force would still advance. In that case, we would suffer massive casualties, and deaths would quickly follow. The time limit was approaching. The faces of the platoon members were tense and rigid. Some were shaking, unable to control their nerves. Noise crackled from the communicator. We stared at the screen. "Turrets have been neutralized. Proceed to the next phase." Sighs of relief were heard all around. Unconsciously, I felt the corner of my mouth twitch into a faint smile. The battlefield is a terrible place. Losing one's life is a tragedy. Yes, I know that well. But what could I do? I am the kind of person who finds enjoyment and a sense of accomplishment in this terrible tragedy. If I weren't, I would have lost my mind long ago. Now, it's finally my turn to prove my skills. All infantry platoons would enter simultaneously through various access points. We would leave the rebels no place to escape. The Empire had conducted a full investigation of this place in the past. A map of the underground was created back then. But now that the rebels had modified the interior, it probably wouldn't be entirely accurate. The entrance was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. We sent a reconnaissance drone inside to confirm the area's safety before we entered. As we descended the stairs, the passage gradually widened. Still, it was only enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. Just getting inside took a considerable amount of time. Whatever the rebels had planned, this passage was ideal for stalling. "I'll take points from here." At my words, Lieutenant Kodrak flinched. "Taking points in a place like this is dangerous, sir." The chance of encountering traps or an ambush ahead was very high. In such cases, the lead scout was often the first to die. "Are you worried about being reprimanded if I die?" The lieutenant is also something of a guardian for a rookie platoon leader. I was well aware of this. To be honest, yes. Kodrak spoke without pretense. To be honest, I rather liked Kodrak. He kept up well with my capricious behavior. In many ways, he was a seasoned lieutenant. "But you see, Kodrak, I don't care what happens after I die. Whether you or the platoon get demoted or penalized doesn't concern me." I grinned savagely and grabbed the shoulder of the platoon member at the front, shoving him back. "Just watch my back and follow, you fools." I felt a chilling sensation, as if the platoon's guns were pointed at the back of my head. Someone was likely indulging in a thrilling fantasy of killing their superior right about now. But they wouldn't turn that thought into reality. After all, they, too, were loyal soldiers of the Empire, just as I was. I want to encounter Lillian Ramonis before Ile does. If that woman is still alive, that is. I didn't want Ile and Lillian to meet. Ile would surely try to save her. Ile was also an outstanding soldier. If he decided to expend his platoon members, he could quickly push through these types of traps. The same goes for me. If I placed my platoon members in the lead, expanding them one by one, I could descend to the underground faster than anyone else. If it were truly necessary for the mission, I would have done so. But the reason I was in such a hurry now was purely personal. I didn't want to waste loyal soldiers for my own personal emotions and goals. Then I have no choice but to take on the risks myself. I closed my eyes and raised each of my senses one by one. When you focus on one sense, the others naturally become dull. However, I expanded my awareness through the Archi's combat method. Thanks to this, I could heighten all my senses to their peak, balancing them evenly. Like flipping a switch, I activated my hearing, touch, smell, and even taste. I slightly parted my lips and extended my tongue. By allowing the particles in the air to touch my taste buds, I could gather substantial information. "I'm going in." I gestured silently and moved forward. Suddenly, I found the sluggish movements of the platoon member following me bothersome. Though, in truth, he wasn't even that slow. Damn it, it irritated me. Everything around me suddenly grated on my nerves. My anger surged to the point where I wanted to smash Kodrak's face with my elbow. Emotionally, I wanted to kill him. All of this was because my brain was under severe pressure. Knowing this, I forcibly suppressed my emotions. My brain, overwhelmed by pain, seemed ready to scream. Certainly, there was a reason that prolonged training in Archi's combat method drove one's mind to the brink. Everything breaks when pushed beyond its limits. I had vaguely understood this, but now I felt it firsthand. On the battlefield, the information one must process increases drastically. After passing through the corridor guarded by the automated turret, a door appeared. Kodrak didn't even bother to warn me about the danger anymore. With my left hand, I drew my blade and sliced through the hinges, then kicked the metal door straight ahead. A scream echoed briefly before it faded. The rebel hit by the flying metal door was flung back against the wall, crumpling on impact. The enemy's voices came out in short gasps. My actions had been so fast that they couldn't keep up. I leapt in without hesitation, shooting and slashing as if I knew their positions in advance. My blade grazed a rebel's neck. The severed head dropped lightly, and I kicked it, sending it flying into the face of another enemy standing dumbfounded. The guy seemed weak-hearted. As soon as he caught the head, he slipped and fell backward. In the midst of this, one rebel soldier, who at least looked like a veteran, moved his gun toward me, attempting to take aim. But getting a bead on me was impossible for him. I used my high-energy output prosthetic limbs to dart between the walls and ceiling. My position never aligned directly with his line of fire. Suspended in midair, I calmly pulled the trigger. As I landed, I stepped on the head of the nervous one who had collapsed earlier. Under my foot, the enemy's skull shattered, and his flesh squashed like tenderized meat. All the rebels beyond the door were dead. I swung my blade in the air, flicking off the blood. Stop standing around like idiots and keep up. I spoke as if I were angry. In truth, I was indeed angry, though the exact target of my anger was unclear. This level of emotional outburst was inevitable. Right now, my nerves were so sharp that I felt like screaming for no reason. Rebels, taking cover in the spacious areas, unleashed fierce firepower. They're establishing a defensive line here. A good tactical decision. Our advance, which had been cutting through with unstoppable force, was halted at the entrance to a large open chamber. There were about 100 soldiers in the defensive line. Behind them were retreating non-combatants, including some who looked like nobility. We've caught up to them. Lillian might even be among them. I considered how best to break through. Sir, reinforcements should be here soon. The other platoons entering from different routes will probably converge on this position. Or we might have a platoon approaching from the rear, given the layout of the passages on both sides. Kodrak, undeterred, offered his advice once more. His persistence deserved some credit, and he had a point. But our platoon's advance had been faster than the others. It would take quite some time for another platoon to catch up with us. Waiting might be fine, too. I closed my eyes to cool my head. I had pushed myself hard. It had been a long time since I'd driven my brain to this extent. My nervous system was under strain, close to the level of pain tolerance training. Yes, right now I was essentially torturing myself. Bang! Gunfire rang out from the rebels' defensive line, though it wasn't directed at us. There was commotion behind the rebel line. Just as Kodrak had said, there was another platoon approaching from the rear. It seemed that there was another platoon that had managed to push through the underground labyrinth at a similar pace to ours. And I knew exactly who that would be. Ilay Karthika. I bit my lower lip, sure of it. Aside from me, the only other platoon leader who would rush this much was him. Even if the others had the capability, they would have matched their pace to the average of the other platoons. In any case, the enemy's firepower was now divided between the front and the rear. Now's our chance. We're going in. I quickly gave the signal. The moment I ordered the entry sequence and the directions for engagement, we surged forward. 2 soldiers carrying shields the size of their bodies took the lead. Each platoon had 1 shield bearer, though it was a position often avoided due to the high mortality rate. We pressed tightly behind the shield bearers as we advanced through the narrow passage. The moment the narrow corridor opened up, we would split off and begin our counterattack. It wouldn't hold for much longer than a few seconds. Wait, not yet. Just a little more. From behind the shield bearers, I assessed the enemy. I categorized them by threat level and identified the lines of fire from high-power weapons. There were about 8 weapons that could take me down in a single shot. The real threat was the high-power weapons, so I timed my move for when about half of them were in the middle of reloading. The moment I landed, I pushed off the ground, charging forward. I had about 2 seconds to go straight ahead without issue. The startled enemies unleashed a torrent of fire toward me. I ignored handgun and rifle shots. With my helmet and chest armor, as long as I protected my face, I'd be fine. I covered my neck and head with my left hand while raising my handgun with my right to aim. I targeted the soldiers aiming high-power weapons first. With each shot, they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Screams and panic rippled beyond their defensive line. I fired methodically, following the order I'd predetermined. Not a single high-power weapon from the enemy had a chance to fire. Neutralize immediate threats first. That way, no matter how many enemies there are, it's like facing only a few. In theory, anyone with a prosthetic as advanced as mine could do this. But in reality, 9 out of 10 would fail. Real combat has countless variables, making it impossible to achieve perfect precision like a choreographed routine. But if you could account for all those variables, the story changes. Arky's combat method. That's what made the impossible possible. We surrender. As I reached the very front of the defensive line, a man who looked like a nobleman shouted out. He and the remaining soldiers surrendered. Kodrek, restrain them. I accepted their surrender, restraining my intense urge to decapitate the nobleman. He would die after enduring unspeakable torture anyway. If he had any sense, he'd have taken his own life instead. I left the handling of the prisoners to Kodrak and advanced further. Kodrak, secure the captives here until the other platoon arrives. I'll leave the rest to you once you join up. Kodrak nodded at my command but added a comment. You're an exceptional soldier, platoon leader. I'll never forget today's battle for the rest of my life. You handled a task of extraordinary magnitude as if it were nothing. It went beyond admiration. I was stunned. Go on, say what you want to say. But as a leader, you're flawed. I closed my eyes, then opened them in a half-lidded gaze. If I hadn't been the platoon leader, the damage would have been much worse. I think I racked up enough achievements. What exactly is your complaint? Kodrak sighed. You've never really led. You broke through everything using only your own skills. Someday, I stood up, cutting off Kodrak's words with a laugh. The reason my methods seem so self-centered is because you lack strength. None of you could keep up with my abilities. You can't understand or follow my style of command or combat. What difference does it make if a wolf fights alongside a day-old pup? Fighting alone would be the same. Watching those who were useless whining about not being used. It's truly absurd. Kodrak's pupils gradually dulled. His gaze darkened, stained by anger and humiliation. You, too, platoon leader, will someday need the help of someone weaker than yourself. You can't always be the strongest. Then, when that time comes, feel free to laugh at me, Kodrak. Go on, say, see, wasn't I right? I'll remember that, platoon leader Luca. Now, I'll go carry out your orders. Kodrak turned to leave. I glanced briefly in the direction Ile had disappeared, then called out to Kodrak again. Kodrak, but remember the advice of my first lieutenant. If the day comes when I realize my way was wrong, I'll keep your advice in mind and try to think differently. Kodrak flinched, his eyes widening. He smirked, twitching one corner of his mouth. For the first time, I've just realized that arrogance and flexibility can coexist. Then, I wish you good fortune. I nodded slightly and turned away. I had to admit one thing. As cringeworthy as it sounded, Ile was my friend. We had a relationship that went beyond mere comrades. He was the first peer with whom I'd connected deeply on equal terms. Ile, you're using Imperial soldiers for personal reasons. I was following Ile's trail. Corpses of his platoon members appeared at scattered corners. Prioritizing speed inevitably led to casualties. They wouldn't have had to die under normal circumstances. Any other platoon wouldn't take such sacrifices just to pursue rebels. The suppression force surrounded the entire fortress. Just driving them back gradually would fulfill our role. Even if you manage to secure Lillian, how do you plan to escape? No matter how much I thought it over, I couldn't see any feasible solution. Lillian would have to die in the end. I get that she was someone you cared for, but there's no need to die with her. From where I stood, Ile's actions were nothing short of suicide. He was clearly out of control. Not that I'm in a position to talk. Breaking off from my platoon to pursue Ile wasn't a wise decision either. I frowned and pressed forward. There was a faint noise. I turned my head, focusing on the source of the sound. A nobleman's severed head was blinking. It seemed he was equipped with a remarkably expensive life support system. I surrender. I'm from the Ramonis family. The nobleman struggled to speak, barely clinging to consciousness. Do you know where Lillian Ramonis went? I lifted the nobleman's head and asked. Lillian? I don't know exactly where she went. For a split second, his pupils shifted sideways. One of those habits that means he is lying. Crunch. I jammed my fingers into his eye, crushing it. The powder leaking from the broken eye was entirely composed of fine mechanical parts. It was a very costly mechanical eye. I said I surrender, but I didn't hear the scream I'd expected. Now that I thought about it, he'd probably suppressed his pain when his neck was severed. For someone with a fully mechanical body, physical torture held little meaning. Smiling, I looked down at him. This is your last chance, noble sir. Where did Lillian Ramonis go? I had no time to waste. If his answer dragged on, I planned to kill him and move forward without hesitation. The nobleman must have sensed my intent. She went down. She went down. Down. Are you kidding me? If she's trying to escape, she has to get to the surface eventually. There must be another escape route leading upward, right? I don't know the details. His mental state wasn't stable enough for him to lie. It seemed safe to trust what he was saying. Have you seen Ile Karthika? I asked. The nobleman, leaking the remaining artificial fluids as if they were tears and snot, replied. I saw him. He's gone mad. Even though we're acquaintances, he attacked us even after we said we'd surrender. Sorry, but I had no intention of listening to him any longer. Crunch. The metal container crumpled in my grip, and brain matter seeped out in jagged clumps. Soon, the squishy pink flesh sagged, spilling out. He was destined for purging anyway. Even those noblemen who surrendered would end up tortured to death in the end. Perhaps killing him like this was an act of mercy. I wiped my dirty hands on my pants. I never felt guilt over killing, but today I was especially numb. The battlefield was always like this. I continued tracking Ilei's platoon. Since I'd heard he'd gone deeper, there was no need to wander. Choosing a path even in the intersecting corridors was easy. Before long, I heard gunfire and screams. It was close, not far at all. At last, I'd caught up to Ilei. Even while spending time with Ilei, there was always one concern lingering in my mind. What would I do if Ilei ever turned against the Empire? I could overlook the occasional deviations he sometimes displayed. But if he ever took actions against the Empire's interests, or worse, committed acts that could be considered treason, what would I do? Now, the time had come to answer that question I'd been putting off. Following the sounds of gunfire and bodies, I entered a vast banquet hall. The long table stretched far enough to seat dozens, but instead of a lavish feast, it was lined with corpses. In the center of that table stood Ilei, as if he were about to give a speech. "Ilei," I shouted. "You still came, Luca." Ilei murmured my name, his lips barely moving. Scattered around him were the bodies of Imperial soldiers, his own platoon members. "So you finally did it, Ilei." At first, disbelief chilled my emotions. Then, from somewhere deep in my chest, a surge of volcanic anger erupted. Every one of Ilei's platoon members had been loyal soldiers. They'd followed his unreasonable commands and orders without a word. Ilei had killed his own men with his own hands, all for the sake of that one woman. For that, only my right mechanical eye moved. I spotted members of the Ramonis family on one side of the banquet hall. The instant my analysis finished, their identities flashed onto my retinal display. The head of the Ramonis family and his direct descendants. There were 5 of them. Hugo Ramonis, the head of the family, along with his wife, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. That daughter was Lillian Ramonis. With an anxious expression, she looked back and forth between me and Ilei. The 3 families that had instigated the rebellion, one of their leaders was right there. "I suppose you won't just let this one go either." Muttering to himself, Ilei let his right hand holding the pistol fall to his side, and with his left, he drew his sword. The tip of his blade was aimed directly at me. I suppressed the overwhelming anger rising inside me. This wasn't an opponent I could afford to fight out of emotion. Surprisingly calm words slipped from my mouth. "In the name of His Majesty the Emperor, and the citizens of the Empire, I will judge you." The emotions I had forced down were so cold that they made my front teeth ache. I must now fight Ilei. If I think about it rationally, I have the upper hand. As long as I don't make any mistakes, I'll win. However, reality rarely unfolds as planned. My right mechanical eye moved on its own, tracking the Ramonis family. I reminded myself of my purpose. Amid countless inferences and thoughts, I constantly reassessed what the optimal decision would be. "Luca, you're planning to ignore me and attack Lillian, aren't you?" Ilei spoke sharply, as expected of someone so capable. Feigning a scratch at my head, I pretended to answer, then suddenly sprinted forward. Ilei pulled the trigger to stop me. Gunshots followed in rapid succession. I advanced without reducing my speed. I could sense Ilei's growing frustration from his increasingly erratic shots. The last bullet missed so widely I didn't even need to consciously evade it. With this, I've taken the lead. Ilei belatedly charged forward to block my path. Avoid direct confrontation with Ilei. It's nearly impossible to subdue him quickly. I accelerated in a straight line between the Ramonis family and myself, breaking through Ilei's defensive line. From now on, he would have to chase me from behind. The 2 sons of the Ramonis family raised their guns to confront me. They were trained soldiers, though not members of the Imperial Guard. "Don't resist," Ilei shouted. At the same moment, I reached the 2 sons. With my sword and pistol drawn, I lunged at them. Their eyes widened as they tried to pull the trigger. Too slow, incredibly slow, pathetically late. They were so slow it made me sigh. Fools who couldn't even grasp the gap in our capabilities. They were men who wouldn't have passed the Imperial Guard's selection process. I landed between the 2 sons. They staggered before collapsing to the ground. That left 3, Hugo Ramonis, his wife, and Lillian. Hugo Ramonis had witnessed the deaths of his 2 sons right before his eyes. He tried to shout something at me. I drove my blood-stained sword, still wet with the second son's blood, into Hugo's chin. There was no time to pull the sword from Hugo's impaled skull. Deciding quickly, I raised the edge of my hand and struck Hugo's wife's temple. 4 deaths in the blink of an eye. All that remained was Lillian. Unlike Ile and me, she lacked the ability for high-speed reasoning. It had taken her this long to grasp the reality unfolding before her. Her family had been slaughtered right in front of her eyes. The trauma would scar her for life, but she wouldn't have to endure it for long. She was next. When something unexpected happens, our brains momentarily blank out. That's exactly what happened to me now. She's smiling. I couldn't pull the trigger after seeing Lillian's expression. Her tear-filled eyes were weeping, but the corners of her eyes and lips twitched as if she were smiling. The emotion on Lillian's face was joy. The tears spilling from her eyes shimmered with ecstasy. Why is she smiling? Her reaction was bizarre, and because of that, I hesitated. It was enough time for Ile to catch up. It was the first time I had ever seen him this enraged. Pale blue light gleamed from his eyes like flames. It was a bit odd, but I found myself grinning with anticipation and excitement. A worthy opponent who could withstand my full strength was standing right before me. I knew this wasn't a situation to be smiling about, but I didn't deny the innate violence within me. I didn't want to dismiss the instincts that had brought me this far as something bad. Ile, did you see that woman's expression just now? Her family is dead, yet she's happy. Isn't that strange? Ile must have seen Lillian's bizarre expression too. If my words could unsettle him, it would work to my advantage. It's not strange. She's finally free. Ile spoke as if he understood why Lillian was smiling. You're smart. Don't act so foolishly. It's not too late. This isn't worth it over just one woman, is it? My breathing had already calmed. In contrast, Ile's breaths were still ragged. If I attacked now, I could overpower him easily. Luca, you don't understand anything. Families like the Ramones, labeled as traitors, never raised a rebellion. The Empire just slapped on a justification. But in reality, this is a purge. You're just spouting nonsense. Buying time won't change anything. It's true I want to catch my breath, but I'm not making this up. If they had really prepared for a rebellion, their counterattack wouldn't have been this sloppy. At best, all they had were their household troops. If they were serious about rebelling against the Empire, they would have sought help from Korite or Bellado. At the very least, they could have hired alien mercenaries. Families like theirs had the resources for it. I couldn't immediately retort. Even though I didn't want to think about it, my mind worked on its own. What he's saying is true. For an alliance of 3 families, the scale of the rebellion is far too small. And there's no external support. Only the entry into the arcane fortress was challenging. Once inside, everything was over in an instant. The Holy Korite Alliance and the Bellado Federation had long been waiting for an opportunity to fracture the Empire. If prominent imperial families had truly rebelled, the world was full of powers willing to support them. The answer to my doubts came from behind Ile. It's because of this that the Empire targeted our family. Lillian spoke as she rummaged through her father's corpse. She pulled out a cube, a softly glowing cube. I felt that knowledge I shouldn't know was about to spill from Lillian's lips. I couldn't let her speak any further. I had to subdue Ile immediately and cut down Lillian. The instincts of a soldier engraved deep within me crept up to the nape of my neck. Yet an equally powerful curiosity suppressed the dark intent rising inside me. I ended up continuing to listen to Lillian. This is an arcane artifact. It's thanks to this that we were able to activate the fortress, which had slumbered for untold ages. Lillian released the arcane cube. It hovered slightly above her palm, spinning gently. Its appearance resembled other arcane artifacts I had seen before. Luca, you care deeply about Ile, don't you? Ile can't live the life he desires within the Empire. But now, he has a chance to escape. With me, I hesitated. Memories of the past surfaced. Ile had once tried to flee the Empire but stayed behind because of the injuries I had inflicted on him. My aggression subsided somewhat. Ile and Lillian must have sensed it as well. There's a spatial transport device beneath the fortress. According to the materials my father deciphered, it can transfer living beings as well. It must have been a last resort escape mechanism in case the fortress fell. I tilted my head slightly. A spatial transport device. Luca, if you want to kill me, go ahead. And no fool. Ile's skills are inferior to yours. If I die, it all ends here, and I don't want to ruin his life. But if this arcane artifact activates the spatial transport device, Ile and I can escape the Empire. You could just say you never saw us. It was tempting. Whether Lillian lived or died wasn't my concern. Ile could leave the Empire. This is a battlefield, so it'd be easy to disguise it as him going missing or being killed. I spun my sword in a circle before sliding it back into its sheath. Ile's expression brightened at my gesture. Lu, shut it, Ile. Promise me one thing. If the spatial transport device Lillian mentioned doesn't exist or doesn't work, don't stop me anymore. You heard her, didn't you? Lillian doesn't want to see you end up in trouble. Ile bit his lower lip and turned to Lillian. She nodded willingly. For the first time, I found myself liking Lillian. If I'd known she was this kind of woman, I might have even considered a romantic relationship with her. I promise, Luca. Reluctant words spilled from Ile's lips. I must have truly lost my mind. Right now, I was helping Ile assist Lillian Ramones in her escape. If the higher-ups learned about this, I was as good as dead. Teleportation device or whatever. I grumbled. Our plan was simple. Activate the teleportation device located in the basement and smuggle Lillian out. If there's time to spare, Ile too. I glanced at Ile. He was walking with an exhausted expression, clearly mentally overwhelmed. He hadn't even bothered to wipe off the blood staining his face or his limp hair. Ile, hold on for a moment. Wipe your face before the blood dries. Noticing my gaze, Lillian pulled out a handkerchief and started wiping Ile's face. If, by some miracle, you two make it out alive, why don't you just settle down and start a household together? I spoke mockingly. Ile gave a weak smile, his face now free of blood. If Lillian were willing, maybe. Lillian flinched at Ile's self-deprecating remark. She harbored a sense of debt toward him. Naturally, she should. Ile, I never thought you'd go this far for me. Not in my wildest dreams. You were also my teacher, the one who showed me the world beyond. I remained silent, listening to their conversation. This might very well be their final exchange. They shared a bond and history that I couldn't understand. All for a reason as trivial as that. It's not trivial to me. It changed the way I see the world. Thanks to you, I was able to understand the root of my frustrations and confusion. If it weren't for you, I would have gone mad a long time ago. I'm not strange, just different. I furrowed my brow. While I couldn't grasp the full details from their conversation, I could get the gist. Lillian is the woman who influenced Ile's subversive ideas. And as I considered my current situation, a sigh escaped me. Subversive ideas were like a plague. Once they spread, they took root in people and propagated further. Slowly but surely, they ate away at the empire from the inside out. Lillian, Ile, and me. Little by little, the seeds of subversion had spread. If people like us grew in number, the empire would weaken and eventually collapse. No, before that, it would likely be destroyed under the attack of the Bellado Federation, or the Holy Korite Alliance. Right now, I'm moving for Ile's sake. Yet, I didn't wish for the empire to fall. If Ile weren't my friend, I would have killed him long ago. I am not a subversive. I repeated those words to myself, engraving them deeply into my heart. I just have my priorities wrong. I had chosen my friendship with Ile over my loyalty to the Empire. Of course, this alone was subversive enough. If we manage to escape from here, I'll head to Border City. If we get separated, let's meet there. Luca, if you're considering leaving the Empire, Border City might be a good option for you. I've got no business there, I answered curtly. I didn't know much about Border City. All I knew was that it belonged to the Bellado Federation. Border City. Ile seemed to momentarily lose himself in thought, pondering what he knew about the place. Thankfully, we hadn't encountered any rebels or Imperial forces. As we delved deeper underground, we found a brief moment to catch our breath. Lillian, while talking to Ile, eventually began speaking about her father. My father, Hugo Ramones, was an ambitious man. He spent his own fortune to obtain Imperial permission for arcane research. But everything was within the Emperor's grasp. Before my father could consolidate power, the Emperor boldly struck first. My father believed he could deceive and use the Imperial court, but in the end, he was the one being used. Lillian's demeanor was calm. From her tone, it sounded like she was speaking about a stranger, not her own father. In any case, I'm exhausted. Today has been an incredibly long day. I had pushed my mind and body to their limits multiple times. My sharp judgment was beginning to dull. Perhaps even my decision to help Ile was a mistake born from my fraying mental state. But I couldn't allow my mind to rest. I needed to keep my senses sharp and stay vigilant of my surroundings. I also had to think ahead about how I would report this once it was over. The fortunate thing is that the commander of the Imperial Guard sees me favorably. I'm the only one capable of spying on Kinnuan. Even if some suspicions arose, I was confident I wouldn't face execution. After all, Ile and Lillian are merely a cadet and a noblewoman. They aren't significant figures. No one will dig too deeply. They weren't the core of the rebellion, merely individuals acting out of line. Having sorted out my thoughts, I focused on the passage ahead. At the end of the corridor stood a door. There was no further path. This was the final destination. Ile, prepare yourself. If there's no teleportation device in here, it's over, I warned Ile, who nodded silently. The old door opened without resistance. From that moment, something felt off. My nerves, dulled by fatigue, quickly snapped to attention. my senses heightened, absorbing every anomaly in the surroundings like a sponge. Luca, you need to identify the source of this unease. If you fail to understand it, you'll die. This is more than intuition, it's almost a premonition. The door opened just a sliver. Inside, it was brightly lit. There was nothing unusual about that. The fortress's systems had activated, powering all the lighting. But the air was different. I shut my eyes and quickly analyzed the scents. The first thing I noticed was the fresh smell of blood, sharp and unmistakable. Then came the pungent mix of oil and metal. Yet there was no trace of the unique scent of living bodies. I bit my lower lip and opened my eyes. No matter how I thought about it, there was only one conclusion. It's the Imperial Guard, I whispered softly. Somehow, the Imperial Guard had arrived before us and seized the teleportation device. Must have been shaken as well, but I had no time to check his reaction. As the door fully opened, the interior was revealed. The first thing that caught my eye was the circular capsule at the center of the room. It was large enough to fit 3 or 4 people. If there was a teleportation device here, it had to be that capsule. Surrounding the capsule were 4 Imperial Guards clad in crimson-black uniforms. Their heavy cloaks hung low, almost dragging the ground. The sharp gazes of the Imperial Guards locked onto us. To be honest, our plan was completely ruined. From this point on, there was no way to save Lillian. If it were just one Imperial Guard without full-body prosthetics, I might have squeezed every last ounce of strength to try something with Ile. But there were 4 guards standing before us. It was a waste of brainpower to even think of a plan. Escaping them was impossible. I had already ruled out Lillian's survival. What can I do now to save Ile? Even capturing Lillian alive would lead to the worst-case scenario. She wouldn't be able to endure interrogation and torture. No matter how resolute her will, she was still just a civilian. She hadn't been trained like us to ignore pain. The moment Lillian was captured alive, every act of rebellion committed by Ile and me would inevitably reach the higher-ups. If I thought about it rationally, there was only one course of action left to us. We kill Lillian ourselves, without hesitation. Doing so would allow us to craft an excuse, even if it aroused some suspicion. It might convince the higher-ups to let us off the hook. But this was the Lillian that Ile had gone to such lengths to save. Would he be able to maintain his sanity after watching her death right before his eyes? If he lost control and charged at the Imperial Guard in a frenzy, it would all be over. Luca and Ile, just as I've heard, you're impressive. To have made it this far. One of the Imperial Guards spoke, recognizing us. There was no time left. Hesitation would only deepen their suspicions. This was the final chance. There's no other way. I raised my sword, preparing to sever Lillian's neck. But as I turned, my eyes widened in shock. Ile, a gunshot rang out before I could act. Ile had already aimed his gun at the center of Lillian's forehead and pulled the trigger. A swift execution. Lillian lay sprawled on the ground, a hole in her forehead. The sight felt slightly surreal to me. Perhaps I too had briefly succumbed to the sweet delusion that we might be able to save her. Lillian collapsed backward, her body sprawled out. Pinkish fluid was pooling in the hole in her forehead. Get it together, Luca. It's time to return to reality. From the start, Lillian's chances of survival had been slim to none. I quickly checked Ile's condition. He couldn't lift his head, and even without seeing his face, I could feel his agitation. He barely managed to force out a sentence. My position made more sense, Luca. Ile was right. It would have looked strange for me, who had just opened the door, to turn around and kill Lillian. It was far more logical for Ile, who was next to her, to carry out the execution. What was that gunshot just now? One of the Imperial Guards spoke, walking toward us. I couldn't let them notice Ile's unease. I executed a useless prisoner. I pulled a cube-shaped arcane artifact from Lillian's belongings. The Imperial Guard's gazes immediately locked onto the artifact. Report the situation so far, Luca. I clasped my hands behind my back and began my report. The rebellion of the 3 families ended with a purge. The captured nobles would either die after torture or live in a state worse than death. Well done, Luca, leader of the 21st platoon. I had been summoned by the Imperial Guard commander alone. There could be several reasons for this. In the worst case, it might be because he suspects my actions. The Imperial Guard commander had taken an interest in me. It was both a blessing and a curse. Thank you, sir. Well, I read your report thoroughly. Right after the fierce battle, you judged that the exhausted platoon members couldn't move effectively, so you pursued the Ramones family alone. Afterward, you joined Ile to eliminate Hugo Ramones and his family. The Imperial Guard commander summarized my report. You didn't execute Lillian Ramones on the spot but brought her down to the lowest level. The report mentions your reasoning, but I'd like to hear it directly from you. The Imperial Guard commander narrowed his eyes. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. We discovered the existence of the teleportation device through Lillian Ramones. We intended to secure it in advance to prevent the rebels from escaping. Why did you specifically choose Lillian as your guide? I stood without a flicker of movement. There was no need to show any agitation. I had already constructed a coherent lie. Among the Ramones family members, Lillian Ramones was the least capable in combat. In a battlefield where variables are unpredictable, I selected the prisoner who would be the easiest to control. A reasonable judgment. But Luca, I have more questions. May I ask? It had come to this. Of course, the Imperial Guard commander would have noticed. Before he could press further, I intended to take the initiative. It was a somewhat bold move, but it was the better option. Are you referring to my relationship with Lillian? It's not just you. You and Ile had interactions with Lillian Ramones. I frowned slightly. Based on past experience, the Imperial Guard commander often favored my insolent demeanor. Ile and I are highly capable. Although we had personal interactions with Lillian Ramones, we are not fools who would jeopardize our mission because of it. No one knows this better than you, Commander. My lips moved slightly before I continued speaking in a torrent. And to be honest, I wanted to give Lillian a glimmer of hope. I'm not devoid of emotions, after all. Lillian died believing she might survive after guiding us to the device. At the very last moment, she probably didn't even realize her death was imminent. This was the most humane thing Ile and I could do for her. I didn't include this emotional detail in the report because it would make us appear weak. That seemed unnecessary. Lies are most convincing when blended with the truth. What I had just said was an example of that. The Imperial Guard commander, who had been listening intently, leaned forward, resting his heavy chin on his hands. That should be enough, shouldn't it? I shouted internally. The time the commander could afford to spend on me wasn't endless. He had an entire queue of others waiting to report to him. I see. That clears up the ambiguity, Luca. What you just said will not be recorded. As you mentioned, it might make you seem soft. Well then, let's consider this case closed. Kodrak spoke highly of you, particularly about your combat abilities, stating that you are the best he's seen among all the platoon leaders and cadets so far. It seems Arky's combat method have significantly improved your skills. I feigned surprise. I hadn't expected Kodrak to give me such high praise, but he also noted that your ability to build bonds with subordinates was lacking. Do you have anything to say about that? I do not, sir. Then I'll take my leave. Ah, Luca. I had turned halfway around when I stopped. By the way, the Ramones family was surprisingly skilled. Who would have thought they'd take out Ile's platoon so cleanly? It was all written in the report already. Ile's platoon had been wiped out after rushing into a pursuit and falling into the Ramones family's ambush. I had no reason to be flustered. But what was the intent behind this probing remark? Swear words nearly reached the tip of my tongue. Just a slight disruption in my breathing would have caused cold sweat to pour down. That wouldn't have happened to me. Looks like I'll be at the top of this class after all. At my response, the Imperial Guard commander laughed heartily, looking forward to it. The maglev train was silent, with only occasional high-pitched frequencies scratching at my nerves. I fell into a near unconscious sleep during the journey back to the capital. It was no wonder days of constant activity and unrelenting tension had taken their toll. So much had happened, and every last bit of it was utterly wretched. Ile Karthika, Lillian Ramones, the Imperial Guard commander Hamila's Castoria, the arcane fortress, and the artifact, the teleportation device. Scenes and people flashed through my mind. Border City, that was where Lillian wanted to go. She died without ever escaping the Empire, struck down by Ile's gun, the man she thought was a knight. It was tragic, but I didn't want to feel pity for her. Ile and Lillian had both acted selfishly. If anyone was the victim of their recklessness, it was me. After returning to the capital, Akbaran, we underwent maintenance and rested. Distributing rewards and playing politics were matters for those above. For people like us at the bottom, all we could do was wait for the next orders. And 2 days later, I called Ile to meet me behind the barracks. You, quit being a cadet right now. You're not fit to be a soldier, you piece of trash. I scowled menacingly, my expression filled with contempt. I still hadn't forgotten what happened that day. Ile killed his subordinates because of his personal feelings. That was something I could never accept, not with my values. For a brief moment, I had felt genuine hatred and murderous intent toward Ile. I'd quit if I could. Ile turned his face to the side as he spoke. My family will make sure I become part of the Imperial Guard. It's been my assigned role since birth. If you want to take out your anger, I'll let you hit me. I struck Ile squarely in the solar plexus with just enough force to avoid killing him. A few of his ribs cracked audibly. Though staggering, Ile somehow managed not to collapse. I didn't think you'd actually break my ribs. This hurts more than I expected. Maybe you damaged an organ. If it's broken, just replace it with a prosthetic. Quit whining. I didn't think you'd kill Lillian. Honestly, I figured you'd charge at the Imperial Guard despite having no chance. If I'd been alone, I probably would have. My family's pleased that I took down the Ramonis family. Funny, considering how often we had dealings with them. But that's the aristocracy for you. Anyway, you and I might even get medals of valor for this. Luca, Ile suddenly called my name. I deliberately avoided looking at his face. His voice, calling out to me, was tinged with a faint sob. What the hell have I done? Ile slid down the wall, sitting on the ground. With his face buried in his knees, his shoulders shook. I stopped myself from cursing and instead waited for him in silence. Emotions that are suppressed because they're unnecessary for combat can come rushing back like an aftershock when one returns to everyday life. Ile isn't a murderer. There's no way he feels no guilt about killing his subordinates. Even if we have a low aversion to killing, we're not unfeeling machines. Moreover, after all that chaos, he couldn't even save Lillian. I couldn't begin to imagine the level of self-loathing he was experiencing. I had achieved my goal, but Ile had failed at everything. And now, I was certain. Ile's place wasn't in the Empire. He didn't belong here. Sooner or later, he would die, whether it was his mind or his body that gave out. I stared at the Medal of Military Merit resting on my palm. Shaped like a cross blade, its edges were sharp. If someone touched it carelessly, they might prick their fingers. On the blade's surface, the numeral 7 was engraved, signifying 7. The 7th Class Crossblade Medal of Military Merit, a testament to significant achievements in battle. Among the Imperial Guard cadets, only Ile and I had received the medal. The other cadets and instructors reacted as though it were expected. From what I'd heard from the instructors, it seemed there hadn't been cadets as outstanding as Ile and me for several intakes. Ridiculous, isn't it? That I, of all people, would receive a medal. Ile spoke, slipping his crossblade Medal of Military Merit into the pocket of his coat with a faint smile. Luca, I'm thinking of taking leave to visit my family estate. I didn't ask Ile why he was returning to his family estate. We were approaching the final year of our cadet training. Starting in the 4th year, we would be treated as provisional members of the Imperial Guard. Essentially, we would be no different from guards who lacked full combat prosthetics. After a pause, I voiced a question that had lingered in my mind for some time. Why did Lillian smile even though her family was killed? Saying they didn't get along isn't enough to explain it. If she had lost her mind, I might understand, but that wasn't the case either. I brought up Lillian's story. I felt I had the right to know at least this much. Just like I'm destined to become part of the Imperial Guard, Lillian was meant to be a bridge between her family and another. An arranged marriage. That's putting it mildly. Lillian Ramonis had her marriage partner decided from birth. He was a man more than 50 years older. So, did she rebel against her parents because of that? Just listen. The man was a widower. After losing his previous wife, he made a proposal to the Ramonis family, offering an enormous dowry. But the conditions he demanded were extremely specific. Even I, who had been listening half-heartedly, was beginning to feel curious about the story. What kind of conditions? He sent photos, videos, and records of his late wife along with a ridiculous demand. Raise her to be exactly like my late wife. From her appearance to her speech, down to the smallest habits and mannerisms. Even her name, Lillian, was chosen for that reason. I frowned, first in disbelief, then in disgust. It was a revolting request. Lillian was raised by the Ramonis family like livestock. Tailored to the customer's order, like a custom-made product. The only fortunate aspect was that the man's late wife had a strong connection to Bellotto. Because of that, Lillian had access to books and knowledge about Bellotto. There was even a condition: she must be well versed in Bellotto culture. Then the Lillian we know, her appearance wasn't originally hers, was it? No one knows what Lillian's original face looked like. Not even she knew. Her appearance was changed through surgeries every year to simulate natural growth. Her eye color was altered, and her facial bones were shaved and augmented. To match the voice, her vocal cords were replaced with a machine early on. Lillian had to live with even her tastes and habits predetermined. Then what was the meaning behind Claude introducing Lillian to me? You said her marriage partner was decided from birth. Ile gave an awkward smile. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke cautiously. To tell you the truth, it was something Lillian and I planned. We told Claude that you were the hidden son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. That's why Claude approached you with that proposal. You. What? Wait, did Claude actually believe that? Come on, anyone could see how much the commander of the Imperial Guard paid special attention to you. Besides, if you were the commander's illegitimate son, it would explain how you climbed all the way from a double-digit orphanage to become an Imperial Guard cadet. Unbelievable. This guy, that guy, what a mess. I let out an irritated sigh. The commander of the guard is from the Custoria family. If Lillian married you and bore a child with Custoria blood, she thought she might finally be freed. I agreed to some extent, so I gave Lillian your information in advance. This is absolutely disgusting. They schemed above my head and tried to use me. Whatever pity I felt for Lillian evaporated instantly. I'm sorry, Luca. I just wanted to help Lillian that badly. And, to be honest, I thought you and Lillian would be a good match. Spare me the pretty words. Claude's proposal and Lillian's approach hadn't been coincidences. It was all a carefully planned scheme. I felt both anger and a sense of futility. Ile was my friend. But Ile wasn't a good person. If necessary, he would use and deceive others. He had killed his own subordinate with his own hands, and he had lied to me. However, funnily enough, I still trust Ile. If he were ever forced to weigh his life against mine, he would undoubtedly act in my favor. In the hierarchy of priorities that governs his actions, my life ranks quite high. Ile cares about me. Of that, I'm certain. I felt it even during the Lillian incident. Ile, has the rib I broke last time healed yet? I asked calmly. Not fully. Wait, hold on. This isn't, hey, come on. Ile belatedly realized the intent behind my question and panicked. Kinnuan was under my surveillance. However, I felt comfortable being with him. He was well aware that I was acting under the orders of the Imperial Guard commander. In many ways, our relationship was subtle. On further reflection, this was true for the majority of people I interacted with. As the topic of subordinates came up, I posed a question to Kinnuan. The other day, the Guard commander said something interesting. He mentioned that if it's about handling subordinates, Instructor Kinnuan knows best. Camilla said that. Haha, he's overestimating me. Well, I wouldn't say I can't give advice. After all, I am your master for now. A holographic portrait emerged. It displayed a man and a woman, Gilda and Gabriel. Gilda and Gabriel can currently be seen as your collaborators in the lower district. These two would readily assist you. Thinking back now, Kinnuan had effectively been teaching me how to build allies all along. Of course, I've done things for them after all. But it's still not enough. If faced with truly dangerous situations, they would betray you. You must foster deeper relationships with them through emotional exchanges, like family or friends. Like family and friends. Yes, sometimes even like lovers. Only when you're emotionally close enough will they be willing to risk their lives for you. However, you must always maintain psychological distance from them. If your relationships grow too deep, you'll become hesitant to expend them. I don't like the idea. Frankly, I felt it might be better to control people through violence and fear. Here's the point: be loved, but do not love. That's the secret to maintaining dominance in all human relationships. I didn't bother to hide the repulsion rising within me. Imperial soldiers will march to their deaths at the mere command. I don't think there's any need to go through the trouble of forming bonds. If you consume subordinates through orders, it tarnishes your reputation and breeds resentment. However, if a subordinate willingly sacrifices their life, it becomes a heroic tale, enhancing your reputation. As this dynamic continues, those swept up in the crowd mentality will gladly offer themselves for you. Humans who entrust their identities to a greater flow easily throw away their lives, deluded into thinking it's worthwhile. I understand. It's certainly an area where I'm lacking. But I do have a question, Instructor. Kinnuan waited for me to speak, signaling for me to continue. What if your mind cannot endure the act of consuming others? For instance, due to pangs of conscience or guilt. You'll have to get used to it, Kinnuan replied effortlessly. I pressed further. And if you can't get used to it, then it means you lack the qualifications to command anyone. It simply indicates that you aren't the kind of person meant to stand above others. I nodded very slowly. This wasn't a matter of agreement or disagreement. It was reality and truth. The Empire boasts numerous educational institutions. Just as not all nobles become soldiers, not all institutions are military academies. One such institution is the Royal Accretia Academy. Named after His Majesty the Emperor, it's said that anyone who aspires to become an elite bureaucrat, the backbone of the empire, must pass through the Accretia Academy. Accretia Academy. I had no interest in it, nor did it concern me. No, more accurately, it hadn't concerned me until now. What? That single word revealed my complete bewilderment. When had I ever questioned a superior like this? At least, not in my memory. It's only a 2-month dispatch. It'll be a valuable experience for you as well. I thought I'd be excluded. It's been tradition to select participants based on training performance. Ile declined. He mentioned wanting to rest at his family home for a while. Then I'll decline as well, I said firmly. However, the guard commander responded without the slightest hesitation. I reject your refusal. You've never experienced noble society. Through this, you'll get at least an indirect taste of it, especially if you genuinely intend to become a part of the Custoria family. If you think this experience is necessary for me, I'll gladly go, I said, snapping my feet together and saluting crisply. I had no intention of showing any more unsoldierly behavior. Oh, and Luca, the guard commander called out, stopping me as I turned to leave. I've arranged a guide for you. Let's see. Pack your things and head to the airfield tomorrow at 1:20 p.m. I parted my lips slightly. A guide. The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't voice it. I'd find out soon enough tomorrow. The next day, I heard the chime from the wristwatch sync to my terminal. The current time was precisely 1:20 p.m. The engine noise of the aircraft buzzed through the airfield. A 6-seater aerial vehicle landed before me. Its exterior was black, lined with red lights that shimmered stylishly along its edges. A faint seam on the side opened up, and the wing-like door lifted upward. I stood still and peered inside. The interior was exceptionally luxurious. Don't just stand there. Get in. It was a woman's voice. She was seated inside, out of view from the outside. There was a hint of irritation in her tone. Well, it's a vehicle and a person sent on the guard commander's orders, after all. I shrugged and stepped inside. As expected, everything was luxurious. The fabric under my feet felt soft. Although the aerial vehicle was designed for 6 passengers, the convenience facilities reduced the actual seating to 4. Imperial Guard Cadet, Luca, I said, addressing the owner of the voice. I already know your name, so there's no need to announce it, she replied. Her attitude was aggressively dismissive. It seemed as if she'd never been called on for her lack of manners before. That could only mean one thing: she must be a noble. I observed the woman. I wasn't staring directly at her, just glancing enough to take her measure. She's about my age, isn't she? Judging by her breathing and demeanor, she wasn't using a full-body prosthetic. Most nobles adopted full-body prosthetics upon reaching adulthood. A noble without one was either underage or an exception to the norm. Her hair was a deep, dark blue, a shade that might lead one to think she was battling depression. Depending on the lighting, it almost looked black. I'm here under the guard commander's orders. Is our destination the Acretia Academy? You're well informed, she replied before falling silent again. I could feel my patience evaporating. Understood, Lady Custoria. For the first time, the woman looked at me properly. Her eyes widened momentarily before narrowing into a scowl. How did you figure that out? It was a simple deduction. If you were merely an errand runner or a retainer of the Custoria family, no matter how dissatisfied you were internally, you wouldn't dare openly express discontent after receiving orders from Guard Commander Hamila's Custoria. That makes it clear you're a noble of the Custoria family. Despite my explanation, the woman didn't mask her displeasure. You didn't know my identity beforehand. If you're curious, you can ask your father, I replied confidently. Even within the Custoria family, a branch or minor member wouldn't have the audacity to maintain such a defiant attitude under the guard commander's command. This meant she was either a direct descendant or someone with a close relationship to him. Most likely, the woman in front of me was the guard commander's daughter. The woman, perhaps intrigued by my deduction, softened her tone slightly. Giselle Custoria, I've been assigned by my father to act as your guide. I wasn't sure if I should be pleased or not. There was no real reason to send his daughter as my guide. In truth, Giselle seemed annoyed, not understanding why she had to take on this role. The situation itself signified that the guard commander was treating me with special consideration. Luca Custoria. And it was also a declaration that he intended to keep that promise. It was clear she had no intention of being amicable. For some reason, Lillian Ramonis came to mind. Compared to Giselle, Lillian had been agreeable from the start. At the very least, she hadn't looked down on me. If my words upset you, I apologize. I stopped mid-sentence and let out a deep sigh. The woman in front of me was a civilian. She wasn't my superior. Why should I grovel? I'd shown enough restraint. Even the guard commander would understand. Forget it. I'd rather bite my tongue and die than flatter someone who dislikes me. Let's just stick to what we've been ordered to do. You guide me, I follow. Is that satisfactory? Giselle looked shocked by my words. She stared blankly at me for a long moment before biting her lower lip in frustration and turning her head away without responding. What an insufferable girl. Not figuratively, I genuinely hoped I'd get a chance to physically knock her down someday. I crossed my arms and gazed out the window. The guard training grounds had long disappeared from view, and with it, the Acacia Academy drew closer. As soon as I arrived at the Royal Acacia Academy, I could feel the stares gathering around me. The students walking around the airfield were looking at me. Their gazes carried a quiet curiosity. They must be wondering why Giselle Castoria and I are disembarking together. The Castoria family was one of the renowned households in the empire. Giselle, the daughter of the head of the family, would undoubtedly be a prominent figure within the academy. The academy students' identification color is purple, with low saturation. A brief current flowed across Giselle's coat. The electrochromic function activated, and her clothing turned a shade of purple. The color's pretty nice. I shrugged as I spoke. The Imperial Guard cadet uniform was a plain gray. No color-changing function. This lady seemed to assume every piece of clothing came with a color-changing feature. Cadets don't need that kind of thing. I didn't expect you to come so unprepared. Well, I'm sorry about that, I answered nonchalantly. Giselle's expression turned indignant at my hollow response. Watching her reaction was quite amusing. No matter how prideful a lady might be, she wouldn't dare openly defy her extraordinary father. That's why, even though she was clearly irritated, she was silently fulfilling her role as my guide. Follow me. I'll take you to the dormitory where you'll be staying for the time being. I followed Giselle, observing the academy's interior as we walked. Royal Acacia Academy. It struck me again that I was now standing on the same level as individuals from prominent backgrounds. Unlike the desolate training camp, the landscaping here was immaculate. Passing through the garden, I noticed a towering statue of the first emperor. Beneath it was an inscription of praise. Praise Dino Acacia, the founder of the empire, the first emperor, the father of the nation, the guardian of humanity. I turned my gaze away. I spotted a familiar face while passing through the exercise field. At the same time, he also saw me. Ah, Luca. He was an Imperial Guard cadet dispatched here, just like me. His name was Felix Aigen. The Aigen family was also a renowned household. Perhaps because of that, Felix seemed to know quite a few people at the academy. Surrounded by acquaintances, Felix made his way toward me, seemingly intending to have a conversation. I glanced at Giselle's expression. She stood still, her face expressionless, simply waiting. It seemed she had recognized Felix Aigen's status as well and didn't intend to interrupt our conversation. Giselle Castoria, I believe we've met once before. I'm Felix Aigen, an Imperial Guard cadet in the same class as Luca. May I have a word with Luca for a moment? Felix placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow. His polite demeanor prompted Giselle to respond with equal courtesy. Giselle stepped aside, giving us some space and distance. I, too, felt a sense of relief. For the Castoria family's lady to be sticking close to you, I guess the rumors are true. Don't even start. Honestly, I'd have preferred coming alone. What rumors? I had a vague idea, but I asked anyway. The rumor that the guard commander is giving you special treatment. Now he's making it obvious, going so far as to place his daughter by your side. It's hard to believe she's the commander's daughter, given how unruly she is. She's been disrespecting me since the first day. If we were outside, I'd have already broken her nose. At my grumbling, Felix burst into hearty laughter. The guard commander likely wants you to gain some exposure to aristocratic society for your future. After all, the people you'll deal with someday will mostly be nobles. Don't kid yourself. No matter how strict the guard commander might be, he'd still cherish his daughter. After all, Giselle Castoria is sticking close to you. Who knows, he might even be planning to take you in as a son-in-law. Felix's reasoning was nearly spot on. There was a secret agreement between the guard commander and me. In exchange for keeping an eye on Kinuan, I would be integrated into the Castoria family. Though not as a son-in-law, but as an adopted son. If I imagined the scenario of becoming a son-in-law, I wouldn't stand for someone like Giselle. My personality wasn't exactly mild, so if my spouse had an even worse temperament, what kind of life would that be? Just thinking about it was awful. Even though I knew Giselle was waiting, I continued my conversation with Felix. He provided far more valuable information than Giselle, who was technically supposed to be my guide. Besides, I had no intention of currying favor with Giselle. As long as Felix was around, she wouldn't dare cut our conversation short. The dormitory situation was simple. It was a place where students from lower classes, whose talent had been recognized, and the heirs of fallen noble families stayed out of necessity. Their financial situations didn't allow them to secure housing in the upper class zones. Felix generously shared all the information I'd need to navigate life at the academy. I had a feeling that by the end of this assignment, he and I would become much closer. Lastly, Luca, have you had that part modified? I felt Felix's gaze. Following his eyes, I looked down at my lower body. Here? No, not yet. So far, I've only had prosthetics for my arms, legs, right eye, and parts of my hip joint. Felix rummaged through his belongings as if he'd expected my answer. Cadets dispatched for assignments have traditionally been quite popular with women. With a knowing smile, Felix placed something in my palm. I glanced down to see what it was without moving my head. It was contraception. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Royal Akresha Academy dormitory was a pristine white building. Though only 4 stories tall, it stretched far to the sides, with over 100 visible windows. From its exterior, it was hard to believe it housed fallen nobles and people from the lower classes. Well, the Royal Akresha Academy was one of the Empire's top educational institutions. There wouldn't be a single detail left unattended. From here, you'll be guided by the dormitory manager and android staff. And this is my terminal's unique number, Giselle said, showing me the screen of her terminal. Exchanging numbers. Don't you dislike me? I replied indifferently. While you're living at the academy, contact me if anything happens. I don't intend to ignore the mission my father gave me. Giselle seemed to have a sense of responsibility after all. My impression of her improved slightly, like adding a drop of ink to a lake. I doubt I'll have any reason to call you, though. I meant it sincerely, not as a joke. I hope so too, Giselle said before turning back the way she had come. I ignored her and looked up at the dormitory, where I'd be staying for the next 2 months. Upon entering, an android greeted me with a bow. The interior was as clean as the exterior. Androids were stationed on each floor, taking care of mundane tasks. This is the room assigned to Luca. If there is anything else you require. No, this is more than enough. It's practically a palace. I sent the android away. Is this really where fallen nobles and lower-class people live? That was my first thought upon entering. The best of the best really is on another level. The Empire has several academies. Among them, the best is undoubtedly the Royal Akresha Academy, named after the Emperor. A place for those who are unsuited for military service but possess exceptional talents. Irregulars who excel in areas different from mine gather here. Honestly, I couldn't deny I was a little intrigued. Time flew by while I meditated. Before long, I heard footsteps outside the door. It wasn't an android, it was a human. Opening my eyes, I stood up. A quick glance at the time confirmed that it was when the dormitory manager was supposed to arrive. Before they could ring the doorbell, I stood at the door. The sensor recognized me, and the door slid open. Hello, I'm the dormitory manager. The woman, about a head shorter than me, spoke nervously, clearly startled. Feeling slightly awkward, I rubbed the back of my neck. I'm Luca, a cadet dispatched from the Imperial Guard. As I introduced myself, I observed her. She wore clothing in the Academy's signature purple hues, but her sleeves and collar were heavily worn. More noticeably, her arms and legs were biological rather than prosthetic. There were no signs of cybernetic parts or implants. Not a noble. Her tone lacked the stiffness or refinement typical of nobility. Nice to meet you, Luca. My name is Barbara. As expected, she didn't have a surname. Not all people from the lower classes lack surnames, but if someone doesn't have one, it's almost certain they're from the lower class. Occasionally, when names overlap, some adopt a surname they like for clarity. There's no need to be nervous. I'm from the lower district too. Oh, so that rumor's true. That's amazing. Rising from the lower district to become an Imperial Guard cadet. Incredible. Being acknowledged always feels good. Feel free to just call me Luca, and I'm not the only one who's made it from the lower district. You're here at the Empire's top educational institution, Barbara, and being a dormitory manager is a success story in its own right. I spoke as if offering an empty compliment, and Barbara, unsure of how to respond, ended up laughing. I felt a sense of fondness for Barbara. It wasn't a romantic emotion, just a feeling of kinship stemming from our shared background as lower-class citizens. Barbara must have worked just as hard as I did to make it this far. That alone was enough to make me view her favorably. Barbara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath in and then exhaling. As she opened her eyes, she quickly blurted out her next words. Follow me, Luca. I'll explain everything about the dormitory from now on. Refusal isn't an option. It's my duty as dormitory manager. It seemed like a line she had prepared in advance to come across as witty. I nodded and followed Barbara out into the hallway. Walking behind her, I caught the pleasant scent of freshly washed hair from her vibrant reddish gold locks, as though she'd just stepped out of the shower. Her hair still had traces of moisture, confirming the impression. She must have come here right after finishing class and managed to wash up beforehand. She must have been pressed for time. The instincts honed through Archie's victima training kicked in on their own. I felt a subtle sense of unease. Still, if Barbara had a diligent personality, that would explain everything. Dressed in the uniform, I checked the curriculum on the terminal. There were no classes related to combat or physical training. The Empire's history of the 7 major corporations, immortality and eternal life, basics of social events, and so on. Listing any more might have put me to sleep. Can't these be changed? My father arranged them personally. I shut my mouth immediately. I'll be attending classes with you for the next week. That's my father's order as well. Giselle spoke with a blank expression, as if determined not to expend any emotion. She must have spent the night contemplating my impertinent behavior. So, her conclusion is to avoid showing emotion. Even if she disliked me, we would inevitably continue seeing each other. It wasn't as though she could defy her father's orders. El Luca, the person who addressed me just now was Barbara. She was also on her way to class. Get out of my sight, Barbara. Giselle bared her teeth as she spoke. It seemed Giselle and Barbara had some kind of history, and just as she was with me, Giselle was equally hostile toward Barbara. I had no intention of mediating between the two. Stepping aside, I let them face each other. It's been a while, Giselle. Didn't you hear what I just said? I just wanted to greet you. You always seem to avoid me. I began to understand why Barbara had stuck to me since the morning. She was trying to use me as a way to approach Giselle. Giselle glanced at me, then bit her lower lip. Hello, Barbara. Then goodbye. Is that enough? Luca, hurry and follow me. We can't be late for the first class. I left Barbara behind and moved to stand beside Giselle. Barbara remained where she was, waving a hand at us. Do you know Barbara well? My curiosity about the two of them had been piqued. Just barely. We enrolled around the same time, that's all. Giselle's curt answer suggested she didn't want to say more. You dislike Barbara. That seemed to be a trigger. Giselle suddenly stopped in her tracks and glared at me. Luca, this is the first time I'll be giving you advice out of genuine goodwill. Don't get close to that girl. Then why is that? She's Akresha Academy's worst psycho. I grinned widely. Giselle's comment didn't just pique my curiosity, it made me intensely interested. Giselle didn't mention Barbara again after that, as if even speaking her name left a bad taste in her mouth. Sitting on a bench near the main building, I chewed on a bar-shaped ration. Your name's Luca, right? What's your relationship with Giselle Castoria? He asked as if commanding a servant. Do I have a reason to answer that? Do you even know who It was so predictable it was almost funny. You're curious about my relationship with Giselle. Why? Have you fallen for her or something? He looked at me with wide eyes. How did you know? I was equally dumbfounded. Wait, was this for real? He had fallen for someone like her. I've used my time to answer your questions. It's only fair if you answer mine. Is Giselle naturally that rude, or is it just her personality? Enrico would know well, given he liked her. Watch your mouth. How dare you say such a thing about? I reached out and pulled Enrico's arm. Halfway out of his seat, he toppled back onto the bench as if he'd been dragged. Even if I left you half dead here and now, the worst I'd face is probation or a pay cut. It wouldn't send me back to the lower district. The Empire has invested a lot of time and resources into me. Besides, my training scores are excellent. I even received a Medal of Military Merit not long ago. Let's set Giselle aside. What about Barbara? Do you know anything about her? Which Barbara? That was an odd response. I needed to confirm if the Barbara he mentioned was the same one I knew. You're talking about the dormitory manager, Barbara. Yeah, that's her. Her nickname is the Witch. Do you know the malfunction rate of Android AI, by any chance? Enrico's expression turned uneasy. All I know is that it's extremely low, 0.8%. And most of those cases are minor malfunctions, nowhere near full-blown rampages. So, everyone who got close to Barbara ended up involved in an android rampage. There have been 5 injury cases over the past 3 years. We call it Barbara's curse. I was a bit surprised. Enrico, noticing my expression, smiled in satisfaction. That's statistically impossible. The rational conclusion is that someone is tampering with the androids. Exactly right. But no evidence or traces of tampering were ever found. The only connection is that all the victims were people who got close to Barbara. My questions persisted. But that's not Barbara's fault. That's exactly what's so unsettling about her. She knows that anyone who gets close to her ends up hurt, yet she keeps clinging to people. That's why everyone treats her so coldly. There's even a rumor that Barbara is the one causing the android rampages. How? Barbara was granted special admission because of her recognized talent in engineering, specifically artificial intelligence. After living a life where mistakes could mean death, this environment was woefully unstimulating. I might lose my combat instincts at this rate. After a week of sitting through classes and staying at my desk, I felt like I was going insane. Unable to bear it, I went to find Felix, one of my peers. He seemed to be enjoying academy life. There were always students hanging around him. "Felix, let's have a match." At my suggestion, Felix was momentarily surprised but then stepped closer to me. "Luca, I don't want my friends to see me lose, especially not in front of the girls. I want to fight." It sounded crazy, but that's how I felt. I wish someone would pick a fight with me. I came to the harsh realization that I was nothing more than a war machine in human form. I tossed my pocket knife upward, letting it fall toward my face. As the blade spun, I watched it carefully and snatched the tip right before it reached my eyes. I was utterly starved for excitement. It's not like my aggression stays at its peak all the time. Once my brain recognizes there's no combat or training for a while, my hormone levels should regulate to a reasonable level. In hindsight, it was akin to withdrawal symptoms. If I could endure this difficult period, I'd eventually stabilize. Barbara was standing on the path leading to the dorm. She wasn't alone. 3 female students were standing in front of her. Sorry about that, Barbara. I'll wash your clothes for you, so just take them off here." One of the girls, holding an empty cup, said this. "It's fine, really." Girls, did I just mishear her? Did someone like Barbara just refuse my kindness? The other 2 girls behind her chimed in, accusing Barbara of being rude. It was childish bullying, plain and simple. I understood now why Barbara showered so often. This must have happened on my first day at the dormitory as well. That's why she had rushed to clean herself up. Barbara squeezed her eyes shut and, with trembling hands, began unbuttoning her top. I was intrigued by Barbara, but that didn't mean I liked her. Normally, I might have just walked past such a scene. I had no desire to help someone who didn't even have the will to resist. But lucky you, Barbara. Right now, I can't stand anything that irritates me. Besides, an amusing idea had come to mind. I threw my pocket knife. The blade pierced through the empty cup one of the girls was holding and passed cleanly through. "Stop messing around and get lost," I said curtly, walking toward them. "Do you even know what you're doing right now? I'll have you know this pattern was familiar. I wondered how many more times I'd have to hear the same words. I simply stared at them. The girl clamped her mouth shut. My expression must have been terrifyingly fierce just now. "I hit girls too, in the face," I said in a low, menacing tone, like a hungry predator. That was enough. After hesitating for a moment, the girls left with displeased expressions. "Thank you, Luca," Barbara stammered, her face flushed as she looked at me, in a somewhat disheveled state. At this rate, does this mean I'm now close enough to Barbara to qualify for one of those android attacks? There was a professor at the Akresha Academy who was a former member of the Imperial Guard. His name was Guide Alban, and he stayed at the academy to teach subjects like self-defense. I received a summons from Guide. "Luca, I hear you threw a knife at an academy student." It was a pocket knife. Even if it hit them, it would have ended with just a scratch. "Well, I understand that Akresha Academy isn't a comfortable place for you, but restrain yourself. I'm saying don't make things difficult for adults. You're smart enough to understand what I mean, right?" "Emil sent me a troublesome one," Guide muttered to himself. He didn't seem inclined to impose any punishment or disciplinary action on me either. "I understand. This is the first time a cadet from the lower classes has been dispatched to the academy. Even me, I'm curious about Hamila's intentions." Guide waved his hand, dismissing the hologram. After briefly gazing out the window, he continued speaking. "You're no different from a wolf dropped among a flock of gentle lambs. The kids here aren't learning how to fight." I couldn't disagree with that. "But they all act as if they're immune to my teeth." At my comment, Guide burst out laughing. "As a former Imperial Guard myself, I appreciate people like you. Your record is impressive. Outstanding training results, overflowing real combat experience, and even a medal for military merit. With that kind of profile, there's no doubt you'll rise in rank, irregular or not. But in the end, it's the elite bureaucrats from this academy who'll command soldiers like us with a flick of their fingers. These students may look like lambs to you, but among them, there are monsters hiding in lamb's clothing, being far more terrifying than a mere wolf." "I'll keep that in mind," I replied perfunctorily. Guide chuckled, as though he hadn't expected much from my response. "It's good to have youthful vigor, but be careful not to confront a monster." The way the students looked at me had changed. Before, it was neutral observation, but now there was open hostility. It was because the story of me throwing a knife at a student had gotten out. And all for that witch Barbara, no less. I spent lunch sitting on the same bench every day, eating a simple meal on the go. It was always the same spot. "You messed with a troublesome woman, Luca." Enrico Lagan approached me, his expression itching as if he couldn't wait to explain something. Everyone I've met here has been troublesome anyway. I spoke as if it were no big deal. The woman you tangled with is Kailsa Kano. I know the name. Doesn't seem like her family's that influential, though. I was familiar with the Empire's prominent families. Not publicly, no. The Kano family has deep ties to the lower districts. They run gangs from behind the scenes and make money through illegal businesses. You're from the lower district too, right? You should warn your family to be careful. They're probably digging into your background as we speak. I'm an orphanage kid anyway. Digging into my past won't get them anywhere. There's no one I care about enough to worry over. I chuckled lightly. Either way, be careful. Kailsa is the type who has to repay any slight she suffers. And she absolutely despises Barbara. One of Barbara's curse victims happens to be Kailsa's boyfriend. I'll keep that in mind. Then about Giselle again. I know. I'll subtly bring you up. The reason Enrico was trying to befriend me was simple. He didn't have the courage to approach Giselle directly. I'd like to help Enrico if I can, but I scratched my chin as I watched him leave. There are some things in this world that are just physically impossible. I intentionally avoided returning to the dormitory until late at night. There seemed to be a curfew, but receiving demerits wasn't a big deal. As the sky grew darker, the crowds at the academy thinned out. I deliberately wandered near the sparsely populated training ground and storage areas. It's been a while. I massaged my shoulders and lightly loosened up my body. I activated my nervous system to be ready to respond to external stimuli at any moment. Barbara's curse. Everyone at the academy knew I had helped Barbara. According to the rumors, a rampage android would come to attack me. There was movement beyond the corner. 3. I counted the footsteps and watched as a group rounded the corner. You're Luca, the dispatched cadet, right? It was 3 burly male students who looked rough around the edges. They were snickering among themselves as they approached me. Do you need something from me? I didn't bother hiding my disappointment. I'd thrown out bait, but the wrong fish had taken it. Kailsa asked us to send her regards. It's the Kano family's creed to repay any debts in full. Just asking, though, you wouldn't go crying to the higher-ups about getting beaten up by regular students, would you? A grand cadet from the Imperial Guard like yourself. The largest of the 3 spoke with a cocky tone. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a member of the Kano family. So, not a lamb. The large one seemed accustomed to fighting. But not a wolf either. He gave off more of a back-alley gang vibe. It seemed true that the Kano family was tied to the lower district gangs. I'll give you one last chance, dispatched cadet. Kailsa says she'll let it slide if you kneel and apologize to her. The big one chuckled as he spoke. The 2 male students behind him chimed in, fawning like lackeys eager to please their leader. I'll also give you one last chance to walk out of here with your limbs intact. I'm not like you. I've been professionally trained in the art of killing. I issued a formal warning. What's so great about that? Quit showing off. He wasn't the type to back down with words. Not that I expected him to. Some people only learn by experiencing it firsthand. The large student clenched his teeth tightly. It was the signal to switch his prosthetics into combat mode. A mechanical hum signaled an increase in energy output from his arms and legs. A faint vibration rippled across his entire body. The large student and I walked toward each other. The 2 behind him were recording the scene on their terminals. They must have wanted to capture the moment they took down a cadet from the Imperial Guard. Sure, it'd be something to brag about if they could actually pull it off. A feat worth telling even their great-grandchildren about. Our steps halted. An android patrolling the area spotted us and emitted a warning sound. Do you require assistance? The android approached, its metallic, emotionless face lit by faintly glowing optical lenses. You idiot. Are you sure you checked properly? You said there were no patrols here at this time. The large student exploded in anger at one of the others, his irritation and agitation painfully obvious. His nervous system was already showing signs of overload. I checked thoroughly. There aren't supposed to be androids patrolling this area. Then why the hell is that tin can here? Hey, dispatched cadet. Let's call it a day for now and pick a better time later. Once we fight, win or lose, we'll settle things cleanly. The large student spat on the ground and clenched his teeth again. The vibration stopped as his prosthetics' energy output decreased. Hold it. Stay where you are, all of you. I warned them, my tone sharp. My instincts had picked up on danger. You want to fight in front of an android. Security will be on us immediately. The large student ignored my warning. What timing, you tin can. One of the students shoved the android aside. Do you require assistance? The pushed android staggered before regaining its posture. We don't, so get lost. That is, impossible. It was then that the student flinched. The android's voice was riddled with static. Its movements were bizarre, while slightly hunched over, its head twisted erratically in every direction. Startled by the android's unsettling behavior, the student instinctively stepped back. The android spun around and extended its arm. Its metal fist struck the student square in the face. Wow, what a clean hit. The patrol androids were equipped for combat. Destroying a human skull in one blow was well within their capabilities. The student's skull had been crushed, with pink brain matter and flesh bursting out the back of his head in fragments. The large student and the other one stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. Their eyes, filled with confusion, betrayed their shock at witnessing such a gruesome sight for the first time. The android's optical sensors were now glowing red. It had entered combat mode and was identifying the surrounding students as hostiles. The android, crouched like a beast, leaped toward another student to attack. I bent my waist and knees, then launched myself off the ground. Passing by the large student, I intercepted the android. Bang! My foot slammed into the android's side. It flew a dozen meters, dragging its fingers across the ground to slow itself down. Do you require assistance? The spot where my kick landed had only left its outer shell slightly dented. The android's crimson optics locked onto me. Barbara's curse. The witch's curse is real. It's real. The student who had survived thanks to my intervention fell flat on his back, screaming hysterically. How disgraceful for a student of the prestigious Akresha Academy to believe in curses. I smirked and advanced toward the android. A deafening noise erupted from the android, which now crouched like a quadrupedal beast. The energy output far exceeded its standard capacity, causing vibrations so intense that the surrounding dirt trembled. Smoke was rising from the joints of its frame. It was outputting at a level it couldn't sustain for more than a few minutes. Its internal components would already be dislodging one by one. It knows it needs this level of energy output to fight me. This wasn't just a rampage caused by a simple malfunction. Everything about the situation fit together perfectly. This is someone's doing. I spread my legs and steadied my breathing. I had learned how to deal with androids during training. The principle is simple: overlap actions that require computation to induce an overload. When variables pile up, the computational demand on androids increases exponentially. It's a weakness that androids, unlike humans, cannot ignore trivial details. The android kicked off the ground and leaped at me in an instant. Its steel claws aimed for my chest and throat. I tilted my upper body and head back, narrowly dodging the claws by a hair's breadth. The attack was sharp and terrifying. For something in a rampaging state, its responses were surprisingly quick. Its movements seemed to be powered by a well-crafted combat program. The android charged straight at me, trying to prevent me from drawing. But I didn't have a gun. I tossed a pocket knife into the air. The android immediately glanced up, trying to identify the object I had thrown. A series of meaningless actions. It was all just to overload its processing. The more meaningless my actions, the more calculations the android would perform to deduce their purpose. They always need a rational reason for everything. The android's hesitation was brief, but it was all I needed. Grabbing the android's left arm, I pivoted behind it. Its left arm twisted backward and broke. Parts and fragments fell from the joint. The android tried to retaliate, turning back toward me. I stomped hard on the back of its right knee. Crunch! The android collapsed, its right knee smashing into the ground, completely shattered. Regaining my breath, I turned toward the hulking figure still lying on the ground. My lips were likely twisted in a vicious grin. My craving wasn't yet satisfied. A mere android like this wasn't enough to unleash my pent-up desires. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to fight me? Come on, restrain me. I've warmed up plenty this time. I spoke as I shattered the android's remaining left leg. The hulking figure that had confronted me earlier now gaped at me, his face pale as ash. Later, he stammered, clinging to a shred of pride. Before long, the sirens of the Civil Security Force's aerial vehicle echoed above us. Its lights beamed down, illuminating me. The Civil Security Force was part of the military but operated differently from a typical unit. As the name suggested, their role was to maintain public order within the Empire. They didn't fight external threats but focused on internal enforcement. For the Empire's order and peace, the Civil Security Force's motto came to mind. Even the Civil Security Force was aware of the android rampages occurring at Akresha Academy. They simply hadn't been able to intervene until now. In my experience, Akresha Academy students aren't likely to be cooperative with an investigation. I sent a request for investigative assistance to the Imperial Guard earlier. Just now, I received a reply. I frowned. This was why he'd been dragging out time. I need you to observe the atmosphere within the academy and narrow down suspicious individuals. I'm just a cadet. I don't know how to investigate, nor have I ever been trained for it. Users of Arki's combat method possess exceptional insight. That alone already makes you an excellent investigator. I flinched. I hadn't realized that my file contained information about my training in Arky's combat method. I wouldn't exactly call it compensation for your cooperation, but let me share something interesting. Users of Arky's Victima are notable enough to be kept on a special list. Of course, it's not for back alley thugs but for individuals like you who have been properly trained. Arky's Victima was the formal name for Arky's combat method. It had been a while since I'd heard the term. Why is that? Not that I expected him to answer, but asking wouldn't hurt. I can't tell you more than that. If you're curious, ask the person who taught you Arky's combat method. I returned to Akresha Academy. I told you to stay away from Barbara. I went out of my way to warn you, and this is how you behave. You'll pay dearly for trampling on my goodwill. She was seething with rage. I couldn't just stand by and watch a group gang up on one person. I answered half-heartedly. There was a lot I wanted to ask Giselle, but I doubted she'd answer properly. For now, stay out of sight. If you fail to complete your time at the academy, my reputation will take a hit too. Perhaps due to my twisted personality, I found myself looking forward to Kaelsa's revenge. I was curious about the creative methods she might use to attack me. When I smiled, Giselle bit her lower lip. I hadn't intended to provoke her further, but it seemed she and I simply didn't get along. I'll meet with Kaelsa Kano and request mediation, Giselle said, completely catching me off guard. If I say something, Kaelsa will likely come to a reasonable compromise. I narrowed my eyes. Giselle and Kaelsa are acquainted. That was the impression I got. In my mind, I visualized the shifting positions of the individuals involved and the connections between them. Giselle Castoria, Kaelsa Kano, Barbara. As the relationships rearranged themselves in my head, I rubbed my neck lightly before speaking. Let's take this opportunity to go see Kaelsa together. We can't have something like this happening again. Giselle hesitated, visibly surprised by my suggestion, but eventually nodded her head. You butted in without knowing anything. That wench Barbara was trying to steal my boyfriend. I remembered hearing about this from Enrico. The reason Kaelsa started bullying Barbara. Her boyfriend had grown close to Barbara, only to get caught up in the android rampage incident. If I were your boyfriend, I'd run away too. You're terrifying. Someone sweet like Barbara would be much better. I deliberately provoked her. Kaelsa slammed her hands on the table and shot to her feet. You worthless insect. Her shrill voice stabbed my eardrums like needles. Calm down, Kaelsa. Giselle's voice was calm but firm. Kaelsa, face flushed with rage, jabbed her finger in my direction. But this little bastard dared to. However, she couldn't finish her sentence under Giselle's cold, piercing gaze. Sweating nervously, Kaelsa averted her eyes. Are you planning to ignore what I just said? Giselle's overwhelming presence silenced her. So, it's true. Not even someone as volatile as Kaelsa dared to defy Giselle. In the end, Kaelsa will reconcile with me while saving face. It's true I overstepped as an outsider. Maybe Barbara's curse really does exist. Someone even lost their life because of it. We shouldn't waste time on petty emotional disputes. I spoke calmly. I'd already gathered all the information I needed. There was no reason to provoke Kaelsa any further. Both Giselle and Kaelsa seemed quite surprised by my sudden change in attitude. I don't want trouble with an Imperial Guard cadet either. Let's just put this incident behind us. Before long, Giselle stepped into the corridor, her sharp gaze landing on me. I've smoothed things over this time, so stop causing trouble. And stay away from Barbara. People really do suffer accidents when they get close to Barbara. If it's not just coincidence, that means someone's behind it, and there's a real culprit. Giselle, do you fancy yourself a detective now? Her sharp remark stung. Perhaps I'd been too obvious. That's not it. But I was a victim of the attack too. It's only natural to wonder who caused the android rampage. That's none of your business. Now that someone's died, the investigators will take action. I'm sure they'll have a great time investigating noble heirs. Giselle stopped walking. Are you mocking me? I'm just stating the obvious. By the way, Kaelsa seems completely powerless against you. In noble society, a family's influence is everything. Kaelsa isn't in a position to defy me. That's all there is to it. I paused for a moment before speaking again. So, did you use Kaelsa to torment Barbara? Giselle's pupils wavered. I carefully observed her reaction, determined not to miss even the slightest emotional signal she emitted. What exactly are you implying? Kaelsa needed a reason to target Barbara, one she could justify. Someone created that excuse on purpose. Do you suffer from delusions? One of the known side effects of high-performance prosthetics is brain dysfunction. Overloaded neural systems can cause psychiatric issues. Maybe you should get a thorough mental evaluation. Giselle spoke coldly and walked away. I silently watched her retreating figure. There I stood, feeling somewhat awkward and alone. The situation could only mean one of two things. Either I really was delusional, or I had struck a nerve with Giselle. I was certain it was the latter. It was lunchtime again, and I headed to my usual bench. To my surprise, a girl with vibrant red gold hair was already sitting there. It was Barbara. Lunch. I made it. Myself. She held out a neatly packed lunchbox with trembling hands. Barbara held out the lunchbox toward me. It seemed the rumor that I survived on bland emergency rations for lunch had already spread around the academy. Barbara, I appreciate this, but what's the meaning behind it? You helped me, and because of that, you got caught up in the android rampage incident. I'm just glad you're safe. Someone else died in my place, though. I answered coldly, and Barbara's expression wilted. While you're staying at the academy, would it be okay if I made your lunch? She spoke hesitantly, summoning every ounce of courage she could muster. For a moment, I wondered if she liked me. If she saw me as more than a friend, things would get complicated. It's delicious, but I can't accept this again. People will misunderstand. I spoke after taking a bite of the sandwich. By now, dozens of curious gazes were fixed on us. By this evening, rumors would be flying that Barbara and I were dating. Barbara hesitated, fidgeting at my words. Her timid behavior annoyed me. I don't mind if people misunderstand. A blush bloomed on her cheeks. I kept chewing the sandwich without even noticing its taste. One thing's been bothering me, Barbara. Barbara flinched, her voice trembling with surprise. In moments like this, she seemed almost endearingly cute. You know people get caught up in android rampages if they get close to you. So why do you keep approaching me? Do you want me to be targeted? I'm sorry, Luca. I just didn't want to believe I was cursed. I tried to read Barbara's true feelings, but she was hard to read. I needed to be more direct and provoke her emotions. Kaelsa bullied you relentlessly because Giselle ordered her to. I hope to draw a reaction from her with that statement. I already know. Barbara spoke calmly, surprising me instead. For once, my prediction was wrong. Do you have any idea why Giselle despises you? I questioned her like an interrogator. Barbara slowly lifted her head and smiled sweetly. At that moment, a cold chill crawled down my spine. Luca, do I need a reason to tell you that? Her voice stretched unnaturally at the end, sending another wave of unease through me. Maybe Barbara was far more calculating than Giselle or Kaelsa. Despite being a head shorter than me, she exuded an inexplicable sense of menace. Investigator Jillian acted swiftly. 2 days later, he contacted me. I met Kaelsa's boyfriend. Or, to be precise, her ex-boyfriend. As you said, his background, personality, and abilities. He's not the type of man who could stand up to Kaelsa Kano. That much was as I had anticipated. Kaelsa had deliberately orchestrated a situation where her boyfriend would come into contact with Barbara. She needed a pretext to harass Barbara. Looks like you're making progress. Choosing you was the right call. If I point out a suspect, can your investigative capacity ensure they're properly investigated? I can dig into 1 or 2 individuals, sure. But if it turns out to be a dead end, I'll take a serious hit as well. Then I suppose there's no real reason to push yourself too hard. I found myself questioning Investigator Jillian's enthusiasm. Including your case, there have now been 6 incidents of android rampages. This time, there were fatalities. It's obviously the work of a person. To think that someone could pull off something like this, fully confident there won't be an investigation, or that they won't get caught. I want to slap cuffs on the wrist of a culprit who's that sure of themselves. Have you looked into Barbara? Barbara, do you think she's the culprit? Jillian raised a questioning brow. Barbara is from a lower-class background. She gained admission to Kreisha Academy on special exemption due to her exceptional skills in robotics and AI engineering. That level of talent should be enough to manipulate an android, don't you think? If Barbara had manipulated it, it would mean a mere student bypassed the Academy's security. The Academy's androids operate on a closed network. To manipulate an android, one would first need to break through the Academy's security. How would a noble manipulate an android, then? Nobles have the means to make it physically possible. They could intervene during the manufacturing or distribution process of the androids sent to the Academy, pre-installing malicious programs or tampering with them. With enough power and money, bribery is always an option. That also doesn't seem very plausible. It's still more credible than your assumption. Oh, and this might help. Barbara's patron is the Custoria family. That could indeed be useful. After sharing this information with Jillian, I ended the communication. It feels like things are connected, yet they aren't. Everything was linked somehow. Yet, like stepping stones with gaps in between, the facts and motives didn't fully align. The direction was clear, but the path wasn't. Torture would be the most definitive method. Giselle and Barbara were merely outstanding students. They wouldn't have undergone pain tolerance training or learned how to endure torture. The problem is that it's not an option. There was an easier way, but I had to take the roundabout route. I sought out Giselle Castoria for the first time. Until now, she had always been the one to seek me out. Giselle was practicing prosthetic maintenance. She stood by a workbench where prosthetic legs and arms lay scattered. Her hands moved deftly over the tools, showing considerable skill. It seemed her enrollment at the Royal Kratia Academy wasn't merely due to her family's influence. Wait a moment, Luca. With that, Giselle returned to her work. Standing at a distance, I surveyed the maintenance room. The students worked with serious expressions, entirely absorbed in their tasks. Nobles didn't simply idle away their time. Even noble society has its struggles. What brings you here? Giselle asked after finishing her work and taking a sip of water. I just wanted to see you, I replied indifferently. Giselle nearly spat out the water she was drinking. Have you lost your mind? Her face didn't even flush. Instead, she looked at me with a mixture of contempt and disgust. It was clear she genuinely disliked me. That was a relief in its own way. Just as you said, it seems I've developed a mental illness as a side effect of my high-performance prosthetics. Your sarcasm is top-notch. Now tell me the real reason you're here. I'm a busy person, after all. I glanced around. The break room was empty except for Giselle and me. From this moment on, I expect you to neither lie nor hide anything from me, Giselle Castoria. I don't appreciate the tone of your interrogation. I have an official investigation request from the security forces. Giselle's eyebrows twitched. Giselle couldn't argue further. I hate to bring this up, but let me remind you once again that I am the daughter of the captain of the Imperial Guard. It was a thinly veiled warning, a reminder that she had the power to cause me trouble if she chose to. But such threats had no effect on me. I knew the captain's character well. He wasn't the sort of person who would take his daughter's word at face value and penalize me unjustly. Are you tormenting Barbara because you want her expelled from the academy? I looked into it, and it seems the Castoria family is sponsoring her. Is that related to this? I didn't bother to be subtle. There was something between Giselle and Barbara. You know I'm the second victim of the curse, don't you? Isn't that reason enough for me to dislike Barbara? We were friends before that. If you were truly friends, you wouldn't hate Barbara to this extent just because of what happened. You'd be trying to solve the curse together. I spoke as if accusing her. We weren't close enough to go that far for each other. Giselle made a move to leave. She was definitely hiding something. The security forces consider the android rampage to have been a deliberate manipulation. Based on motive alone, Giselle Castoria, you are currently the prime suspect. I quickly spoke to stop Giselle from leaving. You think I did it? I'm a victim of Barbara's curse too. It's a common alibi for a perpetrator to hide by posing as a victim. You're from the Castoria family, and as an aspiring engineer, you have knowledge of androids. You possess the skills to manipulate them subtly. You've completely lost it, Luca. Stay out of this. Giselle flared up, as expected. It was a natural reaction. I don't actually think you manipulated the androids, Giselle. So, if you know anything, tell me everything. My gut tells me it's probably. My intuition pointed to Barbara. I was about to say her name but held my tongue. The door to the break room slid open. Standing there was Barbara, holding a lunchbox. Luca, I was looking for you. You weren't in your usual spot. Barbara smiled brightly, but to me, it felt like she was mocking me. How had she found me? If she'd been following me, I would have noticed long ago. I narrowed my eyes, unconsciously gritting my teeth. I restrained myself. The urge to grab her by the neck and slam her against the wall surged through me. I wanted to tear through her facade, dragging out the truth with fear and pain. Violence tends to extract the purest truths. Don't smile, Barbara. It's annoying. I spoke through clenched lips, my irritation apparent. Barbara acted like she was above me, as if she had me under her thumb. She was nothing more than an ordinary civilian. Luca, why are you speaking to me like that? Barbara's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. Soon, her eyes began to glisten with tears, as if she were the most pitiable person in the world. A perpetrator posing as a victim. The phrase I had used earlier came to mind. It applied perfectly to Barbara as well. A wolf in sheep's clothing. I like you, Luca. You saved me, after all. So if there's a misunderstanding, I'd like to resolve it. With words. Hearing those words made me feel sick. Bang. I hurled a chair to the side, right next to Barbara. The metal chair crumpled as if it had been struck by a car. Luca, what do you think you're doing? Giselle shouted, her voice sharp. So far, this has been your little game to pass the time, hasn't it? But from now on, I'm serious, Barbara. You've underestimated me. Barbara didn't scream or react. She simply stared at me with a vacant expression. That empty, emotionless look, this was her true face. Barbara doesn't know what you mean. Barbara forced a smile by pushing up the corners of her mouth with her index fingers. Giselle's face froze solid, her expression stiff. Her shoulders noticeably trembled, her fear unmistakable. It coiled around her like a snake, constricting her movements. Barbara walked toward the rigid Giselle, her steps sharp and deliberate. I'll leave the lunchbox here. Enjoy it, Luca. And, Giselle, it was nice seeing you. Let's meet again. Setting the lunchbox on the table, Barbara brushed her fingers lightly against the back of Giselle's hand before stepping away. Giselle turned her head, avoiding Barbara's gaze. I let out a hollow laugh. Even I had been mistaken. The power dynamics in this room were now crystal clear. Giselle was afraid of Barbara. Barbara backed away, her gaze fixed on us until the very end, before vanishing beyond the doorway. Giselle. I called out her name. She was covering her face with both hands. What could possibly make the young lady of the Castoria family so frightened? Her father was the captain of the Imperial Guard, after all. Don't ask me anything. Just spend some quiet time and then leave the academy. Please, Luca. Giselle's words lacked the hostility and contempt they once carried. Now, they were simply a pure, earnest plea. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.